I'd awake alone below in our home, noticing my savior next to me, headed out into these ruined streets. I'd pass by the local pub, seeing a lunch box prepared by a friend of mine, sparring with an elven fighter. Then I'd go past the Market Central Park, where I'd meet my comrades to prepare for our venture beneath the tower that pierces world above, and then we'd enter with such concentrated eyes. Then struck polar nights and rides, were to be cursed upon a Bernard, and so I, aspiring hero, saved her from demise with thine two knives, made by day. Dean Smith alike after those nights, I hoped, we hoped, downright believed that from those nights we'd be freed, until that one quest issued us all to bring the dragon's daughter down below the cornerstone that pierces heaven's sky. Now, as we run, fight, strategize, those polar nights slowly reprise. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome to Merrimia Freesmas, Polar Nights, Familias Xenos, Spin-Off Spectrum Spectacular 2, EVNT Extravaganza 10, episode 974. Holy shit. Words I never thought I'd say. Oh my god. We're here. We're here. Oh my god. We're actually here. Ladies and gents, this has been in the making for just so long. I said 2 weeks, and I meant it. Gents, lades, from the 16th of December, from the 16th of December to literally the goddamn 31st. It's currently like 5 in the morning right now, alright? From the final day of 2020, I have been tirelessly working, with some breaks, working on this incredibly large episode. And, oh my god, you're gonna love it. So, I'm gonna make this intro really short, because this episode is gonna be absolutely massive. So, let me explain what's going on. So, first of all, you might be asking, well, if it's a Spectrum, no. You might be asking, why is it a spin-off Spectrum Spectacular and an EVNT Extravaganza? Well, I'm gonna explain it to you. See, during the recording process of this whole video, I realized that this video was going to be so huge because it was originally supposed to be a Spectrum spin-off Spectrum Spectacular, but after reviewing and doing this and that, I realized, dude, this thing cannot just be a spin-off Spectrum Spectacular. And so that's why I decided to make it an EVNT Extravaganza. Because what you previously knew as an EVNT Extravaganza was, hey, it's events and whatnot, like Elven Rondo and the Certain Gods and Familiar Love songs, like that. But in this case, EVNT Extravaganza 10, we're not playing any events. Yeah, we're not playing any events. This is mainly this is more of a Spectrum spin-off Spectacular than an event extravaganza, but this episode is so massive, was so massive in the end, that I had to make it an event extravaganza as well. So that's what has that double subtitle, triple subtitle, if you will. Oh my god, oh my god. But let me explain you why it's a Spin-Off Spectrum Spectacular. So what you know as a Spin-Off Spectrum Spectacular from the first Spin-Off Spectrum Spectacular in episode 900 is, oh yeah, it's 15 minutes of, each of the spin-off series, AE, is it wrong to level up multiple teams, or is it wrong to bust a record buster, or is it wrong to win a war game, or is it wrong to interact with adventures outside Auraria, so, et cetera and et cetera. But now we're changing it. Now we're changing the rules. Because, folks, throughout these 900, throughout the 900s, we've actually amassed 2 new spin-offs. And you're probably wondering, what 2 new spin-offs? Well, the thing is, folks, there's this little thing called Liari's Book Club that you haven't seen on the channel, that you haven't seen really pop up in the last, few episodes. And then there's this other thing called reviewing episodes from the anime, which you also haven't seen in a while. But folks, let me be the first one to say that in this episode alone, you are going to see not only the conclusion of Volume 1 of Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon manga, written, created, whatever, by Fujino Omori, Kunieda, and then Yasu, I forgot the rest of their name. Them, not only are we going to finish that, but you're also going to see the reviews for the final 4 episodes of Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon 3? Holy shit. Oh my god, it's amazing. Believe it or not, I just finished recording the review for episode 12, 30 minutes ago. Oh my god, dude. And let me just say, anyway, like I said, I wanna keep this speedy. So let me tell you how this is all gonna work, alright? Because this is surprisingly intricate. This episode is very intricate in the sense of how it's been schemed. So basically what's going to happen, right, is that after this introduction clip, right, you're going to be led into a transition with, that's super cool that I drew actually a few hours ago also. And there's going to be music behind it, and it's going to be super cool, and I'll explain, I'll go further on that. I'll talk a lot more about the makings of this thing in the epilogue, which will really be the final episode of 2020. And also, the true episode 709 or 974. But whatever. Anyway, like I was saying, this is how this episode's going to work. So after this clip, you're going to see a transition that'll lead you into the review for episode 9. And then after that, you're going to be led into a different transition, which will lead you into the 3rd session of Liari's Book Club, and then that pattern will keep on repeating. So, you get a review, and then Liari's Book Club session, and then review, Liari's Book Club session, over, until you get to episode 12 review. And in the middle, there's going to be transitions, and they're cool, and they have, custom music. It's cool. It's great. It's awesome. Oh, I'm so happy. Anyway, that's basically what you're going to be going through. Keep in mind, this is a very long episode, so I completely understand if you have to take, a week or so to watch this, because this episode took an absurd amount of time. And I put an absurd amount of effort in the last 3 days. So yeah, even that intro, dudes. Even that intro, I started writing that intro 90 episodes ago or so, when the whole season 3 thing was announced, or when the whole season 3 thing started. And I wanted to write lyrics for that, but I didn't. I didn't finish it, I mean. But also a few hours ago I finished that, and so... dude, it's so good. Anyway, I'll talk more about all of this stuff, all of the ins and outs in the epilogue. But for right now, folks, I'm going to switch you over to the transition for the... that'll lead you to the review episode 9. And, you know, from there on forwards. I hope you enjoy. This is going to be... you're going to love this video. It's massive, sure, but... It's going to be worth to watch. It's going to be worth the watch. Anyway, I'll see you soon. Well, actually, because here's the funny thing. I'm actually recording this on the 31st. And so I'll see you truly at the end of this video. At the end. It's weird. Anyway, hope you enjoy. And, yeah, get ready to see the review for episode 9. Because, oh man, it leads into a hell of a doozy. Alright. See you in a hot second, folks. So to kick us off on this spin-off Spectrum Spectacular, let's start off by reviewing Episode 9, Stigma Downfall. Now, just a quick thing, very quick thing. This is being recorded on the 16th, I believe it is. Yeah, it's the 16th of December. AKA the day in which episode 959 was recorded and uploaded. So yeah, just a quick thing there. Anyway, let's start reviewing, like, right now. But before we do, let me give you the tone of this episode. So folks, episode 9, I mentioned it a while back. But I didn't mention really a lot. I mean now I'm going to, but just a refresher of what kind of episode this kind of is. Also, let me just hold on. Gotta remove the case off of my phone to remind y'all of what kind of episode this is. This episode is sort of like a I wouldn't call it slice of life, but I'd call it a little bit of a peace period. Almost like a peace period, like, how can I say this? This episode is sort of like, what was the episode that led up to freaking, to episode 7? Episode 8? Yeah, no, the episode that led to, like, episode 7, I forget what led to what, oh, maybe it was, like, episode, alright, remember there was an episode earlier in the season that led up, that was, like, all about preparing and shit, I believe it was, like, episode 6, and then in episode 7 is where everything kicked off from there. So this is what this kind of episode is, it's sort of like episode 6, where it's like a whole lot of talk of this and that, and a whole lot of preparing at the same time. And, you know, if y'all need a recap of what happened in the previous episode, basically, Dees died. Bell protected Ween, and Loki Familias saw him protect Ween, and that ended up leading to just a lot of destruction by Ween. Loki Familia fought Atreus, the huge black minotaur thing. There was a huge battle there. Let me see. Bell was called a fool. Ween died, but then Fells, the great mage he was, resurrected her. And now we're here. Yeah. Well, now we're not just here. After that, all the Xenos went into hiding under Daedalus Street, like pathways, and they're just stuck there currently. And that's about it. So get ready, folks. Once again, I don't have notes for this, so I'm literally just going to be watching the episode right now, and just be like, because I don't remember everything. I don't remember every single thing that happened in the episode. Although I do remember the beginning, which I'm going to play right now for me. Wait, hold on. Am I not getting sound from my headphones? Uh-oh. Well, I should be. Hold on. Oh, it's just like the first two lines. The first two lines that people are saying don't hear. So, we start off the episode by seeing a foggy, the foggy wall, foggy fortress, whatever. We're brought to one of the gates of Arario. I believe it's the North Gate, but it doesn't really matter. And it's all foggy and stuff in front of it. And we see that it's open. And in front of the gate, or not in front of the gate, but like behind the gate, in Arario, is a bunch of citizens. And they're all like saying, "Oh, it's him, it's him, it's him, it's him." And then we're shown two guards, I'm assuming from Ganesha Familia. Oh yeah, it is Ganesha Familia, because Ganesha is at the head of the crowd there. We had two Ganesha Familia guards leading out Ikelos. Remember frickin' grown-up Subaru fella? Yeah, him. He's being exiled. Which is like, wow, that's surprising. I mean, not surprising, but like, I didn't expect to see it. I didn't think a god could be exiled, or a deity could be exiled from a certain place. I didn't think that was possible. I didn't really think of that as a possibility, so I was just surprised by that beginning. And so, we then get a little monologue from Hermes saying, "With the Ikelos exiled from Arario, the uproar has begun to die down." And I forget if I'm gonna get this right or not. I believe they pinned all the blame on Ikelos Familia for what happened, like the whole Ween situation and this and that. And they tried to like get all the blame off of Bell, but you're gonna see later in the episode that yeah. Hermes continues to say, "From monsters appearing on the surface to everything else, it's all been seen. Yeah, it's all be seen as the work of Ikelos Familia." Cool. Then just goes on to say that it was. He goes on to say scapegoat. No, wait, I gotta, wait. There's more there. He goes on to say it's all, yeah, we already know that. Though playing the part of through playing the part of a visible scapegoat for us, everything was wrapped up. But in reality, it hasn't. And, oh yeah, by the way, he's talking to Aranos, and Aranos is like, nothing has been resolved, and I'm like, yep. The Xenos, yeah, so this is where we learn that the Xenos are unable to leave the city because, because they're still in the city. We also learned that Loki Familia is at the forefront Adventurers are continuing their search through the entirety of Daedalus Street, and then we're shown a shot of where most of the Xenos are, especially Lid and Fear. And I forget if that's Fear or Ray, but one of them is holding Ween, who's just slightly woken up. Fells is there as well. And Hermes continues saying, it's only a matter of time before they're discovered. Oh, yeah, so they tried to pin the whole thing on Akelos Amelia, and so they exiled Akelos. But now that Akelos is exiled, everyone's blaming Bell, and so... Yeah, I mean, theory confirmed, am I right, folks? Everyone was eventually going to hate Bell. I mean, he wasn't exiled, but... You know, here we are. Anyway. Yeah, basically Uranus and Hermes are like, yeah, Bell's in some trouble, like, yeah, basically they're like, he's in for a rough ride kind of thing. And then we're brought back to the site where, like, where Ween destroyed and we're brought back to the ruins of Daedalus Street. And a bunch of people are like, you gotta be kidding, that little rookie. Oh, it's fucking... Wait, it's not Mord. Oh, yeah, that's right, we see Mord in this episode, holy shit. And he's, like, acting like pissed off. And he's with two other people who are agreeing with him. And saying that it serves him right that he's getting all the hate when people used to fawn all over him. But I think Mord protects him, doesn't he? Yeah. Yeah, Mord literally just throws his food at the two guys that are trash talking Bell. And then he drinks, and then he's like... And he's just mad. Then we see Finn on top of a tower. I don't know which one. We see Finn, and then intro. Epic intro. So, man, this is gonna be crazy. Y'all are gonna enjoy this episode. Yeah, this is gonna be a good episode. Man, I just want to say, first of all, I am really lucky to be recording this part of this spin-off Spectrum Spectacular, because currently I am the only one in Lay House, and that's like, so I don't know if you don't know this. The only way I can do reviews now is by watching the episode to review, and then the other way, and the other factor that I need to be able to do that is for literally nobody to be in the house, because I'm using the TV downstairs, because it's slightly a bit easier for me to just think and talk a bit more. And plus, folks, I get to sit on a goddamn couch. You can't blame me. Anyway, just to make sure that this review isn't like destroyed right after I finish recording the entire thing, I'm gonna end this part of the review here, and or like first part, whatever. I'll be right back is what I mean. Moving on. So after the intro, we're shown to once again, a pale sky, not a pale sky, but like, like the grayish sky near the end of the last episode that I mentioned. And we see, like, that the Hearthstone Manor looking real gloomy. And we're also shown, the title of the episode, Stigma Downfall. And Hestia is like, oh yeah, welcome home, Makoto and Haruhime. And she's like, did anything happen in the town? Because, not only is Belle being suspected, not only is Belle being blamed, but of course, his familia is also under heat because of this. And the both of them are like, nothing happened, nothing direct. But people were staring at them, and I'm like, wow, man, this... I mean, it's not a surprise, but still. And they also say that Belle's actions have had an effect. Of course, I mean, he protected a monster in public. I mean, people didn't see it like that. People just saw it as him getting a little cocky, but still. They just continue saying that the criticism is increasing. And Nessie's like, oy vey. Oh yeah, and there's this thing that, like, really sucks about this whole situation. So, not only... So the entire family has been affected because of this, like, hate towards Belle now. All this criticism. And so, yeah, people were staring at, Makoto and Haruhime, like, giving them, like, critic looks or whatever. Or critical, I don't know. And, of course, Belle, just in general is just being hated. But Wealth kind of got hit the most, I think. Because the man, I think the man just came to the manor, like, went straight to his fucking blacksmith shop, and then just never came out. He's in there for a pretty long time. I think they say that he's been in there for, like, a few days or something. I don't know how long it's been since the incident finished up, but, like, or since last episode, but dude, my man's just been hammering some tools, I think. We then see Belle looking outside the window, seeing that Welf still hasn't come out, and just, surveying the people, and remembering, like, oh yeah, I decided to save her. And that he doesn't regret it. No matter what anyone says to me, it doesn't bother me. And I'm like, ugh. I gotta love Belle, man. He like, even though he's a real fool, I gotta love him. Because he most of the time, he never falters in his belief, I guess. He never strays away from his belief. Maybe, I don't know. I think I'm saying that right. But he's still concerned. Hestia knocks on his door, opens the door. He's like, you have a visitor. And then I'm like, wait, someone's visiting Belle at this time? And the visitor is none other than Hermes. And Hermes, like Hermes, reassures everybody, or tells everybody what they already know. Considering you're the city's most hated person, you're looking pretty well. You're looking pretty well, Belle. Yeah. Hestie's pissed off. And then Hermes just continues on saying, like, you've heard everyone in the town talk, right? They all hate you. And then Hestie is like, did you really just come over here to make fun of us? And I'm like, yeah, Hermes, did you, like, I feel like he genuinely, if he didn't have a purpose, he still would have come to just make fun of him. But, of course, it's Hermes. He's not just gonna make fun of people without a reason. And says with a menacing face, the Xenos are waiting for your help. So this is what I think is interesting. So let's dial it back. There was a full-out battle between Akelos Familia and the Xenos, including Bell and Fells. Now, in the end, what ended up happening is Bell went to the surface to protect Ween, because Ween was released by Dies per Dies. And wanting to help Bell, the Xenos went to the surface and helped them out. And now that they helped him, because here's what I thought, right? When Bell helped them and then they helped Bell, I thought they were just gonna go straight back to the dungeon. But apparently that wasn't the case. And now they're stuck here, right? And now Bell has to help them again. So it's just been a real like back and forth of helping each other. And I'm not saying that's bad. I just think it's interesting that it's like, yeah, so we just finished another large battle. So ready to start another one? Like, okay. And rightfully so, Bell and Hestia are surprised when Hermes says they're awaiting your help. And Hestia's like, what do you mean? And Hermes is like, there's no point in hiding things now. Uranus has asked my help with them too. Up until now, I've been making moves in the shadows. Which we know, and I'm glad that he revealed that. Dude, Hermes is so fucking cool. Anyway. Oh, so I guess they don't know yet. So Bell just asked where they are, and you know, Hermes is like, I've got my whole folks, I got all my folks looking, and they don't properly know yet. Okay, so they figured out that they split into groups and are hiding separately. Oh, okay. I thought they were all together. Oh, okay. Okay, they did figure it out. All right. I was about to say, like, yeah, so basically he's just saying what I already said before. They're hiding under Daedalus Street, and they're unlikely to have moved from there. We're then shown a shot of the Xenos under Daedalus Street, and Fells prepares his little eagle buddy, not eagle buddy, fucking falcon. No, it's not a falcon. It's an eagle. He prepares his freaking white eagle with glass eye and gives it a scroll, and he starts and the eagle just starts flying out. And then we're gonna see him later, but we also, to reassure the factor, to like reinstate it, Loki Familia are like surveying Daedalus Street, and okay, yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, so Freya's got an eye on Babel. Ganesha Familia's. Oh yeah. Oh damn. I'm sorry. I'm surprised about some of this stuff because it's been like fucking 3 weeks since I last saw the goddamn episode. Ganesha Familia has tightened their guard at the dungeon's entrance. And yeah. This is where we also learn that, you know, of course, like I said, Loki Familia surveying specifically Aias, and Belle's like, Aias? Oh shit. And then Hestia, okay, so Hestia gives this option to Hermes that's like, what if we just told Loki Familia about everything? About the Xenos, about all this shit. And Belle's surprised, and Hermes basically responds, it won't work. And what won't work is, she says something else that I forgot to mention just a second ago. Hestia's like, why don't we just tell them everything that's going on? And then maybe they'll let us help the Xenos and bring them back to the dungeon. And then that's when Hermes says it won't work. And even if Loki agreed, even if Loki agreed, Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Aias, Tiona, Lafia, all of them, they have no mercy towards monsters. They would never concede to the idea of mercy. And I don't know if it was mentioned. I don't know if it was mentioned earlier in the show, but this is I think this is the first time that we learn, like in the anime, about like Finn's greatest wish or dearest wish, which is to restore the glory, to his people and all that. So, just a quick thing there. And Hermes says he would never knowingly do anything that would make him give that up. And that even if they know even if monsters are intelligent, even if they learn that, they still think that monsters are monsters, no matter what, they'll fucking rip them up. Yeah. And then there's just silence. We're then brought to the ruins of Daedalus Street, where Belle and Hestia are walking through it. We're seeing people reconstructing and all that, and they're also looking at Belle. We see, I forget his name, we see one of the folks from Loki Familia, I want to say, who's like really fucking pissed off at Belle. Well, just in facial expression wise. And Hestia's like, you're a real curious one, huh? Deliberately wanting to come to Daedalus Street of all places. Oiv. And then Belle's like, it's alright. Like, not it's alright. What the Belle's like, I'm sorry, but after hearing what Hermes said, I couldn't just sit around. So man's gonna help Xenos. And then other people see Belle walking around. This one guy fucking holding a 2x4, drops it, and he's like, you're the little rookie, ain't you? I'm amazed you came walking through, you're disgracing an adventurer. Don't go looking like everything's fine. And so people are just yelling at him, saying, who the hell do you think you are? Look what you've done. Just a real fucking downfall of him. And then Hestia interjects saying, all of you, that's enough. Oh yeah. And then she's like, Belle took the actions he did because of my debt. And I'm like, oh yeah, you guys are in debt. You fucking forgot that. It's not funny, but it's hilarious. And then she says, put another way, it was the result of his deep love for me. Oh, dude, I wish I had Hestia's fucking positivity. Holy shit, that's hilarious. And says, if you're gonna blame anyone, blame me. And just grabs Belle's hand, and then they just walk off. Belle says, I'm sorry, and then she's like, don't worry, you haven't been as difficult to handle anyway. She's like, I'm a little happy about it. Let's live me up to my reputation as a goddess. And then Belle goes on to say, but with things like this and trying to look for Ween and the others, and while this whole little conversation is going on, they're walking through alleyways and people are staring at them and all that kind of shit. Making any careless moves would be bad. And then that's when they run. Oh, dude, this is crazy. So then they run into her. They run into S.S.S. And holy shit, dude, they run into S.S.S. And when I see this, I'm like, uh-oh, there's gonna be a battle here. And so they meet for the first time, face to face. And I just realized it, but we see boats in the background. No, that doesn't matter. And then they're just both staring at each other, and Hestia is like, huh? And she's like, won't you please step aside, Miss Wallen? Oh my gosh, you fucking still call Wallen? Oh my lord, I just... And then Hestia's like, hey, are you listening? And then Loki goes into the scene, and then she's like, Loki! And then Loki's just like, alright, S.S.S., just go straight to Fen, don't make any side trips. She looks at Belle. Belle just is down and passes by them. And then Loki's like, and I don't think... We've seen very few interactions between Loki and Belle, but Loki's like, kid, you went and did something pretty amusing, huh? Don't know what you did it for, but you must have known you would drop your standing, right? Getting cursed at all by the people who've been praising you till now? How does it feel? Man, I wish I could have Hestia's positivity and Loki's just absolutely disregard for respect. Holy shit. Well, actually, I don't wish I could do that, but like, still. And Loki's all getting... Loki got a little close to Belle, but Hestia pushes her away. And she's like, oh, I went in trouble of meddling and everything, right? And then Hestia's like, no one asked you to. And then... Yeah, and then they're just arguing. There's no other way I can say it. Yeah, they're just arguing. And then Belle runs off. And he's just walking through the streets. My TV turned off. Hold up. TV turned off. Ruh-roh. He's just walking through the streets alone, remembering all the people that were shouting at him. And he's like, if it were just me, if it were just me, I'm ready for whatever they might say to me. My goddess would cover for me like she did back there, but... And then he walks out into the light. And we see Seer. And Seer's like, Belle? And he's like, Seer. And she's like, I'm so glad. And she's like, I haven't seen ya. How's it been? And then Belle's like, sorry. She looks a little down and then she's like, let's take a walk. And then Belle's like, hey, you know that everybody kind of hates me, right? You know that the people in the town see me like a bit of a bad guy. She's like, yeah, I do. Yeah. And Belle's just surprised by this. Dude, I could not love Seer more. I could not love Seer more than I love her in this scene. Seer's always been very, very sweet, not straight. She's always been very, very sweet to Belle, and not just to Belle, but to a lot of people. And I think this scene shows that even more than it really should. I feel like we're then brought to... So the scene is this. We're brought to Belle and Seer, I think sitting in a park of some sort. They're by a little lake or by a little river. Yeah, it's properly a river, I think. Yeah, they're by a little river, and they're talking. Sears telling them some stories about Mamma Mia and everyone at the pub. And then Belle's like, "You really aren't gonna ask me anything?" Because he's so fucking subconscious that everyone still hates him and all this kind of stuff, and that, he's surprised that Sears not asking him anything about. And so then Sears like, "If you want me to, I will." And then he's like, Sears says, remove the fact that I said he's like, and then Sears says, "Are you feeling unusual about something?" And then Belle's like, Belle doesn't speak. And then she says, "It's better not to take on everything by yourself. Belle, you have everyone in your familia there for you now, don't you?" And then Belle just says nothing. But then he says something, and he says, "I'm scared." And Sears surprised, and then Belle continues to say, "I'm scared to find out. I didn't ask anyone what they thought. I just ran off on my own. I got my friends caught up in all of it and caused them so much trouble." And I'm like, "Oh man, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that Belle feels responsible for, like, everyone's sadness in the Familia." I mean, he technically is, but, like, still. So, I'm like, oh, man, are we going to have a Belle depression arc? Yeah. He just blames himself, and then he's like, I... And then Sear, like I said, she's just a bit too nice in this scene, which is not bad at all. It's adorable. It fucking my heart was just soothed when she grabbed Belle's head, and then just made his head lay on her lap, and it was so adorable. And she's like, "It's all right. Just stay like this. Don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. You may have lost things, but I'm sure there are true things that remain by your side." And I'm like, "Aw, that's nice." And then she says, "For me, the way you always keep running is why I like you." What a fucking good scene. Anyway, we're now halfway through the episode. Pog. Holy shit, I'm going to be honest, I didn't think I was going to be able to do this today. I was actually planning on doing this yesterday, but we're not going to talk about that. Dude, this is so cool. Oh, I love this so far. Anyway, we're going to end this part off here. Or just, this section. I'll be back in a second to continue the review. And yeah, I really hope, I really hope that, dude, this is going to be... Y'all are going to love the second half of this episode, trust me. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Continuing with the episode, we're brought back to the Hearthstone Manor. We're hearing some slight hammering from Welf's blacksmith chamber thing. And Lily apparently brought him food, and he's like, "Keep it down at night so we don't bother neighbors, okay?" And then Wolf just doesn't say anything in response. And then, that's when we see him. We see the owl again. Or the falcon, whatever you want to fucking call it. And he has a message. We're then brought to Hermes and Uranus together again, and he says, "The search of Daedalus Street by Loca Familia has begun in earnest. The reality is, we should see this as a race against time. The cornered Xenos will surely make a move soon. And they are likely to turn to Belle. But the problem is about this whole thing, right? The doors to Knossos, what we learn is the doors to Knossos, which connects to the dungeon, are being patrolled by Loki Familia. And I'm like, oh shit. That's not good. That is definitely not good. And then Uranus is like, even with reinforcements, a frontal assault would only lead to total defeat. But Hermes, like the sly fly he is, he says, but it isn't as though as there are no options at all. And then he holds it. He holds the book. He holds the book. Dies Paradise's notes. Which we actually learn are the blueprints for Knossos. Daedalus' notes. And I'm like, what the fuck? What? I was wrong? And then Uranus is like, I want that. And then Hermes is like, I had Achelos give them to me. The contents have been investigated. I can vouch for them. And says Uranus, I will take on bringing the curtain down on this uproar. And I'm like, damn. Of course, I will be expecting compensation. And says, what do you think? You want these notes, don't you? Don't you? I mean, they're pretty valuable. And I'm like, man, Hermes, you being real fucking sly. You being real fucking sly, homie. We're then brought to... Oh, yeah, so this is an important scene. So, we're in this house. I don't know which house it is, but we're in a house. I'm at the top floor of this house. And Asfi and Aisha are telling Ryu about the Xenos, and say first monsters possessing intelligence, the Xenos. Oh well, Ryu's. I think Ryu is repeating it, or someone's repeating it. They're just surprised by it. And Asfi says we lack manpower to ascertain the extent of the lull. We ask for your assistance. And they're asking Leon's assistance. Oh, dude. I love that Ryu's being more involved in this season. But I love how it's not like, oh yeah, involve her with whatever Bella's doing. And instead, like, she has her own little group with Aisha and Asfi. I like that. I'm a fan of it. It's a very unlikely band of folks, but I like it. And, okay, so this is another interesting thing. So Asfi says, if, Ryu, if you help us, I promise to provide you with the information on the remnants of Evolus. And I'm like, ooh, that's cool, that's good shit, dude, that's awesome. She's sure to agree. And then Aisha says, but regardless of whether they speak or have intelligence, they're still monsters. I think she's going to say that. The thought of, oh yeah. So she's not all for the thought of saving monsters, and she just can't make sense of it. And then Ryu is just like real fucking pissed off. And Asfi not Asfi, fucking, there's so many people here. Aisha's like, oh yeah, but like, their existence doesn't matter. And then Asfi's like, rescuing the Xenos was the client's request. As you have joined Hermes Familia, you will also quietly obey, please. And then Aisha's like, I'm just not good at understanding things. And look, I can get behind that. And when it comes to the Xenos, I understand some things now, right? But any other thing, Aisha, I'm totally behind you with that. I'm just not good at understanding things. She's just not good at understanding things. It's simple. And she says, yeah, if I don't like it, I just might spit in your face and get violent. And then SV is like, oy vey. Oh, and this is where she... Oh, dude. And this is where SV reveals that Belle Cornell is also trying to show mercy to these beings you call monsters. And then that... And then Aisha's like, what the fuck? And then we smash cut to... God, there's so many... How do I know half of this shit, dude? How do I know all these places? Holy... Okay, sorry. We then smash cut to Mayak's place, and we see that Mayak is having a conversation with Take and Hephaestus, which we don't. I feel like we don't see often in the show, but we're seeing them now, which is pretty awesome. And Hephaestus is like, I'm not sure if helping the Xenos is the right thing to do. They're basically just talking about Xenos and all this kind of stuff, and they're saying that their existence is simply poisonous. And she's just saying the truth is that they've only brought chaos and confusion. But then Taki's like, all of them have difficulty deciding if they want to save them. And Mayak says, as of yet, we have not disclosed anything about the Xenos to our children. Damn. Oh, wait, hold on. TV has turned off again. It just happens. It's a weird thing. And then Hephaestus is like, are the Xenos really worth saving? And then Taki's like, you know, whether their existence is right or wrong isn't something we can decide. I'm like, yep. And then he goes on to say, but we can't just leave things like this. And then Mayak's like, right, then let's make our decision. And then we're just left there. We don't know what the decision is. But I'm assuming they're gonna be against, or maybe for. I don't know. Dude, this is interesting. We then flash cut to Lily translating this message, translating the little scrolls that they got from the fucking Falcon Eagle fella, and she's deciphered it. We actually see Welf out of his blacksmith hole for once, and they're all in the main room where all the meetings happen. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, folks. I thought I got a call. But no. Anyway, continuing. Lily realizes, Lily realizes that it was a letter from Fells. And says, I don't know if it was out of weariness of it being found by other adventurers, but the cipher was insanely complicated. And then Wolf picks it up from her hands, and then he's like, tomorrow night, head for the hidden door in Daedalus Street that leads to Knossos. And I'm like, oh shit, plan times. Additionally, I ask for your aid. And then Hestia continues to say, I prepared all sorts of magic items which will be useful to this operation. And I'm like, ooh. Or so it says. And they're like, it's just like an invitation from an evil god leading to a path of destruction. I'm like, path of destruction, evil god, huh? Arebius? Absolute malevolence? Belle's looking down. Like, real down. And then Essie's like, alright. Why don't we decide this now? We'll take the path we'll take from here. And she's like, do we save the Xenos and live as outcasts in Arario? Or do we abandon them and wait for our lives to go back to the way they were? And Belle's just waiting for everyone's replies. And he's thinking that, like, everyone's gonna say, no, let's leave him to die. Everyone's looking down, and then Belle says, I know what I will do. And everyone looks at him like, wow. He's like, I will save Ween and Lid and the other Xenos. And I'm like, oh, he just doesn't fucking falter, man. He just doesn't falter. And then he's like, I decided that that's what I'm going to do. But the rest of you, and then Wolf, dude, I was genuinely surprised by this scene because I legit thought they were all gonna like say no. We're not gonna help them. And I don't know why I thought that. I really should have more confidence. But Wolf then says, Hestia, can't we add one more option? And I'm like, oh? He's like, we handle things really well and return them to the dungeon. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's easy. And then no one blames us or criticizes us for it. Yeah, that's easy. Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. And she's like, no, well, and then Belle's like, huh? And then we learn what Welf's been doing all this time. And we learn that he's been hammering up some magic swords. And he says there's 3 more in my workshop. He shows like this really cool magic sword. It's not like extremely long or anything or like powerful, I guess. It's just like it looks cool. It's like an ice blade. It's like a blue blade or whatever. And then they're like, impressive as always. And then Lily's like, 5 days spent cooped up for 4 swords. Damn, it was 5 days? Holy shit, I was really well off. I thought it was fucking 2. What the fuck? Okay. She's like, couldn't you have managed to just 1 more for a sharper ending? And then Haruhi was like, huh? And he's like, even this took everything I had. And says, if we're gonna be out maneuvering adventurers and saving the Xenos, we can't just stand around being stubborn. And Belle's surprised. And then Hestia's like, Belle, everyone has been planning to do that from the very beginning. And I'm like, oh, this is so fucking wholesome. And they're like, there's no need to hesitate. They'll follow. We'll follow you. Don't worry. We'll always follow you. And Lily's like, Lily doesn't want to be. Yeah. Just basically the same thing. Everyone's just on his side, man. It's so. She's like, I'm used to being an outcast. So Wolf's like, don't leave us behind anymore. He's like, aww. And then he remembers what Seer said, which was, I'm sure there are true things that remain by your side. And I'm like, oh, his familia is true. And he starts crying, but not really. And then he's like, thank you, everyone. And I'm like, cliche, but whatever. And then Hestia is like, that's this. It's decided then. We're gonna save the Xenos together. And they all put their hands in on top of each other, and they're like, let's go save Ween and the others. And then we're brought to the streets. Where, oh, dude, this is such a cool scene. Where we see Belle and Lily, I think in Bomb's shop. Like, no joke. I think they're in Bomb's shop. And they're trying to gather They're trying to gather supplies. And Belle's trying to look behind the shelf. And this bookshelf literally fucking opens up. Like a cliche thing. And it opens up to, like, this mass assortment of, like, magical items. And I'm like, dude, that's so cool. It just looks so cool. That's all I can say. Like, different weapons and potions and daggers. And it's so cool. They're all surprised by it. And then in the next scene, we're brought back to the manor. And we're seeing that we see Welf demonstrate a gray cloak. A gray cloak. Or like a very darkish blue coat. Or not coat. Cape. Or robe. Whatever you want to call it. And he presses a button on it. And he's invisible. And I'm like, holy shit. They're gonna be invisible! And, you know, of course, Belle is surprised. And then Makoto's doing some stuff. They're all preparing. They're just all preparing. Haruhime sends something to the foot of the bird, of the eagle, falcon, whatever, to deliver back. And then we're brought to Hestia, holding the book in front of Uranus. And then we go to Fells saying, just now I received a reply from Belle and the others. They will give you their full cooperation. And the Xenos are like, hell yeah. And says, tonight we're going to leave Daedalus Street. Once we have forced our way through Daedalus Street, we will escape into the dungeon through Knossos. And Ween's like, okay, I got you. And Fells continues to say, I'm certain that the Loci Familia will have seen through everything. But as Uranus cannot take overt action, we have no other options. And fear, or I'm pretty sure it's Ray. Ray says, do we just need to reach the door? Won't the adventurers follow us? And then he's like, currently, we are the only ones who possess keys. As long as we succeed in running to the door, the rest should work out. And then Gross is like, what do we do about Fear, Let... Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, them are separated? Oh, wow. Okay, so Fear, Let, and others are separated. We learn. And Fel says, once the operation commences, we will send a signal. That is all we can do. Oh, man, that doesn't secure their survival then. And says, we are prepared for the adventurers to suspect something is amiss. And Ween's like, will Belle be coming with them? And Fel's is like, no. Belle will serve as a decoy. And I'm like, dude, I legit, when Fel said Belle will serve as a decoy, it reminded me of Haiku, which I haven't talked about in such a long time. Dude. The main character, I forgot his name, but the main character, I think his name was Hina, but whatever. The main character of Haiku, like he wants to be the top of the, like the greatest of the greatest. He wants to be like his idol, Tiny Giant. Dude, he wants to be like that, but on his main team of Focarinos, they call him the greatest decoy. And I'm like, oh my god! When I heard that Fells said Belle Cornell will serve as a decoy, I'm like, oh my god, it's Haiku! Holy shit! And then Ray says, Fells, you would use Belle. Like, how can you use Belle like this again? How dare you? And he's like, fiend, bag of bones. I hate Fells. Wait, listen to what I have to say, he says. And being bones has nothing. And they're all just pissed off at him. And then he says, given the chain of disturbances, Belle Cornell stands out too much. Now this is a really smart plan in my opinion. Because with Belle being a decoy, with Belle being a decoy, I mean everyone's just going to be attracted by them. Everyone's just going to be tunneled in on him. Because, you know, everybody fucking hates him. You know what I mean? And so if he's doing something sus, they're gonna try to stop him. Or they're gonna follow towards him, you know what I mean? And so he legit, just like the main character of Haiku, is gonna be the greatest decoy. I'll be right back in a second, because for some reason, I just need to go to the bathroom so many goddamn times in just this one recording. Anyway, I'll be right back. Let's finish this off. So, what happens next is, he's just saying it's most suitable for him to do that. But Lid is like, but relying on Belle again just caused them all this trouble. They just really feel bad. And Vels is like, please, understand, they're the only ones we can rely on. And he's not wrong. And it's like, shit. And then Wing reassures Lid and says, Lid, Haruhime taught me this. On the surface, they have a thing called repaying kindness. He's like, repaying kindness, and she's like, yeah. She said, you give the person who helped you all kinds of things to say thank you. So one day we can help Belle lots. We can help Belle and the others lots and lots. And I'm like, we're gonna help them lots and lots, huh? I wonder if that's gonna happen. I wonder if that's gonna happen soon, maybe. I wonder if the plan's gonna go wrong. And then Lid's like, you've changed, man. I can't say how exactly. She's like, really? He's like, alright. Then once this is all over, we'll repay Belle and the others a lot of kindness. And all the Xenos agree with that. And then the meeting starts. So Fells frickin' raises his phone thing, his phone sphere, and they start to have a discussion about the Xenos, between the Xenos and Hestia Familia. And Fells is like, can you hear me, Belle? And Belle's like, I can hear you. And Noreen's like, it's Belle. I'm like, Ween is such a child. And he's like, Ween! And then they're just all the Xenos are just like, hey, it's been a while, man. How's it going? It's so funny. Hestia, then the meeting actually starts, and Hestia's like, there are six entrances to Knossos. Below Daedalus Street, to the northeast, northwest, west, southwest, southeast, and east. Hold on, I'll be right back. But according to our information, the Loki Familia has only made 4 defense teams. So that means two of the gates are, 2 of the entrances are unblocked, are being not guarded, which is like, that's awesome. That's gonna be easy. And that they've only found 4 of the doors. And Hestia's like, yep. Makoto then says, if we aim for the open doors, we can break through Loki Familia's forces. Right? And Hestia's like, yep. But as to which of the doors their forces are stationed at is something that we don't know. And I'm like, uh-oh, well, that's going to be a bit of a problem. And she says, even Uranus and the others haven't found that out. And it's like, ooh. And then Fells says, unfortunately, we do not have the time to investigate that in advance. And says, knowing the dangers, we must determine that as we proceed. Knowing the dangers, we must determine that as we proceed with the plan. Yeah, that makes sense. And Lily's like, oh, Ave, in that case, it doesn't seem like we're not gonna. It seems like we can't avoid clashing with Loki Familia. And I'm like, oh, that's not gonna be bueno, folks. That ain't gonna be bueno. And then, Fel says, we want to limit the scope. We want to limit the scope of the fighting to an absolute minimum. And so that is where you come in, Belle Cornell. This is where Belle learns that he's gonna be the greatest decoy. We're then brought to Loki Familia having a bit of a meeting themselves on top of a tower in Daedalus Street. And it starts by Finn saying, Belle Cornell is a distraction. It is a distraction ploy. That is, he is being used as a decoy. And I'm like, damn, he already found us out. Whether it is of his own volition or not, he's in position to be used by the monsters and their leader. I'm like, damn. Looking at the sequence of events thus far, there is no question of that. While our attention is turned toward him, and while this whole speech is going on, we're seeing Raul, Aki, Alfia, Aes, Tiona, Loki. The enemy will head toward the nearest entrance to the labyrinth. So the place we must pay attention to is the place Belle Cornell is not. And I'm like, yep. Well, no, please don't. Defend the doors to Knossos to the very last. And what we must pay most attention to is that Black Minotaur, which is Mr. Atreus, man. It's awesome. When it appears, the first priority is its subjugation. The enemy will move soon. Do not let them have their way. Stop them with everything you've got. And then we're brought to Asfi, I'm assuming talking to Hermes, and Hermes is like, you know, the sage... What was he saying? Hold on. I'm just reading this line by line right now, because I have to. Hermes is then, the former sage may have had years of wisdom, but in standard practice, you can't outmaneuver braver. I'm like, oh, he's just too much clever. He's like Dream. And Hermes is like, how many magic items are capable of exceeding Finn's thinking? And he's like, if there's a means of escape, that would be it. But what's most important is, after all, him. And then there's a flash cut between Hermes, Finn, and then Belle. And, well, Hermes then says, Beru Klaneru. And then we're brought into the beautiful dusk of Arario in the streets. The camera pans down. We see Makoto and Welf in the invisibility cloaks running. Lily running another way. Hestia and Haruhime running another way. And then Belle, with his coat as well, saying, as he walks down Daedalus Street, we're going to save them. All of them. As he walks away into the dusk. And the outro begins to play. And once again, we complete another chapter. Another episode. Another series of scenes. In the grand scheme of things in Memoria Fris. Season 3. So the outro plays. Dude, what a build-up. So, holy lord. So Ryu knows about Xenos now. Ryu is possibly going to help them out. They have invisibility cloaks. Loki Familia is officially against Belle. And knows that Belle is somewhat of a leader to, or is a leader to the Xenos. This is going to be crazy. Holy Lord. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I think, if I'm not wrong, I believe I'm going to be recording, well, not. It's not that I believe. The crazy part about this, folks, is that right after, no. We'll talk about it in a minute. We're just waiting for the outro. And then, just like always, the episode ends off with the title of the next one. The title of the next episode is... Also, let's just lower this. The title of the next episode is called Invisible Forced Breakthrough. Now, I'm not going to make any theories, because, folks, we really just don't have time for theories. But I will have time for this. We're going to do our side story stuff. But before we do side story stuff, let me just say this really quickly. No. Yeah. We do side story 9. Let's do side story 9 first, and then we'll talk. After getting the secret letter from Fells, Bell and his party were off to a warehouse to get their sorcerer's magic item. Oh, it was a warehouse. Gotcha. Oh? I'm sure it's torturing him, but like, he has to... Yeah. He has to ignore it. He has to be strong. Aww, back in the day. He used to rule the world. This is adorable. Oh, don't give up, Belle. Please don't. Please don't. Like, seriously, just don't. Yeah! And for everybody else. That's my boy. That's my boy. You wish, huh? What do you wish you could do for him? Aww. Aww. Lily's like, aw, that's adorable. Oh? They're just using the same scene from from that one time. But still adorable. You always gotta love. You always gotta love. Now let's talk. So once again, I want to remind y'all, I'm recording this on the 16th of December. AKA episode, not the day of the upload day of episode 959. Now here's the thing. This is the first part, like you know, this has been the first part of, I think, 6 parts of Spin-off Spectrum Spectacular 2, which I have a title for. Well, the title is the for Spin-off Spectrum Spectacular 2, and that's cool and all. And I don't know if I've already mentioned it, but folks, we have the rest of the season. We're going to cover the rest of the season in this episode. Can you believe that? That's going to be fucking insane. So get ready for that. But here's a little thing. Next episode, or not next episode, but the next part of this episode is not going to be the review for episode 11, or 10. And instead, it's going to be the review, or not the review, it's going to be Liari's Book Club, Session 3. Yeah, get ready for that. I'm actually going to record Liari's Book Club, Session 3, like in about an hour or so from recording this. And so, get ready to see that, y'all. If you want, you can take a little break, because I know this episode is really, really long, probably. I'd say it's going to be, like, more than 6 hours, but I might be wrong. Might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but yeah. Anyway, thank y'all for watching this part, and I'll see you guys in Session 3 of Liari's Liari's Book Club. So, yeah, see you in a minute. Brrrr. Welcome to the second part of this spin-off Spectrum Spectacular 2. Just a quick thing. This is being recorded on the day after, or like the day of episode 961. thing is that I'm supposed to record this on, like, right after the review for episode 9, but I didn't, and I got sidetracked, and I have been sidetracked for, yeah. Anyway, we're here. It's Friday. Yeah. Alright, let's get into it, folks. Let's get into it. It's Liari's Book Club Session 3. Alright. So, let's look at how much we have left. So this is how much we've read, right? This is how much we have left. Now, I feel like for this, for these sections in this spin-off spectacular, we're not going to make them very long. Because look, folks, let's be honest. In this spin-off spectacular, in this spin-off Spectrum spectacular, we're more here for, the conclusion of season 3 than, I mean, we're also here for it's a peace breaker, it's supposed to, like, cut them up, cut up all the reviews and stuff, right? And so, anyway, what we're gonna do, so wait, is the camera delayed? No, perfect, alright. No, yeah, so we're gonna be doing this episode, or not what we're gonna be doing, but, since I don't want to do too much reading and all this kind of stuff, I'm only going to make the sections for these relaxing periods in between the reviews. I'm going to make these very short, like 30 minutes. So yeah, just thought I should mention that. But besides that, there's nothing else. Let us continue. The thing is, before we continue, can you actually see this? I hope you can actually see this, because I have this aligned in a position that is not incredible. Or maybe it is? I think we need a little more light. So hold on a minute, folks. Hold on. Is that good? No, that's too bright, right? It's too bright? Oh yeah, that's too bright. Alright, well I guess we'll just live with this for now. It's not amazing, but y'all can still see it, so. And I can still see it too, so that's what matters the most. Anyway. Last time, in the last session, Belle went to the Hostess of Fertility pub. He overheard Loki Familia talking about him. He ran out, and then he ran into the dungeon, fought a lot of monsters, had a pretty epic battle, came home just all bloodied and whatnot, and he's like, Hestia, I want to get stronger. And then Hestia says, I know. Now we're here with step 4, that's why I want to help. So, you have to give me another second, folks. I actually, you know what, we're gonna need the light. We're gonna need the massive light, which means I'm gonna have to turn off my lamp. So yeah. Anyway, we good? Are we good now? I hope we are. Alright. So, let's finally start off session 3 of Liari's Book Club. So, we're here, by the way. A long time ago, a group of gods came down to this world out of boredom. They found entertainment in the inefficient and wasteful cultures and businesses created by the children. Step 4, that's why I want to help. The unpredictability of this world interested the gods and goddesses so much that they decided to live here. Cheats are boring, so don't use them. Agreed. As well as agreeing not to use arcanum. Oh, so they spell it differently here. It's without a. It doesn't have a C. It has a K. Anyway, their divine power while living amongst humans. These gods and goddesses were worshipped because of their blessings. The fauna, the status update. That is the essence of their presence on Gekkai. Gekkai once again meaning overworld, I think. By entering a god's or goddesses by entering a god's or goddesses group, their familia, a person receives a blessing so that they can help their deity and make money to support them. This is the use and be used relationship between the gods and the children. But this is what I think. Joining a familia means becoming part of a god's family. I love that. Oh, I agree. Anyway, they're sleeping. This is adorable. Belle's like, Belle Cornell, level 1. Strength H, do you really want to read this? Yeah, we're going to read it again. Belle Cornell, level 1. Oh, and it's 2 L's, not 1. Okay. Sorry. Belle Cornell, level 1. Strength, H120. Strength 221, defense 181, utility 232, agility 313, magic 8. And he has no magic, and his skill is Liari's phrase, rapid growth, continued desire, continued desire results in continued growth, stronger desire with results in stronger growth. And Esty is like, he's growing too fast. This isn't growth, it's a leap. Yeah, it's certainly abnormal, I'll tell you that one. If all adventurers grew at Belle's pace. Oh yeah. Wait, are we talking? Oh yeah, we're talking Hestia. If all adventurers grew at Belle's pace, most of them would have passed the level mark and become grade 3 adventurers a long time ago. Belle is catching up to other level 1 adventurers whose careers are 2, even 3 times longer than his own at a breakneck pace. He's in a hurry to grow, and the reason for it is it's Ace, and she's pissed off. I low-key just said she's pissed off, pointing at Belle. Right here, by the way. Belle, would you mind if I just tell you your status today? Sure, I don't mind, but I'll cut to the chase. You're growing at an extremely rapid rate right now. Huh? So fast that you're blowing all the other adventurers out of the water. A skill called Liari's phrase is the reason he's growing this fast. It's a rare skill. No one else can know about this. There are many kinds of skills. There are many kinds of skills that adventurers can learn. Most have similar effects, but the skills that only one adventurer has, or at least very few, are called rare skills. Okay. We got more exposition. It's just exposition after exposition. Rare or original skills will draw other gods and goddesses to the possessors like moths to a candle. Those idiots love anything interesting and new. They will stop at nothing to have their new toy, like spoiled kids. There are even some morons who ignore the possessor's contract and add them to their own familia. So I'm not being mean keeping this a secret from Belle. Well, jealousy toward that Wallen something girl. That Wallen something girl is about 90% of it. That boy isn't good at hiding things. But I feel bad. I'm not saying a word. That's where you are now. Any idea why? Well, last night I went down to the 6th floor. Whoa! You don't go deeper without armor. I'm sorry. Putting that aside. For some reason your basic skills are growing at a frightful rate. Kind of a growth spurt. Oh? I think you have the fact that you have survived this long in the dungeon alone without a teacher is proof that your talent and disposition are suited to being an adventurer. You will get stronger. I know it. I also know that is what you want, to be stronger than you are now. I want you to promise me not to overdo it. Swear that you won't do something like last night again. I beg of you. I won't get in the way of your wish to get strong. I thought that was Bell. I won't get in the way of your wish to get strong. Actually, I respect it. I want to support and help you along the way. So, please don't leave me. And then Belle's like, no. I won't overdo anything. I'll work hard and give it my all. Give it my all to become stronger, but I will never leave you, goddess. Aw, look, I don't know if y'all can see that. Oh, that's it. He's so adorable. He's so adorable. Sounds like I've got nothing to worry. Sounds like I've got nothing to worry about then. Belle, today, no for the oh wait. Oh, okay. Sorry. We're here. Belle, today, no. For the next few days, I'll be out. Eh? For your job? Nope. I thought I'd say hello to some friends at a party. Wasn't planning on going at first. Been a while since I've seen them every day. Card, celebration of the gods, ayo. Belle's like, Oh, wait, y'all can't see some of this stuff, right? This is fine. We are fine. Oh, we're going back to the hostess of we're going back to the pub. Pog. Oh, yeah, because oh, right, he dined and dashed. Is that what I think that's what it's called. Gotta face the music. Excuse me. I'm terribly sorry, but we're not open yet. I'm not a customer. Are Sierra Flover and the owner, are Sierra Flover and the owner here right now? We're here, by the way. I know that I'm, like, covering half of the fucking words, but anyway. The Dasher from last night, meow! The white-haired punk made Sierra like him, then threw her away like trash, meow. You will be silent. Oh, wait. That's Ryu, right? Yeah. You will be silent. So fast. Belle? We're here, by the way. I'm just gonna keep on saying it. Hey, so, we're here. I'm sorry about yesterday. I took off without paying. It's okay, don't worry. I'm glad that you came back. Here, this is what I didn't pay last night. Here, this is what I didn't pay last night. If it's not enough, I can pay more. Your apology's enough, and I needed to apologize too. What? What would you need to apologize for? Seer's not gonna say. If you're on your way to, you're on your way to the dungeon, yes? Is it okay is it okay? If it's okay, please take this with you. Huh? But I feel bad. I want to give it to you. Please. Oh, Siri, you're being so wholesome. I mean, I haven't even started reading, but, hello, Mia. Thanks, I'll take it then. The boys here, huh? I see how it is. Came to pay, have you? Ain't that nice? Hey, ladies, enough staring. Got some work to do, yeah? Seriously. If you were a day later, I'd have hunted you down and made you scream. That was close. Yeah, that was really... Yeah, okay, Mia. Okay. Seer, should you give that to him? You will have no lunch. Why are you suffering on his account, Meow? Okay, sorry, my mind just blanked. Seer, should you give that to him? You will have no lunch. Why are you suffering on his own account, Meow? It's obvious, Meow. That boy's Seer's. It's not like that! There you go. Now I can read. We're here, by the way. You should say another thank you to Seer. Without her word, you'd be swimming with the fishes about now. Not funny. Adventurers can't get by on looks alone. Getting stronger doesn't make you better. Just focus all your might on staying alive. Last one standing on both feet is the best. Got that? No matter how pitiful he is. Or she. Okay, hold on. Should we continue? Let's continue. So, I need the fan though. Hold on. I need a fan. I'm getting sweaty, folks. I need a fan. Oh, man, it's good so far. I'm enjoying it. I think we might actually be able to finish it. Imagine being able to finish the first manga in this spin-off spectacular. That'd be awesome. Okay, we're just gonna take a little intermission. I've kind of been off with the voice acting in this, or like voicing the characters here, but you know, it's all right. I think. Anyway, we've had a little bit of an intermission. Let's continue. You didn't see the next page. Okay. Come back here then, and then I'll pump you full of booze. You'll be a winner. Oh yeah, We're by the way, guy, we're right here. Mamma mia, Mamma mia! Don't give me that nasty face. Oof. I was gonna do the Roblox oof, but then I coughed. Choked. You made me say that much. Don't go dying on me now. Count on it. Thank you. See you again. Alright. Okay. So, this is Ganesha Familia's home. I am... Wait, what? Is it really just called I Am Gan... Is this home actually called I Am Ganesha? That's funny. That's a huge home, man. It's also... Yeah, I don't like where that entrance is. But, you know, whatever. Ganesha-san goes all out, doesn't he? Ganesha-san, what are you even doing? Oh, so, continuing. Right here. Making the crotch the entrance. Has Ganesha lost his mind? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Or that's what I did say. Hey, continuing with saying things. Oh, look at all those tables. Oh, how are we gonna do Ganesha's voice? Welcome on and all. Yeah. Welcome one and all. I am Ganesha, your host for this celebration. Seeing so many attendees every time moves Ganesha deeply. This year's Filia is but 3 days hence. Please encourage your familiars to help out in any so good. Grab some to take home for Belle. Okay, wow. Oh, wait a minute. Is that? Wait. Okay, hold on. Let's read this. Wow. If it isn't lolly big boobs. Wait, is this? I'm confused. Is this... We'll see. Wait, she's alive? Yep, working at a street... Yeah, yep, working at a street stand. Getting her head patted, too. That's our lonely god. Oh, yeah, guys, by the way, I'm just right here. Just what are you doing? Been a while, Hestia. Is this Hephaestus? Yeah, it is Hephaestus. All right. I was confused for a second. She looks real good, man. Been a while, Hestia. By the way, you're taking too much. I'm happy to see you're doing well. Hephaestus! This is cool. I like this. It's the banquet, right? It's Freya! Oh my god, we're seeing so many people now. I wonder if we're gonna see Loki in a second. So you did come. I was right to come. What's that? I'll say this now. I'm not lending you a single Valis. How rude! Do I look like a goddess who would do that? Aren't you the one who lived off of me from the moment you got to Aurario? Now I don't need to eat from anyone else's plate. Then, what were you just doing? Then what were you doing just now? No, this food, there's gonna be leftovers anyway. Still the best of friends, I see. It's her! The goddess of beauty, Freya! I bumped into her over there. We've been walking around together. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Hestia. It's not that. I just don't like you very much. Oh? But that's what I like about you. But that's what I like about you, Hestia. and then again. Hey! Okay, am I gonna... Should I really do... Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do Loki's voice, guys. Oh. Hey, Phyton, Freya, shrimp. Hey, Phyton, Freya, shrimp. Those are the things I hate much more than you. Loki, what are you doing here? Oh yeah, by the way, I'm over here. What? You saying I need a reason to be here? You're the one sticking out here. Check out the mood shrimp. You're making quite the face, Hestia. Nice to see you again, Loki. I hear about your familia all the time. Sounds like you're doing well. I never thought I'd be hearing that from someone as successful as you are, Phyton. But yeah, my children are now my pride and joy. Mind if I brag? Hey, Loki. I want to hear about the Wallen something girl in your familia. Oh, the Kenki. I'd like to hear about her too. What's that, Shrimps? Got a question for me? Check the window to see if pigs are flying. I don't think they are. Are there any men in a relationship with the Kenki? A's is my fave, dummy. Never letting her get married. Nobody ever gets her. Anyone tries to take her, I'll tear him in half. Strange timing for a. It would have been so much easier if she already had someone. Guess it won't be that easy. Yeah, it's really not. A little late to say this, but it's rare to see you in a dress, Loki. Well, you know, heard a certain shrimp was coming to the party. A certain goddess too poor to wear a dress. Came to laugh in her face. You're hilarious! Oh, guys, this is... Oh. Revealing to the world how flat you are just to get a laugh. How many men have fallen from the cliff of despair that is your chest? Oh my lord, guys, this is... Okay. Hey, look at this. Familia, a god's family. The god blesses members... Also, can you see... Oh, yeah, you can see them. Oh, no! Oh, no! I'm sweating, guys. This is terrible. Okay. God's family. The god blesses members of their own group to create a familia. A familia's activities revolve around their god's hobbies and making money. Examples include conducting business, founding a country. What the... prowling the dungeon, etc. When two gods are in conflict, their familias may go to war. Holy Lord. Well then, that was eventful. But unfortunately, folks, we're going to have to close the chapter on that. I think we'll actually be able to finish the rest of this volume by the end of the extravaganza, by the end of the spin-off spectacular, you know what it's called. Anyway, now that we've done that, folks, let's get into episode 10. Let's go review episode 10. Oh, dude, this is gonna be so cool. This is gonna be so... Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see what happens. As of right now, I still haven't watched it, but I will watch it soon. Anyway, until what? No. I will see you guys in just, like 3 seconds, for the review of episode 10. Invisible Breakthrough, something like that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like that. Alright, anyway, see you guys in a hot second. Man, sometimes, and I'm recording this just a few minutes after watching it, and I'm also recording this the evening of episode 964, I think. There's just sometimes, I forget why and how much I love this series, how much I love this game, how much I love the anime based around the game. I just sometimes forget that. I sometimes forget what I love about it. I forget sometimes, man. I really do, and it's really unfortunate. It really sucks. But this episode really just... I feel like every episode this season has just made me, realize or, relive my love for the show. It's so good, man. It's so good. That introduction out of the way. Ladies and gents, welcome to the review of Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon 3? Episode 10, Invisible Forced Breakthrough. The third part to this spin-off Spectrum Spectacular. Which, man, how long is this going to take for me to upload? Jesus, it's Monday, folks. It's Monday. Alright, there's 4 days until fucking Christmas. I want to get this out on Christmas, because I feel like this would be... Dude, actually, no, not on Christmas. Dude, what would be awesome? Dude, what if I release this video on fucking New Year's? Oh, that would be such a good last video for the year. Imagine. Oh, that would be so good. I'm all for that. I'm totally down with that. Oh, dude, that would be so good. That would just be amazing if this was the last video for the year. Oh, dude. That'd be really cool. Like legitimately. That would be really good. And I'm just gonna go on a bit of a tangent here. But man, last year's last video, I think, was me saying, like, oh yeah, guys, I'm sorry for not finishing Winter Reverie or something. Something along those lines. It was a pretty, I'm sure I was happy, but it wasn't a grandiose episode. Dude, that would be so fucking cool. How awesome would it be if this episode, if this spin-off Spectrum Spectacular came out on the fucking 31st of December, the end of 2020. Dude, that would be so cool. Oh, I really want to do that now. And plus, it gives me more time. Because after this review, I still have one Liari's book club session. Or actually, no, I have two. Because if I'm planning on releasing this on New Year's, I actually have to make a third one. Oh God, yeah, I have to make a third one because it's been 3 weeks without Liari's book club sessions. So I got to do 3 book club sessions. Oh, dude! Oh, this is gonna be so I have time. This is so fucking cool. You know what else is so fucking cool? Episode 10. Now, like I said, this episode, just like many other episodes of Season 3, just all of them actually, reminded me of how much I fucking love this show, of how much it really just pulls me in, like, if that makes any sense. Like, it just pulls you in. It makes me happy. It made me remember how clever the show is, how like 10 billion IQ this thing is. I forget sometimes. And I forget how funny it is sometimes. I just forget stuff, man. Oh, I just forget stuff. And I'm so glad to be reviewing this episode. Because folks, last episode was a bit of a build-up. It was a bit of a preparation, if you will. And this episode, dude, this episode was chaotic. Dude, this episode was to the insane. Alright? This episode was F to the unny. Alright? This episode was just so cool. Alright. I'm gonna stop. I'm actually gonna start reviewing it. But I wanna say one last thing. Alright. I honestly think that fucking, what do you call it? I honestly think that, no, you know, I'm not even gonna say. Alright, so, let's start reviewing it in 5, 4, 3, 2, oh yeah, baby! So, we start the episode off, with the 4th, maybe 5th, 20th time this season, with Aina. And we're at the guild, obviously. And, oh no. That was a uh-oh moment right there, folks. By the way, just, wait. Sorry. I gotta play the episode and whatnot. So, here's an interesting thing about this episode. Just in review-wise. I actually, have... I still... Oh, well, you probably wouldn't know this, from, like, from Liari's Book Club Session 3. You know, like, the last part of this video, or the previous part of this video. But I currently have an ear infection. And I can't put on headphones, or my right ear is just going to just die. So I actually can't hear a single goddamn thing the characters are gonna say in this episode during the review, with headphones on at least. But I have put the volume up just a tad bit so I can hear it. Anyway, we begin the episode at the guild. Aina's frustrated and writing, like, signing all these documents, and she's, like, really ticked off, and she's really ticked off about fucking Belle not visiting her. Because usually Belle, goes to her for advice and all that. And she just gets really mad. And Misha's scared, and she's like, and she's just mad, man. She's just mad, and I mean, anything I can say. She's just mad. And Misha tries to quell her anger, and then she's like, then she starts questioning what she is to Belle. And then she starts being sad, and then she's like, I've never cried in front of a man before, and then she's like, screw it, I'm gonna find Belle. And basically she goes to find Belle, or no, wait, she's on her way to find Belle, and tells her the head honcho, not the head honcho, the fucking what was his name? You know the guy that I talked about, like, episodes and episodes and reviews ago? Remember when Aina was trying to, like, quell the whole crowd after Ween had appeared in public? Remember that she was sent back inside she was sent back inside by Lumen and her, like, her higher up. Actually, let me go back in the episode just slightly. It's a team leader. All right. Yeah, so she starts walking out of the guild, and as she's like, team leader, I'm going out on my rounds, and and both the team leader and Misha are just absolutely terrified of Aina. because Aina just slams the door. Aina just slams the door on them, being like, folks, she's really fucking pissed. She's really ticked off. Okay. So she decides to leave after blaming the organization, after blaming the guild, or not the guild. She says a little thing that's like, oh yeah, because she was signing paperwork on the team's leader, but like, hey, what about the paperwork? She's like, if it doesn't get filled, that's the organization's fault. Anyway, she leaves the guild. She's like, I'll just go to him. And she's rightfully ticked off, man. She's rightfully pissed. Going through the streets, and she passes by Hermes and S.S.S.II, and I'm like, ooh, is she gonna join the whole? Is she gonna join the fray? Is she gonna join the cool part of the episode? But instead, she's walking. She passes by Hermes and S.S.S.II. Hermes is like, oh, hey, look, it's Aina, and then it's like, hey, oh, look, it's Aina. And then he's like, hey, Aina, how you doing? And then Aina's like, what? Like, she's super fucking like, dude, I don't know how many times we're going to be able to say that, but hopefully this is the last time I'm going to be able to say that. She is fed the fuck up. She is... I mean, you should just see her eyes. She looks like she has the eyes of a venomous snake. Like, holy lord. I mean, legit. The face of just... Oh my, okay. So yeah, she gets pissed off at Hermes. Hermes is terrified, like, what the and she's like, oh, sorry. We then see Aina with Hermes and his fee, sitting at a cafe, and they're talking about Belle, and is like, oh yeah, I'm on my way to see Belle, and Hermes is like, Belle, if you're looking for Belle, he's not at home. And to sum it up, Hermes is like, all right, I'll tell you where he is, but you got to do me a favor. And the favor is, the fuck was that noise upstairs? Okay. The favor will come clear later in the episode. But basically, she has to do something for Hermes, and yeah. And then Aina accepts. Well, she doesn't accept. We don't know if she accepts or not, but we kind of do, since I said that whole thing will play later into the episode. But instead, we are brought to Daedalus Street, to Daedalus Street. We are back to Daedalus Street. The sky's purple, Belle's walking through the streets in his invisibility cloak. Adventurers are noticing him. He's like, hey, it's a little rookie. I'm gonna fucking beat the shit. I'm gonna fucking beat him up. And then Belle's like, this is alright. This is good. Don't be afraid. And says, we're gonna get everyone back to Canosos. And I'm like, yeah, boy! And he's like, we won't fail. And then the camera pans up to the purple sky as it turns night. And then flash cut to the intro. And oh man, we have begun the episode. Holy shit. Now, this review, I just want to, seeing as I'm probably not going to be doing as much pausing, because, I've just finished watching this episode, like, not even 30 minutes ago. Since it's, like, so recent in my head, I kind of know everything that's going to come up, like, perfectly. Because despite this episode being so complex as it is, which I don't know if I mentioned, it's actually pretty simple what ends up happening. There's also a few twists, if you will. So yeah, this is gonna be a chill review because this is gonna probably be one of the shorter reviews. Although it probably won't at the same time because I'm gonna talk about some stuff. So just a quick thing. I'm so sorry. No, not really sorry, but it's a really funny thing that it's like every time I review an episode, or every time I review an episode, or I do what do you call it? Or I do like Liari's not Liari's book club. Every time I review an episode, I'm always like so hyped up, and I'm always cursing and all that. Even though I curse normally in these episodes, I don't know why that's such a problem. Like, look, I label all my videos not for kids. All right, even though I am a bit of a child. Even though I'm a little bit of a child. Anyway, continuing with the episode. We're brought to the top of one of the towers in Daedalus. I'm assuming Finn's there. Yeah, Finn's there. And we see other towers in the distance that I'm assuming are also Loki Familia. And Finn is there. Finn in his little area camp, is with Ace and I think Elfie. I think it's Elfie. It's Elfie. The girl with the purple robe or the purple cloak, and the maroon type hair. It's hold on. This one right here. Where is she? Sure, we got her. I'm sure it's Elfie, right? Should be. We have so many characters, guys. Elfie. No, wait, what? Elfie. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we don't have Elfie as a character, I don't think. Okay, never mind. But yeah, it's a character. And Finn's basically like, all right, we have every door to Knossos under our control, right? And I'm like, But of course, Elfie's like, yeah, we got it. We're good. And says, Reveria, Gareth, and the others are there. And then Finn jumps over like he's a fucking... I'm not even gonna say it. Finn's just like, all right. So where are the monsters? Where are the monsters gonna go? Where are they headed? I wanna get to them real quick. And then Aki interjects and says, Belle has appeared in the southeast districts. And so Finn if you remember from last episode, Finn basically just deduced instantly that Belle is a diversion. Which is like, well, that's a problem. They already figured out the plan. That sucks, right? Right? So, Finn just reiterates the fact that Belle is a diversion. And that the monsters will probably appear in a different district. Which makes sense. That sounds like a logical plan. And since, he doesn't want all of his familia, since he doesn't want all of Loki familia to be on Belle, being that he's a diversion, he only sends out one person. And that person is the one and only, it's the one and only Ace. But it's not because he's like, okay, yeah, it's not like it's because, Ace is the closest to him. It's not like Ace is like right next to him. Ace actually requests that she goes to watch him, and I'm like, okay, okay. And Finn actually just shuts that down instantly, saying that she's supported him too much. But she's like, no, that's alright, man. I'll do it. I'm gonna let him go. I will stop him. And if monsters appear, I'm gonna defeat them. I'm a bit of a tanky. Stuff. And then Finn just completely swayed over in a second. He's like, okay, Ace. Okay, Eyes. Why the hell not? So then, we're brought back to Belle, walking through Daedalus Strait with his invisibility cloak, and then we get a call from good old Hestia. So, I love this episode. And I've said this multiple times. Belle goes ahead, off into not so much of an open alleyway, and, pulls out his freaking magic sphere to talk with Hestia. And Hestia's like, Hestia says that the residents of Daedalus Strait have been guided to the guild. Oh wait, is the episode? And that they've all been evacuated. And that they'll proceed with the operation. So, we actually are brought to Hestia, who's with Haruhime. And I love this episode because in this episode, for the first time, I feel like ever, we actually see a proper operation. Like this is a proper operation, folks. Like we got a map. We got, you know, fucking like radios kind of thing. Like we got what do you want to call them? We got comms. You know, we got communications. We got maps. We got intel. We got fucking drones and shit, dude. It's so cool. It's like it's so good. Anyway, so Belle's like, all right, we'll proceed, and Haruhime has her own little freaking magic stone marble thing, and tells Wealth and Makoto to turn at the third corner. And at first I was like, what do you mean? How do you know this? But it's because, and this is a really cool thing, dude, they legit have GPS trackers on them. Hestia Familia members, you know, Belle, Wealth, Lily, Makoto, all have like GPS trackers on them, and they're all routed back to this map that Haruhime and Hestia are looking at. And what they look like on the map are just feathers. And it looks so cool because it's like the feathers just move around the lines of the map of Daedalus Street. And it's just so cool, man. You see this in modern day, you know, like on fucking Google Maps and, well, you know, like GPS tracking fucking things. But I just think that it's cool. I think that it's so cool that we see it here. Oh, we're seeing so many technological advancements in the fucking show, and it's so cool! Yeah! Anyway. Hestia then thanks Haruhime for, you know, continuing to, I guess, just give directions. And then Haruhime... Oh, yeah, so... Why didn't I even think about this? So apparently where they get all this... So apparently all this, like, magic item and shits come from is from Fells. These were some of the magical items that Fells gave them. And I'm... Dude, that's awesome. Dude, Fells is so cool. Fells isn't a fool. Fells is pretty cool, man. So we continue... And we see the... Oh, dude, we literally see the feathers. The peoples move. And basically just reiterates what I was saying before. Haruhime reiterates, not only do we know everyone's locations, but we can communicate with them. And Hestia's like, yeah, and right here... Oh, yeah, they also have the fucking notes. Hestia has the notes. The Daedalus notes. And says, with these, we should be able to guide everyone. Yeah. We're then brought back to Belle. Walking through the street still. And he passes by this adventurer with, like... He's like I think he's a synthrope. A blonde synthrope. And I think this guy is... I thought this guy was legit about to, like, stab Belle. But no, he didn't. And while Belle's walking past him, he's like, I gotta remember I'm a diversion. I gotta attract as much of Loki Familia and the other adventurers' attention as I can. And I'm like, good for you, Belle. You gotta be the ultimate, you gotta be the ultimate distraction. Oh, you have to be the ultimate boy. So, he comes to this corner. And, as he comes to this corner, we see Ace is on a nearby roof. And he notices. And we just see them staring at each other. And he's like, eyes, like, oh, fuck, man, she's here. Uh-oh. But the thing is that, you know, it's just eyes. He's like, ooh, this is bad. We need more people here. This is very bad. This is not what we planned. And so, Bell's like, all right, I gotta tell Leslie about this. The plan's not going right. And then, I'm pretty sure it's right after this line, where it's like, oh yeah, I have to tell my goddess. Where, like, where this episode just really gets most of its comedy from. So, Belle, out of nowhere, is just patted on the back by the one and only Naza. Naza, what? So, does that, it means that Mayak chose to help Belle. It means that, oh, I love you, Mayak is so cool, guys. So, we see Naza for, like, the third time in the entire run of the show. She's like, hiya. And Belle's surprised, man. He's real surprised. And then she's like, I'm here to help you. Because, I mean, I'm here to help you, I suppose. And then Belle's like, huh? And A.S. is watching all over. Like, just know, alright? Just know that Belle is about to have, like, 50 interactions with people, and A.S. is going to be watching all over them. And it really shows when A.S. says to herself, a woman? Yeah, I mean, we'll get back to that in a second. Naza's like, I don't know the circumstances, but you're probably chasing some girl's tail all over, and got caught up in some trouble again, right? Oh, Naza, you know him too well. And this is where we hear that this is a directive. I'm assuming a directive is fucking like an order from Mayak. And Mayak specifically said, don't ask anything and go help Belle for me. Oh, Mayak, you're so cool. And so, Naza's like, so whatever you want me to do, I'll do it, Belle. And says, don't treat me like we're not friends. And I'm like, oh, Naza, you're so great. And Belle's, I think Belle was literally about to cry, okay. So Belle's like, oh, thank you so much. Oh yeah, he is actually kind of crying. Oh, and then Naza just mentions that he is a cryberry. Berry, yeah. A.S. continues to watch over this. And he's like, he's getting a pat on the head? Huh? Only I do that, huh? She doesn't actually say that, but she does say, is he getting a pat on the head? And then we see from A.S.'s perspective that that Belle is just getting a little, you know, if you look from a certain angle, you could say that Belle and Naza looked to be kissing. But, you know, that's from a certain angle, not from A.S.'s angle, kind of, maybe, yeah. Anyway, from a closer angle, we see that Belle, instead of, well, you know, he was actually giving a magic item to Naza, which we'll see play out once again later in the episode. And then Naza's like, all right, I'll use this, thanks. And then Naza just goes off. Belle looks at Eyes, and he's like, man, I really gotta give her the slip, man, because Because, like, she's watching him like a hawk, man. She's watching him like an absolute goddamn hawk. But he's like, okay, I gotta somehow. And just as he's probably thinking about a way on how to get stuff done, on how to give her the slip, he's then called out by Aisha and Ryu, man. They're both there. And he's surprised, and I'm surprised. and he's so surprised that he's like, oh, Aisha, Ryu, and then fucking Ryu just shuts him up. And he's like, and then she's like, we heard about the situation from Andromeda. I'm like, oh yeah, this is so intense. And says, we have come to help all of you, knowing that. If there's anything you want us to do, we'll hear you out. And so then Belle and the two of them start talking about a plan. We don't hear the plan because then we're brought back to Aes's perspective, who then says, more women? This time 2 of them? And then we go back to, Belle, Aes, and Belle, Aisha, and Ryu. And Aisha and Ryu are like, really, do you want us to do that? Really? I mean, we'll do it, but like, still. Belle's happy, and then, well, to put it simply, Aisha just gets a little too comfortable with Belle, says, I want to be repaid when all this is over. Belle gets a little bit more uncomfortable. Ryu tries to protect Belle from Aisha, and I mean, that's all you really need to know. And then they're just fighting. And then Aes is like, or the Eyes is like, he's being hugged? And I'm like, oh, Aes. Oh, Eyes. Oh, Aes, you're so oblivious. Oh my god. Oh my god. Then the fight ends and both of them run away, and then Belle's like, oy vey. And then he looks up at Eyes and he's like, man, she's really staring at me, man. Like, what the fuck? And then we get our first tie-in. Then something, you know the first thing in the episode that comes back? Or that I said would come back? Well, it comes back now. And it's in the form of Aina. Oh, vey. So, Aina's still frustrated, still ticked off, and she's just marching towards Belle. Belle's like, Aina? And he's like, why are you here? And then she's like, because no matter how long I waited, you never showed up. And I didn't notice it before, but she mentions it after this conversation with him. She's wearing a bracelet, which, again, we'll learn later, but I feel like I should just say it now. It's the item that Hermes, it's the favor that she was supposed to go through with as requested by Hermes. And basically, she's supposed to give a bracelet to Belle. I don't know what the bracelet does, because a little bit of a spoiler alert. We actually don't get to see what it does at all in the episode. Because, spoiler alert, she fucking forgets to give it to him. Anyway, she's pissed off, and she's like, so I came to you, and then Belle's like, I'm sorry, man. I just, I felt so uncomfortable about everything. I didn't know how to face you, and I'm like, oh, Belle, you're so adorable, man. Yeah. Oh. And then it's like, still, you could have gotten in touch with me, right? And, being Aes, just watching all of this, I can just imagine I can just imagine. Like, look, let me explain. Let me tell you something. If I was eyes in the situation, right? If I was standing up there and watching over Belle, you know, having a right eye on Belle, right? And seeing him interacting with all these women. Oh my, I mean, look, and I saw after, like, him talking to Naza and Ryu and Aisha, and then Aina just walking up to him and just saying, like, oh yeah, still, you could have gotten in touch with me, couldn't you? And guess I'm just some woman when you see when it's convenient, aren't I? And honestly, without the whole context of Belle and the show and everything, I legit would have thought that this guy was a two-timer. I would have thought Belle was just a real scumbag, man. But thankfully I didn't. The good thing that I don't think about that now. Anyway, Serena's pissed off. How many more times do I have to see that? She's pissed off, and after Aina says all the stuff she says, I was like, putting it like that invites all kinds of misunderstandings. And she's like, at any rate, until you tell me everything I want to know, I'm not letting you go back home. and he's like, wait. And then as they're fighting, Ace is like, yet another woman? Oh my lord. It's only been women. Is Belle a delinquent? And I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. Ace, you're so close, yet so far. Anyway. Oh yeah, this is the funniest part. So, Belle and Aina are still fighting, but instead of seeing it from Aes's perspective or their perspective, the audience is reminded that Belle has a phone, has a radio, if you will, and it's just constantly on, and the receiving line obviously goes to Hestia and Haruhime, and we just hear Aina, please let me go, just ring out, and Haruhime and Hestia are like, man, this is really unfortunate. It seems like something's happening, but, you know, whatever. Can't do anything right now. We're then brought back to the map, which, you know, they're surrounding. And we see that Wolf and Makoto are close to where the Xenos are. And so they're about to go down. They're about to go down. And before they do, we hear we see Lid, you know, just talking about, you know, I guess being outcasts and the shadows best suits us. We see Ween, we see the Xenos, and then we see Wolf and Makoto, and they're like, sorry to keep you waiting, and, oh, dude, they're so happy. Yeah, freaking Xenos are like, yeah, this is awesome. And Wolf and Makoto are like, yeah, this is so awesome. And Ween, of course, is like, is Belle gonna be alright? And, you know, Gross is like, you know, have faith, man. Have faith. He saved your life. Well, actually, he didn't save, whatever. And so Ween is like, alright. And then Fells tells Lid to... Well, it doesn't specifically tell him what to do, but Lid basically roars, just screams, and the screams of the other Xenos hiding out in different places, in different parts of Daedalus Street, start roaring as well. And everybody hears this. You know, just everybody hears this, including Belle. And Belle's still being watched over by Ace, and Anis still has Belle. Ace looks away, and then we're brought back to the Xenos. Lid jumps down, he stopped yelling, and Ray is like, oh, we heard the scream, like, we heard the noises of Fear and Let, as well as Arles and Helga. But they didn't hear the scream of... And I know that I know that I called him Atreus last episode, or like in the last review that wasn't in this episode. But now I know how to say his name. It's Astereus. Yes, Asteris. So it's not Atreus, it was Asteris. It's Astereus. So there you go. It's Asteris. So they can't hear Asteris' voice. But Lid's like, he wouldn't fail to reach us. And they say he's either hiding or... And Fuzz is like, well, we gotta move. We gotta move, man. We'll have faith in them. And then the camera pans down to this stairway. And at the bottom of the stairwell, we see him. We see Astraeus. And it seems like he's a bit weak. I'm gonna be honest. But, you know, besides that, he's looking fine. But, even though I thought he was weak, man, still, the camera still goes in for a close-up, and his eyes light up, and he starts to get hungry, man. He is ready to just, he's ready to kill, man. Man's ready to murder. And, with that, we have hit the halfway point of the episode, of the review. Whew, alright, so this review might actually not be short at all. I thought it was going to be short because of what happened in the beginning. But it seems like I'm just reading the lines at this point. It's just a word per word play of the episode. So looking at the time, like I said, we're halfway through the episode. But halfway through the episode doesn't always mean halfway through the episode in the sense of like, you know, the other episodes of the season. But now we are literally halfway through the episode. We're 11 minutes and 26 seconds in. And oh man, this is gonna be great. I'm so glad to tell you what happens in the second half of this episode. And you best be ready, folks, because if you're not, well, you really should be. And more importantly, get yourself just so much, like, not so much, get yourself some snacks. Maybe some water. Clear your mind a little bit. Because we're about to see some twists. We're about to see some 10,000 IQ plays. And also, we're gonna see some real diversions, folks. But yeah. I'm gonna just, you know, like, end this, like, you know, thing right here. I'll be right back. We'll be right back to continue to review episode 10, Invisible Force Breakthrough. Alright, I totally just didn't take a 40-minute break. Let's continue. So, right after we've hit the halfway mark of the episode, we're brought to Freya and Otaro, and I'm like, huh? I mean, I know that we saw Freya's reaction, or like we saw something from Freya in the last episode, but I didn't think we'd see her again this season. So we see Freya and Otaro. They're staring out into the night on top of a bell or whatever. And Freya's like, Otaro, hold on. I need to get myself back into this. She basically tells Otaro, like, oh yeah, do you have a moment? You know, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to make a move. Because, I mean, please. I mean, I really need you to make a move. Because, I mean, this is really getting boring. And so he's like, alright, I'll make it possible. Also, you can probably hear the music in the background. I gotta lower this volume down. I gotta lower it. So, that means I'm probably not gonna be able to hear a single thing now. Well, that's fun. Anyway. So, Otaro agrees that he's gonna intervene. And then we're brought to the adventurers. And the adventurers are like, where are those monsters coming from? And they're running through the streets. They're trying to find where the monsters are coming from. And as they're running through the streets, we're brought to this, hold on, I'm just gonna charge the controller. We're brought to this alleyway where Lily's just crouched up and covering up her ears. She's like, I hate this. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. This is so scary. I just hate this so much. And so, and she's just questioning herself, like, why do I do this? Why am I doing this? But despite that, so I'm sure this is gonna surprise most of you, maybe. But yeah, the first part of this episode was recorded, like I said, well, not this episode, but this part of the episode. Or not this part, but the start of the review of episode 10. Yeah, 10. Like I said, that was recorded the day of episode 964. I am now here to tell you that that the second part of this is being recorded on the day episode 970. If you're wondering why it took me so long to get back to it, well, it's because I was interrupted and then Christmas came, and then yeah, it's the 27th. So it's currently 3-4 days until the release of this video, and I still have 3 episodes to review. Or no, I have 2. I have 2 episodes to review, and then I think 2 Liari's Freeze sessions to do, or not Liari's Freeze, Liari's Book Club sessions to do. So I still have 4 things to do, and anyway, this is also the part of the episode, or part of just this giant thing, because this whole spin-off Spectrum Spectacular thing is really just being filmed throughout like 20 or so episodes, and so this is being recorded, like I said, on the day of episode 970, but it is also being recorded in the middle of Merrimia Freesmas. I don't know if this episode It's like this gigantic episode is called Merrimia Freesmas, and then the title of the spin-off Spectrum Spectacular. I don't know, but what I do know is that I'm here. We're finally here, and like I said, if you're wondering why Hermes is here, is because the last episode that I did, we were doing the Hermes Interact. That was fun. Anyway. Let's get back to the to episode 10. So, last time on the review, which was really just 2 minutes for you, but it was like a week ago for me, I was telling y'all how Lily was all going like, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I don't want to be here. Why? And then she calms down, and she's like. Also, can I just lower this a bit? She calms down, and she's saying a prayer, and then I'm assuming it's gonna turn her into the blonde version of herself. But no. And this is something that I'm really surprised about. Because I feel like I always felt as Lily could only transform into the blonde version of herself. But no. She turns into a rabbit. Similar to Arl's. And she jumps out of the alleyway as a rabbit, which is like, okay, yeah, cool. I mean, it's just Lily. She jumps out of the alleyway as a rabbit, and then the adventurers are like, whoa, one just appeared, go after it, and then she starts running away. They start using magic. She's like, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. And so Lily's running away as a rabbit, or as an almirage, and then she she gives them the slip. She gives the two adventurers the slip and dives into another alleyway and then turns back into Lily. And then the adventurers are like, hey, have you seen the bunny or the almirage? She's like, it went that way. And I'm like, oh, dude, that's so smart. She just says her hate, that she hates this again. And yeah, anyway. She runs off, and then I'm assuming that she turns into more monsters. And, like, in front of adventurers, and the adventurers keep on chasing it, and then she keeps on. I'm assuming that pattern is continuing, because, Belle can hear all this, and it's just noises. Everyone's like, hey, it's there, hey, it's there, hey, it's there, and all that kind of stuff. So then we're brought back to Belle. Who's still with Aina, and who still has AS watching him. And he's like, Lily's made her move. I have to too. And he's like, Aina. And he's like, huh? And he's like, I'm sorry. You can get as mad as me. You can get as mad as you want at me later. She's like, wait, what? No. And then she forgot. And then she forgot. It's coming back now, folks. She forgot to give him the bracelet that Hermes told her to give him. And she has the flashback with the, I'd like you to give this to Belle. And then Aina's like, I missed my chance to give it to him. Well, there's a problem. Huh? It won't come off? Uh-oh. And then AS goes ahead and runs off and, trying to follow Belle, And the other adventurers are after Belle as well. So Belle's running. Everyone's chasing after him. He's headed towards this well, or like this sort of open square. And there's a well in the middle of it, and he's like, I'm gonna end up failing, man. I'm gonna end up failing. And so what he does, what he's like is that I'm just gonna have to give her and everyone else the slip all at once. And so, like I mentioned prior, the second half of this episode is just full. Well, I mean, the entire episode really is just filled with so many twists and turns, and is so comical. I mean, I think we got past the comical bit, but now, oh my god. Okay, so he's gonna give him the slip, right? And so he jumps into this open area with the well, and then 1 second he's there, and then the next he isn't. And the adventurers and AS are like, the hell? Where'd he go? So I'm thinking this man fell into the well. Like, I'm thinking that that's what happened, right? But I'm like, surely not, right? Like, he wasn't far enough. And then out of nowhere, this aroma, or like this, this aroma starts flowing around the adventurers, and it makes them hallucinate, or makes them think that they can see Belle. And I'm like, wait, what the heck? How? When did he do this? And then we see behind some pillars in the area that it was Naza, and I'm like, oh, that's why. That's what Belle gave Naza. Oh, okay. I mean, that's pretty cool. And so then she's like, where the hell did he manage to acquire something like this? And I'm like, from the one and only Fells. And so AS is watching over all these confused adventurers in this open area. And she's like, where the hell did he go? Like, he disappeared? And I'm also a little confused, but then everything just makes sense. And we see him invisible under the bridge he's standing on top of, and he's like, thank you, Naza. And I'm like, oh my god, my man's with that fucking invisibility cloak. Let's get it, folks. So he walks off, but AS is like, no, I feel his presence. And I'm like, uh-oh. And here I'm thinking, okay, this is the battle between Eyes and Belle, and it's going to be... No, it's not. I mean, it's not going to be the battle. I mean, I'm not saying that it's probably not going to be crazy, but... She turns around and she doesn't see Belle. She sees the one and only Ryu. And Ryu is glowing with Haruhime's power, and I didn't catch up on that the first time, but I'm catching up on it now. She has Haruhime's power, the whole freaking Mishino Kozuchi, I think it's called. And so she's fired up and she's like, I'd like to spar with you. And then Eyes is like, really? Right now? Rina's like, yeah, like, right now, come on. And says, if not for a situation like this, I would not be able to cross swords with you. And I think this is a crazy scene. Because after seeing, like, they start fighting, right? And it's crazy and stuff. But I think that's like a crazy interaction, even though it was, like, really small. Because if y'all remember a Stray Record, freaking Ryu met Eyes when she was, like, super small. Like, Eyes was still, like, maybe, like, I don't know, 2? No. Or, like, 10 or 8. Like Ryu and Eyes met way back when, and they tried to battle each other, you know? And so I think seeing them battle each other now is like, wow. Wow. That's history repeating itself, kind of. And so they start fighting. Belle runs off, and then we're brought back to Haruhime and Hestia. And Haruhime is like, is that elf gonna be alright? And then Hestia is like, well, I mean, Wallen What's It? Oh my god, we're still calling Wallen What's It. Wallen What's It is still unbelievably strong, but Ryu is also strong, and I'm like, yep. Both of them are really, like, genuinely, both of them are really strong. I don't know which one could beat which one. I mean, obviously, it would maybe be, like, Eyes, but I don't know. And this is, of course, where Hestia says, by borrowing the strength of your level boost, she should manage somehow. Yeah. And then they're looking at the map. They're seeing one of the feathers, which I'm assuming is Belle. Yeah, I'm assuming is Belle. Belle's running away down the streets, and he's talking with Hestia and Haruhime, I'm assuming, and says to them, thanks to Ryu, I've managed to get some distance away from Eyes. And Hestia's like, awesome. Keep dragging adventurers and Loki Familia around like that and cause some distractions. And he's like, will do, man. So, after that little conversation, you know, we're still with Hesti and Haruhime. And they're just looking at how many lights, like how many, I'm assuming stations are, or like how many different stations are stationed on top of roofs in Daedalus Strait. Like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, like more than 10 maybe. Like outposts of sorts. And I'm assuming for Loki Familia. And they're just looking at that. And Hesti's like, Loki Familia is not falling apart, man. Their formations are just not falling apart. And so, then we're brought to one of the towers, that, you know, one of the outposts. And we see Finn is like, you know, there's monsters in the south. The Southeast Squad is also reporting monster sightings. And he's saying all this to Aki. And then we see Elfie. Yeah, Elfie. We see Elfie and you know, she's like, Belle. Belle's also in the southeast. And they say Eyes seems to be being held in place by someone. And so Finn's like, pay no attention to Belle. He doesn't matter right now. Eyes will return soon. Maintain current positions. And then asks, is there any information regarding the Black Minotaur? And I'm like, oh yeah, what's up with him? I mean, we did see him like down below, like a huge tower or something, but like, still, where is he? Aki's like, nothing yet. Finn's like, alright. And then says, we'll monitor the situation. And then says, the monsters should be in a large group. And the fact that we can't find them is attributable. Is attributable to magic items? Oh yeah, it's because of. Okay, gotcha. It's because of magic items. Man, that's crazy. I know that, you know, I know that magic is, you know, magic and whatnot, and you know, I don't know. There's something about being the strongest familia in Arario, in a sense, or one of the strongest familias of Arario, and trying to track down basically a low-level familia of a sort, and they can't like pin him down perfectly because of magic items. So I guess you could call this episode a war of a war of like magic items. A war between magic items and strategy, even though both of them are using strategy, but whatever. So another thing that I want to mention now, before, you know, stuff gets real complicated. So the whole southeast, like, oh yeah, Bella's in the southeast, and something's going on in the south. Dude, this, like, oh my god, there's just so many directions. Oh my god. Just hear me out, alright? Just keep on listening, because I mean, the whole southeast, like, persons in the south, persons in the southeast, maybe in the west, maybe in the east. Like, dude, we're gonna get so many things about that, and it's, oh my lord. Okay. So Finn's like, no, yeah. Nothing much there. And then we see Raoul saying, there seems to be a lot going on to the south, but we have to keep watch here, right? And then we see that, you know, Raoul turns around and we see, like, a few people are looking at their own little map and all that kind of stuff. And at the end of, like, all these people, we see Finn. And I'm like, oh, dude, Finn's here. What the heck? And he's like, and, you know, as I am surprised, Raoul's like, huh? Commander, why are you here? And Finn's like, what about, no, not Finn. Raoul's like, what about commanding? And then Finn just blatantly says, a large force of monsters has appeared in the vicinity of the encampment. You will head there at once. Huh? To the center of the town? And Raoul, how is guarding the doors to Knossos going? So, you know, Finn's just there, you know, trying to get a report, you know, trying to see how all the doors to Kenosis are going, and Raoul's like, the ones we found in the northwest and northeast, okay, remember that, plus the ones in the southwest and southeast, 4 doors altogether. And he says, you know, he reconfirms that, you know, Riveria and Gareth and other people are you know, guarding the gates. And so Finn's like, you all immediately gather your equipment to the center of the town. I will head to the southeast. And then he says, yes, sir. And I'm like, that's a lot of information. And it seemed a little complicated. But to me, at the moment, it seemed complicated. But basically, we now know the, you know, the 4 specific doors that Loki Familia is guarding. But of course, now that we know this, you know, it's only, you know, now that we know this, now, you know, all we need is Hestia Familia to know this information too, right? To know that the West or the East are the best, you know, choices in this situation, right? Right? Well, here's the thing. And here's the twist. Folks, guess what? It wasn't Finn. It wasn't Finn who was just talking. It was Lily. Holy shit. And she's like, he's just as gullible as Belle. And then she pulls out her little FaceTime, you know, mystic ball thing. And before I tell you what she says, dude, I legit was so surprised when when Finn was just running down the outpost, or one of the outposts, and then just says, stroke of midnight's bell, and then just turns into Lily. Or, like, you know, turns back into Lily, or, you know, Lily is back. And so for a second, I thought Finn had the same power as Lily, but no. It was Lily. And I'm like, oh, dude, that was so cool. That was so awesome. So, she says the defense of Knossos is as we expected. The northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest, and southeast, that's, are all being guarded. Haruhime and Hestia are like, this is awesome. Thank you so much. And that's when they say the closest door to the Xenos is the west. And so she instructs Fells to say, the west door is open. Go to the west door. And so the Xenos still, you know, underground with Welf and Makoto, and, you know, Fells and Ween, you know, they're all about to leave. They're about to head on the surface and, you know, dive into the chaos. You know what I mean? And so, they say they're gonna aim for the western door, and Lid's like, is everyone ready? And not everyone gets their invisible cloaks on, but, you know, Welf and Makoto get their invisible cloaks on, and all the Xenos are like, let's do this, folks. And then they break through a wall, and then at first nobody notices it. Well, I mean, it's actually immediately noticed by Elfie. He's like, oh yeah, we have reports that a large group of monsters has suddenly appeared in the west. And then Finn's like, what? What happened to Raoul and the others' defense? And then that's when Raoul comes, and he's like, huh, Commander? and he's like, Raoul, what are you doing? Says Aki, and I'm like, hey, Aki, Raoul, hey. Huh? Just now the commander told us to head to the center of town, and obviously this is where he was, tricked. And Aki tells Raoul, like, the commander never gave that order. What the hell are you talking about? And then Raoul's like, but I'm sure the commander came. And then Finn's like, we have I got a doppelganger, And so this is when Finn's like, what the hell, like, sorry, what, I can't speak, which route is the enemy taking, where are they going? And Alfie's like, it seems like they're headed east, and they seem to be progressing in a straight line. And it's like, the east? It's like, we have discovered 4 doors leading underground. And he's like, if they appear to the west, they should be heading northeast or southeast, but is there a door we don't know about? And I'm like, Finn might be a bit smarter than we thought, folks. But yeah, okay, so now we currently have, and also, just a quick thing, I'm sorry that I'm sort of just doing play-by-play, like, I'm basically reading the goddamn script of the episode, but hopefully it won't be like that next time. I mean, the first half of this episode, it wasn't much script, but it wasn't much reading script, and it was more like, oh yeah, I don't know what it was. It was more memory and stuff. Whereas right now I don't have much memory of what happened and, you know, what's going to happen in the last 6 minutes of the episode perfectly. But hopefully in the next, you know, review, it'll be better. Also, you know, I'm just thinking, you know, man, this episode's going to be really goddamn long. Oh my god. I still have 4 episodes. I still have four things to do. 4 parts to record. Alright. Well, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna stop this part of the recording, and I'm gonna, you know, come back in just a moment to finish off the review of this episode, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I'll be right back. Alrighty. So, what happens next, right? We see the Xenos running through Daedalus Street, and you know, and they're thankful because, you know, I mean, they're just running through like nothing, man. They're just running through like any random person would on a regular day in Arario, you know, because there's no adventures around. Because Lily and Belle, you know, greatest decoys ever, you know. So they're running. And even though they're running, and even though there's not a lot of adventures, you know, Fowls is like, do not let your guard down. Because, unfortunately, Belle and, you know, Lily, as fortunate, or as great as they're, as great of a decoy they are, they can't fool everyone. And so, you know, there's still adventurers about, and they're still chasing them. And so the Xenos are fighting back, but aren't, you know, killing adventurers. They're just fighting them. You know, we got some archers, and archers are about to, you know, fire on top of this little bridge, and then Makoto and Welf use the magic swords that, you know, Welf spent like days making, and they just pull them out, and it just brings forth an entire, like, how can I explain it? Y'all remember the battle festival thing in My Hero Academia, like, season 2? If you haven't watched My Hero Academia, I think it was season 2, season 3 maybe. Anyway, in one of the seasons, Bakugo was fighting Todoroki, right? Yeah, I think it was Todoroki. You know, the fire ice guy. And no, it wasn't even Bakugo. Yeah, they were fighting each other, and then Todoroki, or, you know, whatever his name was, used, like, just shot out an immense amount of ice, like, just to the air, like, to prevent Bakugo from hurting him. That's basically the power, like, that amount of, I guess, power was dealt by just a swing of Welf's magic sword. So, I mean, damn, I mean, that's pretty crazy. And so then Welf and Makoto, you know, turn invisible, because, you know, and Makoto's like, with these swords, we don't have to destroy the city, you know? Because, you know, destroying the city would be bad. And so, you know, Haruhime and Hestia are still looking at stuff. They're still looking at the map, and they're looking at the progress of the Xenos and Makoto and Wealth. They're like, a little further and you're gonna get there. And saying, keep going straight. And then they're like, alright, we understand. And so they get to this broad, you know, like area, like again, another square similar to the one with the well. And presumably, you know, they're very close to the gate. But when they get there, they're cornered by a lot of adventurers about to fight them. On top of roofs and whatnot, and then, you know, Wealth is protecting the Xenos, all invisible and stuff, and it's so cool. It's so cool. And so they continue running, and then just as they're about to continue running, and, you know, just as Wealth saved them, Gareth just swings his hammer down from the skies and just like shoves it straight into the ground and just creates a literal earthquake. It was actually a battle axe, and because of this kind of earthquake type, you know, disturbance or turbulence, all of the Xenos are sort of brought, you know, are sort of just thrown back and laying on the ground. And one of the Xenos, specifically Ween, is thrown down into this hole, which I'm assuming is like underground paths or the sewer. And so Gareth's now here, and he's like, huh? I went too far, and I'm like, yeah, you think? I mean, look, we're all over here trying to keep, you know, Daedalus Street all right, like, and you just come over here, and you're like, boop, and then you just destroy the whole street. He's like, I think I went a little too far. And then he's like, Riveria's gonna give me another scolding. And I'm like, yeah, I think she is. And so, he's like, huh? Seeing Wealth, because Wealth, even though, you know, Gareth just completely destroyed the area, Wealth is still standing because he's got ice on his shoes. Or, he's stuck in ice. His shoes are stuck in ice. And so, Wealth is holding his magic sword. He's like, I'm gonna take care of this guy. He's saying to the Xenos, I'm gonna take care of this guy, and y'all go ahead. And so the Xenos slowly start getting up, and, you know, thanking Wealth, and they start running as Gareth and Wealth start to battle. And it's like, what? Gareth and Wealth? Dude, what the I know that it's Hestia Familia trying to kind of fight against Loki Familia, or no, there are, but not like directly most of the time. But seeing them actually fight is like, dude. So Wealth and Gareth start fighting, and just as, you know, Gareth is about to like strike once again with his battle axe, Makoto comes up behind him invisible and freezes it, and he's like, huh? And he's like, there's two of you, huh? And he's like, I must pursue the monsters. And starts cracking the ice, and he's like, y'all are gonna move aside whether you like it or not, huh? And then just as he points his attention to Makoto, Makoto's like, I'm gonna use this power. And then just amasses a giant amount of wind, and then brings it over to Gareth, and Gareth is like, dude, this is really strong, like, what the hell? And so then we're brought back to the map, and we're seeing, you know, the Xenos on the move once again, except for Ween, but they don't know that. I mean, they're gonna know it now, because Haruhime realizes that Ween has separated from the group, and she's walking down, or she's not walking down, she's underground, you know, walking through these. She's in an underground area. She's walking, she's like, where is everyone? Where's Wealth? Where's Makoto? You know, where's the Xenos? And she's walking towards this ladder that's gonna lead to a grate outside. And so she's walking out, and I'm like, oh my god. We need Ween back, you know? We can't lose Ween, you know what I mean? And so Hestia and Makoto are like, not Hestia and Makoto, Hestia and Haruhime are like, no, Ween, don't go that way. No, you gotta go back. You gotta go the other way. Because she's going the complete opposite way of where the Xenos are trying to go. And so Hestia and Haruhime are kind of freaking out. And Haruhime decides, I'm gonna go. And I'm like, oh my god. And so Haruhime jumps off the building, you know, starts jumping on buildings. Hestia's like, wait! And Haruhime just does not care, and she's running off. And then Hestia's like, this is really bad. Uh-oh. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of bad. And so Hestia fills in Belle as Belle's continuing to run. And she's like, Ween's gone separated, and Haruhime's run off. If we don't do something... And Belle's like, Ween's alone? And so then we're brought back to Ween, who's now climbed that ladder and now is peeking out of the grate. That's going to lead her back to the street. So she's peeking out of the grate, and she's trying to see if anyone's out there. Sees that no one's out there, she climbs out of the grate, and then she stands, you know, she's in a barren area, you know, there's no adventurers. And she's just standing, and she's like, everyone. And then somebody says, huh? Attention is brought to this roof. And on this roof stands, or more like sleeps, the one and only, and I was so surprised when I saw this, Tiona. And I'm like, oh shit. And so Tiona gets up from a little nap, and then she says, I never thought I'd find one here. And then Ween's like, uh-oh. She starts backing off, and then Tiona's like, well, now that I found you, what else can I do? I'll be taking you down. And then Ween's like, oh, shit. And then, outro. I know. You don't know what happens now. I mean, we're probably gonna know. I mean, you're gonna know after Liari's book club session, but that's legit how the episode ends. Ween encounters Tiona, and Tiona's like, I'm finna kill you. and then Ween's like, uh-oh, and then epic outro. So that's it, folks. I mean, we've really, I mean, we're about to come to the end of the episode. What an intense episode. I mean, it was just a real episode, man. I mean, we got some comedy, we got some comedy, we got some, you know, battles, we got some, you know, twists and turns, especially with that whole fake Finn, with that whole Finn diversion. You know, Lily, you know, bringing Raoul and Co. back to the center. Dude, that whole thing was so smart, man. What the heck? I mean, I know that Lily did that in the last season with the war game and transformed into I already forgot his name. But you know who I'm talking about from Apollo Familia. And intruded like that, but dude, that was still so cool. So then the outro ends and we see the title of the next episode, which is Ultra Soul Decisive Battle. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be so interesting. So. Oh, what a good episode, man. What a great episode. I can't wait to watch the next one, which will hopefully be today. Today meaning, you know, as I'm recording this. I'm hoping that I can do a Liari's book club session after this. You know, after this recording, or after this part of the episode, or like on the same day of recording this episode, and then after that, review episode 11. So then I would only have 2 things left to do, and I would only have 2 recordings left to do, and I could probably get them done tomorrow, which is the 28th. AKA the day that episode 971 would be recorded. and, you know, uploaded. So then I would have a few extra days to maybe make a different animated intro for this episode, because obviously there's maybe there's an animated intro, or oh, you know what I could do? Oh, that would be a great idea. What I could do is so obviously, since this is like being released on the 31st, I'm assuming, last episode, or not last episode, the previous episodes, the episodes prior to this, you know, ever since the Christmas special, with the whole Merrimia Freesmas, y'all know the intro at the beginning of those episodes. What I think I might do, and y'all have probably already seen the transition, but I'm thinking maybe I could do animated transitions in between, like the thing, the in between, like a review and Liari's book club session. Oh, dude, that would be so cool. Oh, I'd love that so much, actually. I'd love that. It wouldn't be too much. I'd have to make a completely different animation for it. I'd have to take like a few hours, but if you've already seen it, and that means I succeeded, and you're probably going to see it after this. Oh, dude, that'd be so cool if I can do that. I just thought of that. I love how this episode, I love how, like, as you're probably watching this episode, you're seeing sort of the ideas, like the building up of ideas for this episode, or for like the final cut of this episode, sort of coming to my mind in the end. And so, like, with the whole thing, like, oh yeah, it can be released on the 31st, when it was really supposed to be released on Saturday of, like, 2 weeks ago, or supposed to release on Christmas, or the fact that, like, the first recording, I think it was, like, the first, review of the episode, I was like, oh man, that depression arc that I did was really convincing, I'm sure. Like, I love how the ideas and the outdatedness of this episode kind of is sort of just flowing throughout it. Oh, it's so cool. Anyway, now that we finished the episode, now we can do side story 10. So, I heard that, and I'm going to be honest, I really should have said this a few episodes ago, but I heard that there was, like, interactive levels. And I'm assuming one of them was the final trial thing. But it's also this. I'm pretty sure. But, well, we'll see. So, without further ado, let's see what happens in Side Story 10. Oh. Oh. Bell's... Sorry about that, folks. My, my recorder was like, you have inefficient storage, and, So anyway, continuing. Right before the start of the important mission. Oh, hey! It's the boys! I don't think it is. Oh, they were watching that scene? Oh my god. Oh, it's Laura. Hi. Really? Yeah, what are you implying? Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Okay, Laura. Okay. Okay, damn. This is what y'all are thinking in the background? Damn, Laura. I mean, gossip, please, but you know. You're really discussing this. Hey! Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah, how are people gonna take that? How are people gonna take that? I was just like, good. Oh, that's funny. Alright, well. We've done that. We've been there, done that. That was it, folks. Oh, dude, that was so funny. Alright. Well, we've now finished the review for episode 10 of season 3 of Visit Ron Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon. Invisible Forced Breakthrough. And, well, I'll see you guys. I'm assuming, I hope that I do transitions. I'll see you all for Liari's book club. And I'm gonna keep on forgetting which session this is. I think this is session 5. Because I recorded the first 2 separately. Like as episodes way back when. And then I'm pretty sure I did the 3rd one, 4th one here. Right? I did do a 4th one, right? I don't know. I just don't know anymore, guys. I just don't know anymore. Anyway, we'll find out what I'm gonna know. Well, you'll find out in just a minute. But until y'all find out, thank y'all for watching this part, and I hope you enjoy the next parts. And also we'll see what happens, because, in this large episode, we're gonna be seeing the finale of season 3, so, yeah, we'll see what happens, but, yeah. Anyway, I will see y'all in a hot second, so, see ya! No, I'm not gonna be... Oh. Now look, I'm not gonna be lying, alright? I'm not out here gonna be lying right now. When I say I am very, very tired. Well, I say very, very tired, but, I'm actually... Basically, I've kind of recorded, 3 episodes of Merrimia Freesmas today. Because in just one day, I finished the recording of last episode, right? I finished the recording of the last part of this video, sorry. Or, not the last part of this video, but, the previous part of this video. The 3rd part, I should say. And then, after that, I recorded episode 970. And now, at 1 in the morning, I'm recording the 4th part of a 7-part thing that's coming out in 3 days. Oh, it's so much fun. Anyway, welcome, folks. I'm still gonna have, doubts on what kind of lighting I want. Because I'm in my room once again. But I think this is good. I think y'all can see really good. So let me just... I don't want my phone to fall. Maybe... Ooh. Maybe what I can do, right? Maybe that looks better? Oh no, that does not look or feel... Oh, but... Actually, it does work out more. Right? I guess it works out a bit more. It's a bit wonky. No, yeah, it's a bit wonky. There you go. That should be good. Sure. Anyway, the camera's not going to focus in. Unless it does. Yeah, sorry, it's not going to focus in as well. Anyway, welcome to the fourth part of this video of the spin-off Spectrum Spectacular. I'm very, very tired at this part. Gonna try to make this 30 minutes, just like the previous part, and then hopefully we'll get you all ready for the review episode 11. I haven't seen it as of now, but you know, I will see it. Anyway, last time on volume 1, last time on Liari's book club, Loki and Hestia were fighting. Okay, wait, no, you gotta understand, folks, I just gotta have this light on. It's so much better. Anyway, so last time, Hestia and Loki had been fighting. And, yeah. I mean, that's really it. So now, let's continue with them, you know, continuing to fight. So, just over here. Guild, organization that regulates dungeon activities. With a monopoly on the benefits of magic stones, the Guild is the driving force behind Aurario. In ancient times, the Guild was under the leadership of the demi-humans who built it in the tower. However, it has changed over time. Pog. Pog. Oh man, y'all can't see it as much. What is up with the positioning? Okay, that's better. Okay. So, like I was, like we were saying. Yeah. What were the voices that I did again? Oh, yeah. Maybe you ought to hang yourself off that cliff of yours. Haha, mega burn. That wasn't a burn at all. Bonehead. Step 5. The Goddess's Prank. Oh. I'm not going to get any of these voices correctly, but when do I ever, you know? There they go. 10,000 Valis on Lonely Big Boobs. Lonely Big Boobs versus Loki No Boobs. 10 elixirs, isn't that a given? 10 elixirs say no moves walks away frustrated. Isn't that a given? I said that twice. Whatever, it doesn't matter. And then they're fighting. And Loki's like, I'm gonna leave it at that for today. She's twitching all over. And then Hestia's like, nah. Next time, don't bother showing those pathetic things around here. Loser. What? Stupid jerk. Next time. And it's like, yeah, I knew. Looks like Loki lost. I mean, it was just very predictable. Loki is really rounded out. Well, just a hint of it anyway. Quite the cute one, when compared to how she was before coming to Gakkai, challenging gods to duels all the time. Seems like she likes the children. Maybe that's why she's changed. Oh, wouldn't you like to know? I hate to say it, but when it comes to that, I'm the same as her. Oh wait, that's Hestia. I hate to say it, but when it comes to that, I'm the same as her. So you changed too after meeting this Belle. He's such a good boy that's wasted on me. I shall take my leave now. What? What already? Weren't you free? I have lost interest. I've heard what I wanted to hear. And I've gotten my fill of all the men here. Okay. Just like the goddess of beauty. No respect. By the way, we're over here. Sorry about that. Well, if someone like Freya weren't in charge of love and desire, then it's like, who would be? Good question. So, what are you gonna do? If you're gonna stay, how about a drink? It's been too long. Yeah, that's a pretty good offer. Yeah. Well, I do have a favor to ask you for Hephaestus. And then Hephaestus is like, you son of a... I wanna kill you. And, I mean, I really am right when she says, even here you have a request? Didn't you just say you don't need to eat from another's plate? This time she might cut me off entirely. But this is why I came to celebrate. I came to the celebration in the first place. Belle, give me courage. And then Belle's just fighting in the dungeon, as the boy does, as the homie does. You know, Belle's just fighting. You know, being the greatest adventurer. I mean, you see him. He's dodging that goblin's arm. He's like... I mean, I know that you can't see what I'm... Well, I know that you can't see how I'm moving, but he's like... Man strafing. Man shimmy-shammying. And he's fighting. And then out of nowhere... What is that thing? Is it a... Oh, it's a lizard. Dude, I don't remember a lizard creature. Unless it's, No. What? No. Anyway. Lizard just jumps on top of him. He's like... and then he's like, ha. And then it's like, yeah. And it's like... and then Belle's like... and then he's like, ha. And then he's like, yeah. And then the creature's like... and then just, you know, dies. The goblin's like, uh-oh, I'm a-finna run away. This man's real scary. And then Belle's like, omae wa mu shinderu. And he's like, Shah. Man, my dubbing, man. I mean, I'm really good at reading manga, right, guys? Okay. And then Belle's like, alright, I'm done. This is pretty awesome. And he's like, I'm getting stronger, aren't I? Despite being 2-on-1, I still win easily. I'm much stronger than I was just a few days ago. It's almost nighttime. We're getting full too. I guess that's enough for today. Oh, lots of people here. Sure is crowded today. Oh, is this it? Oh, am I getting closer? I forgot to read that. Oh my god. It's it. It's it. Oh my god, we see people walking and we see... Oh, this is gonna be so poggers. Guys, this is so poggers. We see him walking, he's walking. The basement of Babel. Oh, okay. Oh, this is under Babel. Oh, this is the basement of Babel. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Babel Tower is managed by the guild and is the lid of the dungeon. The tower must have been built to prevent monsters from coming to the surface. And this is a safe haven where monsters cannot dwell. What's that? What is that indeed? Oh yes, the cages. Oh, dude, remember this? Remember these days? Aren't those cargo haulers for expeditions? Which familia is using it? Wait, could there possibly be a monster in there? Oh my god. That's... Oh, dude, this is so cool. This is so... Why doesn't the camera focus on? Doing it again this year, huh? Gotta be for Monsterphilia. Those guys in Ganesha got it rough. The guild has them do this every single year. Monsterphilia. Ah, Aina. Hey, it's Big E. It's Miss A. It's Miss E. Not... What am I even saying, guys? Guys, what am I even saying now? I don't even... Okay. The fact that Aina is here means that the guild approves of this. I want to ask her, but I should wait for a better time. Night's already fallen. Even if I did go home, Goddess won't be there. Good time to go and look at some weapons. Gotta save money, though. Well, if it isn't Belle. Mayek-sama. We're here, by the way, guys. Guys, we're here, if you didn't... It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you, Mayek-sama. Are you out shopping? That I am. I needed... Wait, how did I do Mayek's voice? That I am. I needed ingredients for supper. Even a deity like me has to eat. I'm on my way to look at the weapon shops, just to look. Ha ha ha. Familias like yours and mine are tiny, so it's rough. And then Belle's like, that's right, Mayek. That's right. Mayek might, do you know where Hestia is right now? She said something about going to a friend's party, but hasn't returned yet. And then Mayek's like, Hestia say? The party is most likely Ganesha's celebration. But I didn't go myself. I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think I can be much of use. I can be of much use. It's fine, but why didn't you go to the celebration? Dirt poor familias don't have that kind of time. Had to work. Oh, speaking of which, why don't you take these with you? Fresh potions. Huh? Aw, man, Mayek's being nice. Aw, guys, these are... We're just reminiscing. I'm gonna say that every 32 seconds. Mayek-sama. I don't know why I'm adding the sama for Mayek, but who cares? What? You're regular, so it's no loss for me. And he's like, okay. He's like, ha ha ha. Well then, Belle. Hope to be seeing you at my Familia's shop very soon. He's like, okay. Mayek-sama and his Familia run an item shop. The shop itself is rather small, but the goods are the real deal. I often pay them a visit when I need to restock on potions. I wonder if you still do that, man. I wonder if he still does that. There are familias like mine that rely on adventurers to make money, but there are also others like Mayek-sama's that make items. And there are familias among them that can't make a living in the dungeon. Ah, okay. I feel like I'm just learning this for the first time, but like, I mean, what can I say? The most famous of these in Arario is Hephaestus Familia. They have gathered many talented individuals and trained them to be smiths. Their high-quality brand is known not just here in Arario, but worldwide. It's the highest standard of weaponry for the highest level adventurers. And that's one of them. It only costs $1 million, man. Holy Lord. I know this weapon is way out of my league, but this is what I want. I want this. Someday, I want to hold a weapon like this and stand next to her. Aw, Belle. Aw, Belle. You'll see. You'll see very, very soon. Just wait a few months, maybe even a year. You won't be standing next to her. You'll be standing against her. Oh. So sad, guys. Just so... I feel like this whole... I feel like reviewing the end of Season 3 and rereading Season 1, the beginning of Season 1, is sort of like... You know, this Spin-off Spectrum Spectacular is sort of like Days of Future Past or something. Like, looking like a straight-up title for an X-Men film over here. Freaking... It's future and past. I still don't know what to call this spin-off Spectrum Spectacular, because I had an idea that it would be like Familias and Xenos, or Familia X Xenos. And then today I had an idea that I could call it Arario Chronicles, or the Arario Chronicles, because in retrospect... like, I haven't finished it yet. I mean, I haven't finished the whole thing, but, like, you know, for what I've done, you could call it the Arario Chronicles, because we are sort of, like, just seeing funny things and, like, funny stories play out in Aurario, whether it be in the past or the future, or the current. And so it's I was thinking about calling it Aurario Chronicles or the Aurario Chronicles, but I don't know. I don't know. I still don't have a name for it. I just don't know. I just don't know. Though now I'm thinking. Oh, you know what would be good? Oh, I could call it Rabbits and Bats. I could call it White Rabbits and Filthy Bats. Huh. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. Anyway. The only thing I do know is this. Hephaestus! I want you to make a weapon for the boy in my familia. Hey. How long are you planning on doing that? Step 6, Monsterphilia begins. I can't focus with you curled up in front of me like some kind of insect. It's interfering with my productivity. Hey, Hestia. I told you, over and over, the finest smiths of Hephaestus Familia create the finest weapons, both in performance and price. I cannot give away something made by the sweat and blood of my children. As a favor for a friend, can't you see that's impossible? And Hestia's like, 2 days have passed. 2 days have passed since Ganesha's celebration. You've remained in this pose the entire time. What could make you do this? And then it's here. What is up with that position anyway? It's Dogaza. It's Dogaza. Dogaza. It's a powerful tech... Oh! Oh, it's a... Is that another... Whatever. Is that another way to say Liaris? Whatever. It's a powerful technique that will allow you to be forgiven for anything you've done or receive any favor you ask for. Ah, gotcha. That's what Taka Mikazuchi told me. Oh, that guy. This is gonna be a real pain. Hestia, tell me, why are you going this far? Because I want to help him. He's changing so fast. He's chosen a steep and difficult path. That's why I want a weapon that can open the way for him. He's always helping me, alone. I can't do anything to close I can't do anything close to godlike for him. I hate not being able to do something. Weapon for your child. Hey, Hephaestus. Oh, you're so pog. Can we get some poggers? Can we get some poggers? I love how I'm still like... I love how I'm still sort of like... either joking about how Tommy and it speaks or says things. Or just... I don't know. It's funny, because I haven't watched... Like, as I'm recording this, I haven't watched, like, any Dream SMP stuff since... I don't know when. Like, even that laugh right there, like... like, that's me. That's a Tommy Innit laugh. Like, sure, like, he's like... like, he has his laugh, right? But, like, at the end, like, a little smirk is like... like that. It's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks since I last watched any Dream SMP thing. Maybe even a week. I don't know, really. And I still, like, have his freaking, like... I just not a fan of it. Anyway. So, anyway, back to my Moria face. And she's like... and then Hephaestus is like... Besides, if I don't say yes, you'll never leave. Yes! Thank you, Hephaestus! Just to be clear, you will pay back the loan, even if it takes 100 years. Is it going to take 100 years? Is it going to take... Let's see. I mean, the show's going to last for a while, hopefully. I know that. I can get serious too, you know. Yeah. This child, what does he use? Huh? Knives. Why? Is that so? And then she gets her hammer and it's like, it's time to start hammering, folks. And then Hestia is like, Hephaestus, are you going to make it yourself? Of course I am. This is a private agreement between the two of us. Any complaints? Absolutely not. I'm ecstatic that you, the goddess of the forge, and Tenkai will make it. Are you forgetting that I can't use arcane? Are you forgetting I can't use arcanum here? This isn't Tenkai, you know. I'm just so happy knowing that you're making the weapon personally. And then Hephaestus is like, she's blushing. Aw, that's adorable. And you're going to help me. Can't let you be lazy now, can I? Since I'm making it, it has to be the best. But it's for a newbie adventurer. If it's too strong for him, he won't grow. But making a weak weapon goes against my policy. Now then, what to do? Yeah, what to do indeed. And I'm gonna be honest. I think that's where we ended off. I know I keep on saying that I want to make this like 30 minutes, like these sections 30 minutes long. But do I really at the end of the day? I mean, I'll make it 30 minutes long with my ranting. You know, I never said I'd do 30 minutes of talking, of reading, you know? I never said that, you know? Just play a clip of me saying that. Even though I'm probably not going to do it. Hey, anyway. The other reason that I want to stop there is because I'm probably going to go ahead and try to finish the rest of this volume in the final session of this Spin-Off Spectrum Spectacular. And, dude, to think that the next time I'm going to read this, or I'm going to have, you know, finished this, or like the next time I'm going to have read this, I'm going to have seen the penultimate episode of Season 3, and then after finishing this volume, to think that I'm going to have to review Episode 12, the finale of Season 3, is the craziest thing ever. Oh, my lord. Anyway, I legit did not think I was going to be able to record a third episode of Merrimia Freesmas, especially a second episode to this large episode that y'all are viewing right now. I didn't think I was going to be able to do it, but here I am. I did it. I'm doing it, folks. So currently, I have 3 episodes left to record. And, well, you really just have 3 episodes left to watch. I mean, not 3 episodes left to watch, but 3 parts to watch. And so, assuming I have dedicated my time to making, like, transitions and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to see y'all. I'm going to see y'all after the next transition, which is hopefully going to look pretty pog. I don't know how it's going to look, but, you know, I'll have to figure that out. But anyway, I'd like to thank y'all for watching this part, and for watching just so far. I had calculated, right, and you're gonna think this is really funny. You know, besides this, you know, like if you put aside the length of this part of the video, you know, where we just read for like about like 30 maybe something minutes. If you put that aside, legitimately, and I kid you not, alright, the recording with just 3 parts, has amassed a number of 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 14 seconds. Dude, that is insane. And that's without the transitions, that's without the opening song, like, that's without the animation before the opening song. Like, holy Lord, like, it must be so much longer, and that's without the introduction. Oh my god, there's legit gonna be an animation leading into the intro song, and the intro song leading into the introduction, and then, oh my god, this episode is legit gonna end up being 10 hours, and I'd be surprised if it isn't. Dude, I'm starting to have second thoughts about this being a spin-off Spectrum Spectacular, and it should probably end up being Event Extravaganza 10, because low-key it really, really should. I mean, I'm legit having second thoughts. I don't think I should really have been calling this a Spectrum, a spin-off Spectrum Spectacular, man. I really should just end up calling this Event Extravaganza 10, because it definitely has, like, an epic vibe. Oh, but I don't know. I've kind of just labeled it as that. Plus, it's a bit weird if I call it Event Extravaganza 10, because it's not an Event Extravaganza. Because Event Extravaganza only goes to, well, events, and since, like, me reviewing stuff and me reading stuff is, like, a spin-off, technically a spin-off, it has to be a Spectrum spin-off Spectacular, so... But I don't know, maybe I'll break the rules a bit. Maybe I'll break the rules for this one, because where this episode is going, it feels like this, like, the ginormous, or like the level of, or the scale, like, the amount of scale there is to this episode, like, it's basically 7 large, highly anticipated episodes of this series, all culminated into one episode, along with animated transitions, a written intro. Like, it's a hell of a banger, you know what I mean? And I feel like it should end up being an Event Extravaganza, because Event Extravaganzas are always, amazing, and this feels like an extravaganza, but at the same time, it's technically a spin-off Spectacular. Who knows? Maybe what I'll do, right? Maybe what I'll do is that I'll break the rules just a bit even more, and I'll actually double whammy it. And so it'll be an Event Extravaganza, and at the same time it'll be a spin-off Spectrum Spectacular, but for it to be an Event Extravaganza, I'd have to put an event in it. And I don't know how I'm going to make that work. I don't know. But who knows, man? I probably won't put an event into it, but this is an Event Extravaganza. Like, I'm probably going to make this. This whole video is probably just going to be like an Event Extravaganza. An Event Extravaganza 10 / spin-off Spectrum Spectacular 2. So it'll be... I mean, this is just going to be the largest episode of the series. I mean, it already is. I mean, if you're watching it, I mean, this is it, folks. I mean, this is the largest episode of the series. At this point, it'll probably... like, let's be honest. We still got episode 1,000, alright, folks? I mean, we still got episode 1,000. That's going to be... It's gonna be a banger, am I right, folks? I hope I'm right. Anyway, thank y'all for watching this part. Enjoy the transition to the next thing. And for the review, episode 11, which is gonna be absolutely insane, probably. So, yeah, get ready for that. Until then, thank y'all for watching this part, and I'll see you in the next part of the episode. So, yeah. See ya. Surprised, shocked, and shattered. surprised, shocked, and shattered. Surprised, shocked, and shattered. Oh, what? Dude. 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 What in the world did I just finish watching? What is that title for the next episode? What is that title for a finale? Oh boy. I mean, oh boy, folks. Yeah, Moimo, indeed. Folks, Wow. I just don't even know. Oh my god, and I thought about that at the beginning of the season. I thought about that from the beginning of the season. I thought it was gonna happen. I was questioning it. Oh. No. Folks, I gotta be honest. And please, let me be honest. This episode, Ultra Soul, Decisive Battle. I mean, look, how many times have I said that, of an episode this season, that it's an absolute banger, right? How many times have I said that? Probably for each episode, you know? Especially in the beginning, you know, with Fells and the bird and, you know, all this kind of stuff, all this itty bitty stuff. Dude. Let me tell you. Ultra Soul, Decisive Battle is quite possibly just the greatest. I say that about every single episode, though. I say that about this episode, alright? And I know I've taken, almost 5 minutes to just, get my thoughts together. This episode, let me calm down, right? Let me be real calm with this. This episode, was insane. It was insane. It was frightful. And it was also a bit disturbing. But at the same time, man, that ending. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Look, all I have to say, this episode was a trip, alright? It was a trip. Alright, if y'all thought last episode was a trip with the whole, comedic thing with Bill talking to, 50 different women and Aeneas watching over it, and then after that, after that, you saw freaking... I forgot what happened in the episode. But, with the whole orders and stuff, if y'all thought that was, crazy, if y'all thought that was, a real trip, if y'all thought the real trip of, oh, yeah, so, you know, Dece Paradise dies, you know, Ween is trying to be saved, or Bella's trying to save Ween as like a giant monster form, right? Through Daedalus Street, and then in the end, she's ultimately killed, right? But then is revived. If y'all thought that was a trip, alright? If y'all thought that was a trip, if y'all thought that Belle storming Ishtar's castle, kingdom, quite literally, to be able to save Haruhime with Makoto, if y'all thought that was crazy, alright? If y'all thought that was a trip, if y'all thought Elven Rondo, if y'all thought Winter Reverie, if y'all thought Aia's Catastrophe was a trip, holy Lord, am I here to tell you that this one's just as great. Because, wow. Just, wow. Now, as you can tell, everything that I literally just said, I kind of just finished watching this episode. Like, the first thing I did, and I kid you not, I finished the episode. I'm just in absolute awe. And then I grab my phone, I log on to Memoria Feliz, open up Mobizen, go to the bathroom, and I'm like, I still don't say anything. I then, you know, get everything together, and then I start recording, and that's where we started. So I oh my god, this is, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th part of this video, in which I'm going to review episode 11, the penultimate episode of season 3, Ultra Soul Decisive Battle. Now, I really want to make this review short, alright? Because as complicated and as crazy as this episode is, dudes, I really just want to get to the thick of it, alright? This may be the shortest review of the season, depending on how long I really take. I'm assuming that it's going to be, but if it's not, well, it's not. But I feel like this needs to be the shortest. And the reason why, why have the shortest review for what you think is an insane episode? Well, here's why. Alright, here's why. As, you know, complex and as crazy as this episode is, it's actually not that difficult to pinpoint the major parts of it, right? And so, I'm going to be talking about the major parts of the episode, right? But also still doing a review. Because, oh my lord. Look, so, here's what I'm going to do, alright? For the first time ever, I'm doing a review, right, on pinpoint things that I remember from the episode, but, and I'm going to fail to put them in order, so basically this is going to be an old school, you know, an old-fashioned, you know, Paris review, you know what I mean? This is going to be an old-fashioned season 2. Because there is no way in hell am I looking at that episode again. I cannot look at everything that just happened again. Because if I do, I will need to be hospitalized. And that is not a joke. Look, folks, look, and I need water. And I'm so glad that I got water. Because I knew, I just had that 10 million IQ, you know, that 10 million, you know, pre-sense tense. Your boy had that 7th sense in him, you know? Knowing that this episode was going to be such a banger that he got a water. Because, folks, even though I said this is going to be the shortest review, oh, ladies and gents. Oh, ladies and gents, that does not mean it's going to be a detailed one. It isn't going to be a detailed one. Alright. So let's start off with the beginning of the episode, right? Because, I always gotta state what happens in the beginning of the episode. So, if you remember what happened at the end of last episode, which was, it was called Invisible Breakthrough something, I forgot. Yeah, the previous episode, basically the whole operation started, with Belle, Hestia Familia, trying to get the Xenos back into the dungeon, right? That was the whole plan, right? The last episode, the whole plan started, right? And so, quick recap of that. Basically, Loki Familia, especially had her eyes straight on Belle, so she followed him throughout the episode, but then he gave her the slip. She fought Ryu. Haruhime and Hestia were looking at a map trying to direct everybody with the freaking FaceTime calls and the Discords and the magic balls. And basically, after a lot of southwest, southeast, and trickery from Lily and Belle, the greatest decoys, basically what ends up happening is Makoto and Welf, who were with the group of all the Xenos, end up facing Gareth. Is it Gareth? Is it Galmus? Is it... I don't even know anymore. Gareth, big dwarf guy, part of Loki Familia, end up facing him and fight him with the magic swords, right? With the good old ice swords, as the Xenos run away now. And all this confusion, right? Or in, the first huge attack that Gareth is like, whooah! A lot of the Xenos are kind of thrown back, especially Ween, right? So Ween's thrown really far back, right? So far back that she actually ends up in the underground, or under Daedalus Strait, like in some ruined paths or whatever, you know what I mean? And so she ends up there, and she's sort of just wandering until she finds this ladder and this grate at the top of the ladder, and so she climbs up the ladder, she goes through the grate, she's in an empty area, and then Tiona spots her, and she's like, well, I guess I gotta kill ya, and then that's where the episode ends. Remember that great, awesome, epic? Now let's continue on from that. So, I'm here thinking, right? I'm here thinking that Ween's about to die. I'm thinking, oh man, this is gonna suck. Tion's gonna come down, prey on Ween, and Ween's gonna die. End of series, end of show, end of arc, end of just happiness. Just put into despair. Monokuma comes up. That's what I'm thinking, right? That's what I'm thinking. But no. I forget, and I really gotta give it to Ween. Because I forget sometimes that Ween can run. And I don't know how I forget that. I just forget that, man. I just forget sometimes that Ween can run, guys? I just forget that sometimes. And so, the episode opens up with Ween running from Tiona, right? Which is like, wow, okay, well, I was surprised because it's like, I legit forgot people could, I legit thought that she couldn't run. I forgot that she couldn't run. And so she's running, right? Man's real running, Yeah, so she's running, and then Tiona catches up to her, right? And then Ween's like, oh my god, this is the end of life. This is the end of my life. But she just continues to run away. She continues to run away, heads into a grate, and then Tiona basically just fails. She's like, well, this sucks. And I think she's called by, other adventurers, being like, oh yeah, where's the monster? Tiona's like, oh yeah, it got away. And then the other adventurers are like, alright, we'll help you. And then Tion's like, alright, thanks, mans. Thank ya. And then Tiana was like, I forget. I think there was another thing that she said. I think she just said that was a monster, right? Because she was like, I guess Ween didn't attack her. Yeah, Ween didn't attack her. She was just running away, and so she thought, like, oh yeah, Ween's not gonna, or like, this monster isn't gonna attack me. So is that really a monster? And so, yeah, she basically loses Ween for the time being. And Ween just continues to run down this sewer. And then epic intro, alright? We got an epic intro and a half, right? And now that we finished up this epic intro, we're then brought to, I think, Belle. So, this is the part of the review, like I said, this review is going to be a bit messy, because it's all mostly going to come from memory. But this episode, right? This episode is mainly, how can I say it? This episode, for the first half at least, we see Belle and Haruhime together as a bit of a team, right? And they pair up with someone else as well, but I don't want to talk about everything individually, cuz like I want to kind of go beat by beat, but just know that one of the main parts of this episode, one of the sort of pivotal points, or one of the pivotal bits of this episode, is Belle and Haruhime being a bit of a duo. Because if you remember at the end of the last episode, Haruhime ran from Hestia to go ahead and save Ween, right? And so, like I said, after the intro, I'm pretty sure we see Haruhime first. A lot of stuff happens at the smack start of the intro, right? I mean, or like when we're back in the episode. But the first thing I'm pretty sure that we see is Haruhime meeting up with Belle. And I'm like, oh wow, okay, I didn't expect that. Legit, I didn't expect that. I thought Haruhime was gonna go ahead, save Ween, end of story, end of day, you know what I mean? But, I mean, that didn't happen. I mean, Belle and Haruhime just, met up. And so Haruhime is like, Belle, we got a bit of a problem. Ween is, like, kind of gone. And Belle's like, yeah, I know. Hestia told me. And so, the both of them get on their way. Belle picks up Haruhime, puts on his invisibility cloak. I mean, he already has it on. And then makes him all invisible. And, we're like, they're gonna go. And in the background, right? As they start running off, we see Bet. And I'm like, oh, dude, are we gonna get a Belle and Bet fight? I'm like, dude, that would be insane. To get a fight between Bet and Belle, that would be crazy. But we'll see. We'll see. But like when we see Bet's like he doesn't really see it. He has his back turned, but he's like, huh? It's like, huh? And by the way, just a quick thing. So I said I'm going off of memory, but not really, because now I'm kind of looking at the episode. But I'm not gonna say word per word, folks, because that's kind of stupid now. Anyway, so then we go, and again, this beginning is like really messy, but now we see Lid fighting, or running away. I think he finished fighting someone, and then he's just running with the Xenos to the western door. Somebody's like, oh yeah, Fells, Ween's gone. Fells like, I know, but we gotta keep on going to the western door. So then we're brought back to the battle of Haruhime, or not Haruhime, of Makoto and Wealth against Gareth. And dude, it's crazy. I mean, they're trying to, they're successfully, like freezing him and all this kind of stuff. And he just keeps on breaking out like very, very easily. And it's so easy at one point that he gets the slip on him, especially Makoto, and basically just like, I don't remember, or I can't really tell what he does, but I think he just sends a shock to the building that Makoto's standing on top of, and then just pushes Makoto out. So Makoto's just down, right? Freaking Welf's like, uh-oh, I gotta save her. But then is ultimately destroyed. His magic sword and invisibility robe, as well as Makoto's invisibility robe and magic sword, are both absolutely shattered by Gareth. And it's like, uh-oh, please don't let them die, this is not cool. And Garrett's coming over. I'm assuming that this guy's gonna kill him. But no. I mean, not yet, I don't know. But what I do know is that we don't know what happens. And we're brought back to Ween. So Ween's, trying to run away from more adventurers, specifically the adventurers, that were like, oh yeah, we'll help you out, Tiona. I'm assuming that they were part of Loki Familia, but I'm not sure because I just don't know. And so Tiona, and the two, chasing after, Ween, but then I think Ween gets the slip on him, or either that or they're on the roofs, and Ween turns this corner to find this little girl, and the little girl sees Ween, monster Ween and all that kind of stuff. She's scared, and then Tiona, oh yeah, she was on the roof, winds up, sees Ween looking at this girl, and she's like, I found it, and she's looking at Ween, and Ween's looking at the girl, and the girl's backing up, and she's backing up under this bridge that seems a bit shaky, seems a bit unstable, right? And the girl's like, stay back, and then just nearly dies because the rocky bridge that she's walking under, that she's backing off to, just nearly collapses on her, just absolutely murders her, but is thankfully saved by Ween at the last second. And, originally, Tiona, when she sees this, she's like, oh my god, this is terrible, what am I going to be able to do? But Ween just goes straight in and is like, I'm finna save this girl. And she does it, despite her probably being scared of again, she goes ahead and saves the girl, and, she saves her. She does it, and I'm like, dude, that's so cool! And so Tion's like, the dust settles, and Tion sees that Ween, saved the girl, right? But other adventurers that were with Tiona are like, it attacked a child! How dare it! Oh my god, we gotta kill it now! Right? But obviously that's not the truth. And so Ween just continues to run off, and Tiona's like, y'all stay here, y'all take care of the little girl, and I'm gonna chase after, Ween, or, the monster, the voyeur, And so she goes off. We go back to Gareth fighting Makoto and Wealth, and, Wealth's having a difficult time left. He only got one more magic sword. He's like, if I use this, Garrett's gonna absolutely destroy it. I'm just gonna lose in half a second. You know what I mean? Like, Wealth is completely and utterly terrified. And so, Wealth's debating whether what to do, or you know what I mean? But everything is changed around when a familiar voice is heard. And this familiar voice is Tsubaki, dude, and I'm like, oh my god, Hephaestus decided to help him. Oh, this is so buggers. And so Tsubaki goes ahead and is like, are you just gonna stand around? You know, you got another magic sword. You gotta take him down. And so, Tsubaki just gets straight into the battle, and and Gareth is like, Tsubaki, oh my god. And I'm kind of surprised by this, because this is going to be one of the pivotal points of this episode. It's not as pivotal as other points of the episode, but it's still very pivotal. So Tsubaki just winds up the coming up, fighting Gareth. And this is crazy because y'all remember season 1 of Sword Oratoria, alright? Tsubaki, was with Loki Familia. I mean, she was fighting alongside Loki Familia, you know what I mean? Like, 59, 60th floor, you know what I mean? Like, she was with them, man. She was with them. And now she's fighting against them, and it's like, whoa, this is crazy. And so Gareth is really surprised by this, right? Elf's like, oh my god, you're here, this is awesome. And he's like, but why? And then Tsubaki's like, dude, Hephaestus, alright, my master, my homie, my absolute homegirl came, and she was like, hey, can you help Welf? And then Tsubaki was like, yeah, sure, why not? Only if you give me like 1,000,000 ballast, you know what I mean? But that didn't actually happen, but you got my point. So Tsubaki's just defending like a boss. And so Welf is then like, alright, I gotta start doing stuff, I gotta start fighting again, we gotta start doing stuff. So Welf gets his magic sword, and he just starts going crazy, man. And then just absolutely encapsulates frickin' Gareth in an iceberg. And the next thing we see, well, quite literally, Gareth is encapsulated in an iceberg. And then Tsubaki, grabs Makoto, and the three of them, assumably, leave the area with Gareth, for the meantime, defeated. But, still left alive. I know, so much, right? So much. Alright, I'll be right back so I can continue. Let me just get a water or something. Or, I'll be right back. So now, with Tsubaki and Welf and Makoto all having won the battle for now against Gareth, we're brought back to Ween for the 30th time this episode, right? And so we see Ween, she continues to run, and then she's stopped by Tion, and I'm like, uh-oh, this is the end of the road. This is the end of the world. Ween's gonna die. It's funny, I'm looking at Ween on my screen, and then I'm looking at Ween in the game, and I'm like, oh, look, they have the same costume. That is so cool. They have the same dress. This is so adorable. Only one's more slightly petrified than the other. Can you think of which one's more slightly petrified than the other? I don't think you can. Anyway, so Tiona stops Ween in her tracks, and I'm over here thinking, this is the end, right? But surprisingly, no. So Tiona's about to kill her, and she's like, you can't run anymore. You're gonna die. She literally has Uraga, or whatever the name of her goddamn weapon is, points it to Ween's face, literally about to kill her, right? And then Tiona's like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to kill you. Now, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but, I can't bring myself to kill you, man, so run along. And I'm like, I knew it. I knew that Tiona was my favorite character, one of my favorite characters for a reason. Oh my god. And so Tiona basically spares Ween's life, and I'm like, dude, this is amazing. What? What is that luck? What is that luck? And you could argue, oh yeah, Tiona's the dumb one, because, she even says it in the episode. But dude, still, that's crazy. And the reason why, and this is so cool, this makes me love Tiona just so much more. she's perceptive. She's perceptive. She sees things, right? So while everybody in that crowd, but like just 4 people, her and the other adventurers that were helping her out of all the people, she was like, you know what, that monster didn't try to kill that girl. That monster tried to save that girl. And so that's another reason why she saved her. And I'm like, oh, dude, Tiona, you're so cool. You're so cool. You're so epic. And so, Ween just got up and ran, just straight up ran. And so she's running, and Tiona's like, all right, bye. And then, and then she's like, oh yeah, I wonder if this is how Aragonaut, how Belle started feeling. And I'm like, mentioning Aragonaut, oh my gosh, guys, you remember Aragonaut? Oh my gosh. Anyway, my point is, Tiona basically, from a Loki Familia perspective, just really effed up. I mean, she should really just be thrown out at this point. And it's funny because Tiona just jumps down and she's like, yo, Tiona, yo, sis, yo, where's the monster? Tiona's trying to look all dumb, and she's like, sorry, I let it go. And I'm like, oh, Tiona, you're so good at acting. You're so smart. Oh my god. And then Tiona's like, how dare you? I can't believe you. Why did you let it go? I'm like, oh, that's great. That's great. And so then we're brought to the alleyway where Ween is walking down after that. And she's calling for Belle's name. And this is where we see the sort of thing that I told you, oh yeah, for most of the episode, or for like one half, like a better bit of the episode, or one of the bits of the episode, one of the vital bits of the episode is Belle and Haruhime teaming up along with the third person, Ween. And so she's asking for Belle. She's like, I want to see Belle, or else I'm going to die. And then just like the how did they say? Just like the filthy baddie is, yet the whitest rabbit, man jumps down with Haruhime in his hands in the alleyway, just uncovers himself visibly, basically just taking off his invisibility cloak. And he's like, hi, here's your pizza. Like, imagine just your local pizza guy just jumping from a rooftop in an invisibility cloak, and just jumping down, right, and knocking on your door, taking off his invisibility cloak, and then he's like, hey, here's your pizza. Am I the only one that thinks that's funny? Probably am. Anyway, so Haruhime, or not Haruhime, but Ween is like super, super happy to see Belle and Haruhime, and Belle and Haruhime are really excited to see Ween. And so, Haruhime hugs Belle, or not Haruhime, no, Ween, sorry, hugs Belle. And, Belle and Haruhime are like, oh my god, this is amazing, thank goodness that Ween is alive and safe and all this kind of stuff. And so Hestia is seeing, like, the three of them all convene, they're all together, and Hestia's like, this is so great, this is so awesome, I'm so relieved. And so Belle's like, alright, we gotta head back to Fel, like, snippity snip snap, alright, so let's get a move on, let's get a move on. And so Ween's like, alright, and then Haruhime is like, alright, I'll give you epic power now. But then Belle's like, and basically just whips out his invisibility cloak again. But this time covering both him, Haruhime, and Ween in the alleyway, because they hear footsteps. And those footsteps are none other than Bet's footsteps. And so Bet's walking down the street near them, and Bell notices this. I mean, with his 10 million IQ sense, man's like, uh-oh, I feel a presence, and, he's just hiding him, you know what I mean? And so he's hiding under the invisibility cloak, and Bet's like, I'm not having any of this, alright? Get out here now. I can smell you, alright? You can't erase your scent, alright? Come on. And so Bell and Wayne don't really want to go out. But taking the initiative, the absolute queen, Haruhime walks out of the alleyway. No invisibility cloak or anything. Looking like she can take down Bet in a heartbeat. Alright, looking like she low-key just does not care. She does, but looking real serious, right? And so Bet's like, huh? Who are you? And so he's like, get the hell out of here. I'm trying to find the kid. I'm trying to find the kid. And then Haruhime gets all serious. She's like, I'm alone. And Bet's like, and I'm gonna have to give you a little play-by-play here because So Bet doesn't care, right? He doesn't want that, and so Haruhime's like, I'm alone, so please leave. And Bet's like, no. You obviously have something to hide. I will not leave you, And so Bet starts to come toward her as Bell and Ween escape down the alleyway, still invisible. Haruhime, as as Bet comes closer to her, she's like, oh yeah, the person that you're looking for went that way. And Bet's like, sure. And then also says, you're on the way, move. And then Haruhime's like, no, I don't think I will. I don't think I'm gonna move. And, dude, and just with, Bet seriously doubts this person that he's probably never met before, even though I'm pretty sure they met in, the non-canon, tale, The Werewolf Comes, but, who cares? My point is that they meet, right? And Bet's like, okay, you can't do anything. Dude, the next second, yeah, Bet stomps his feet and, Haruhime is kind of pushed back a bit. But the next second, Haruhime gets up, alright? Finna gets up. Not even gets up, actually. She's just lying on the floor, starts doing an incantation. And while the incantation, she's rising up from the ground. She brings her hands to the sky, and she starts chanting. And at the end of the chant, dude, this is such a cool scene. Alright, this is another pivotal scene. She starts chanting, and then at the end of the chant, we're gonna hear Uchide no Gozochi, right? Her freaking power, right? But while she's chanting, we see the legs of none other than Aisha running across the buildings all the way to that light. And she gets the power, alright? Aisha gets the power. Falls down, strikes down in the same street where Haruhime is facing Bet. And oh my god. And it's like, oh my god, we're gonna have an Aisha versus Bet fight. So Aisha has this epic, has the epic aura and all that. And Aisha's like, what the hell do you think you're doing? And then Haruhime is like, oh my god, this is so great, she's here. And, she's smiling and all that kind of stuff. And so Aisha's like, alright, I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna help you out, even though you're being a bit pathetic or whatever. You're not really fighting for yourself, but, whatever. And so Bet also agrees, because it's like, oh yeah, she's not really fighting, leaving it to someone else. So Aisha and Bet, as Haruhime runs away, they start to fight. They start to have a battle, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be awesome. And they really get at it. I mean, they just start fighting, and it's a solid first start. And speaking of fights, we're gonna see another one start in just a minute. But yeah, I mean, let's be honest. And it's funny because it feels like, look, I said this review was gonna be the shortest review, but in retrospect, I think it might be the longest. So, yeah, get ready, folks. I mean, if you haven't already been ready, get ready. So yeah, I'll be right back. So, speaking of battles, right? Now, this is gonna be a long one to talk about, alright? I saw, and this is the best time to reveal it now. So I've been spoiled about some things, right? Not spoiled in the sense of like, oh yeah, this happens to this character, that happens to that character. But I've gotten spoiled once, right? About something that would happen later in the season that really everybody thought was going to end up happening anyway, which is the battle between Belle and Eyes. And that's the battle that's about to come up right now, right? Which is insane, I know. But the thing is that I learned about this battle because I'm pretty sure I thought about it. I theorized it. I mean, we all really thought it, that it was going to end up coming our way real soon, you know? But the thing about this battle, right, is that when this episode came out a few weeks ago, I was scrolling through my recommended, and I keep on seeing Crunchyroll original clips kind of thing, of Merrimia Freesmas, of, you know, the show. And so one of those highlight clips, whatever you want to call it, was Belle versus Eyes. And I didn't watch it. I didn't watch those clips, but that was a thing. I've known about that battle, about this battle, for a while, right? You know, because before it was a theory, and now it's reality. And so listen, I haven't watched this battle up until I watched the episode. And so seeing this battle, wow. Alright. So basically, in this sort of, and I'm gonna be honest, in this area that kind of looks like that one tower in The Last Guardian. If any of you played The Last Guardian, if you remember when Trico and the other like species of Trico started fighting each other in this huge tower, and you know there was a bridge across from one end to the other in the tower. That's sort of the setting we're in, except instead of it being a tower, it's outside and it's between buildings. But it gave me that kind of vibe. And so Belle and Wayne, invisible. I just noticed them invisible on the bridge. They're running across this bridge, and they're almost, they're getting close to Fells and the other Xenos, right? And that's when Belle stops. And Wayne doesn't know why, because I think she has like I think the invisibility cape is sort of like blinding her sight or something. I don't know. She doesn't know what's wrong, but Belle does. And Belle's like, uh-oh. And I'm over here thinking, oh, is this Eyes? And then my point is proven. When we go to Ryu, having failed, and I'm like, no, I mean, she's not dead, but like, still, she failed. And Ryu's like, 5 years. She has created such a disparity between us. And I'm like, damn. And I'm like, no, Ryu. This is so sad. But it turned so great, because after Ryu, defeated, gets up, we then clock back to the bridge. And to the other end of the bridge, the end of the bridge that Belle and Ween were walking towards. And guess who comes up from that? Good old Wallen What's-It. Alright? And Eyes is walking out. And Eyes is like... Eyes is like, alright, I can see y'all. Like, don't play tricks with me. You're there, You don't have to fool me. Come out. So Belle legit just throws off his invisibility cloak. His invisibility cloak. What's wrong with my English today? Has Ween still by his side. Eyes sees this, right? And Eyes brings up the question. She brings up the conversation that her and Belle had by the bell. All those episodes ago, all those days ago. When Belle's like, oh yeah, so if you came face to face with a monster that had, emotions similar to us, that thought similar to us, would you still kill it? And, Eyes was like, oh yeah, I'd still kill it, because, a monster's a monster, right? I'd kill it, if it's terrorizing people, if it scares people, it's dead, right? And so... Eyes was very solidified in this fact, right? And so she sees Belle and she's like, is this why you asked me that question back then? This must be why. And so when she's realizing all of this, Ween's like hiding behind Belle. Eyes, realized it. And then Belle's like, Eyes, please don't hurt Ween. And then Eyes is like, my answer is not going to change. I'm like, oh my god, this is happening here and now. And so we then see Eyes raise her sword, right? Her blade, if you will. And not really raises it, but, raises it and points it towards Belle and, Ween. And of course restates what I was saying. If somebody will be made to cry because of monsters, then they must die. Or then I will kill monsters. So Belle's ticked off. And then Belle's like, oh my gosh, this is so sad. Why? And then Eyes is like, why? And then they start fighting. Eyes just plunges in. And Belle counters. And Hessie is watching all this go down. And... and Belle's trying to convince Eyes, that the Xenos are good people. And Eyes like, I don't care. And so they're fighting. Ween's in the background. And Eyes is like, when Ween, she doesn't say Ween's name, but when Ween goes on another rampage, are you going to be able to say the same thing? And Belle's like, Belle just keeps on fighting, man. I mean, they just keep on fighting. They keep on fighting. Eyes just is not going to stop from trying to kill, Ween. And, Belle basically just outblocks Eyes, and Eyes is pushed back. Her eyes just open wide. And she's like, oh shit, dude, this man's gotten strong. And so, Belle's just keeps on going in. They're hammering at each other. I mean, it's a full-on battle, alright? It's crazy, man. So, Eyes jumps back, flips backwards, right? Does a backflip. How many times do I have to say that? And she's like, you've grown stronger, alright. Uh-oh. And so she's like, I'm not gonna go easy on you anymore. And I'm like, oh my god, let's go, boys. So she goes in again. She starts fighting Belle, right? Going at it like crazy. Basically like whack-a-mole. Like, basically just playing whack-a-mole with her sword, right? And, dude, it is crazy. Belle's dodging, he's fighting, he's dodging, he's fighting, she's dodging, he's fighting. And then she manages to break off a piece of his armor, but, and kick him, but, he's still going, he falls back, but he's trying to get up, right? And so, like the 10 million IQ man he is, Belle says, Belle's like, Firebolt. I always think that whenever Belle uses Firebolt, it's always to hurt the other person, but I keep on forgetting that Belle is like, he really has a plan B for things. He's really perceptive of his surroundings. And so instead of shooting eyes, he shoots his hand towards the bridge. And I forgot to mention this, but there's a bridge above them, and shoots the bridge. And I'm assuming at first, like, oh, he's going to shoot the bridge, and then that's going to entrap Eyes. And Eyes is surprised by this, right? And I'm surprised by this too, but I'm thinking that it's going to trap Eyes. But no, it's not going to trap Eyes. It's merely a distraction, so Belle can take Ween and run away. And I'm like, Belle, you're so smart. And so Belle and Ween run away. Eyes is undefeated. Or Eyes, is kind of defeated. And that's the midway point of the episode. So, let me get some M&Ms. Because I have some. Wow. So far. Wow. Crazy episode, right? I mean, Belle and Eyes fighting. Dude, it's a crazy battle. And don't worry, folks. That's not the end of the battle. We're gonna see them continue to fight in the other half of this episode. But still, that was crazy. Man. Before we continue, this episode, man. This episode really is just insane. Okay. So, continuing. After the break, alright? After the very short break, we're brought back to the result of Aisha. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here in this break and talk about the two vital points of the episode, right? Or another two vital points of the episode that I really didn't talk about that much. Which is, A, Ryu was defeated by Eyes, and B, Aisha was beaten by Bet. And I'm like, no, she couldn't have died. And so, this I find really interesting, because it's like, no, I can't believe this, Like, Aisha and Ryu, like, they didn't die, but they failed, right? They were defeated, they took the L, you know what I mean? And so, I'm really surprised by this, because both of them are very, very strong. Obviously, Loki Familia is stronger at this point, but I mean, they always have been, but still, I was hoping that they would win, but they didn't. And this is kind of surprising, because, for most of the time, like, if you don't really look at Sword Oratoria, and you mainly look at, is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon, you'd be surprised that Loki Familia beats basically two of the strongest characters, in a sense, in this particular series, right? Because I feel like for me, and maybe other people, maybe that's just for me, but I feel like Aisha, Ryu, all the people at, all the waitresses at the Hostess of Fertility, all of them super strong, alright? Like, just mysteriously greatly strong, right? Obviously, they got their faults. Obviously, they got their weaknesses. But still, they're pretty strong. I mean, they're strong. And so, to see that Aisha, right, who is even a match for Belle in season 2 kind of thing, gets beaten by Loki for me. Dude, it's just, I don't know. Wow. Anyway, so Aisha's beaten. Haruhime's like, no, this is so sad, what am I gonna do? She's literally crying. And Aisha's like, I'm not gonna die, alright? Calm down, Haruhime. You gotta continue, alright? Nothing's gonna happen if you just stay here. So let me rest up here, alright? I'll be on my way soon, right? And you continue doing what you gotta do, alright? And I appreciate that, because, it moves things along, And we like to see things move along, right? Hold on. Because I'm really addicted to these M&Ms now. Hold on. I'm sorry if you just hear me, chewing on M&Ms. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a bit of annoying in a minute, but... Anyway, so Haruhime runs from Aisha. Aisha's laying on the ground, and she's like, all I've been doing is losing lately. This is so sad. I really am a failure. And then, we hop back to Belle and Ween. Right? And Belle and Ween are walking, Belle's like, Ween, are you alright? Ween's like, I'm fine. Belle's like, this is not good. We gotta get away from Eyes. We gotta... I mean, they've gotten away from Eyes, but still. He's scared, having Ween, and trying to get away from Eyes, and Eyes just basically, coming up at any time. It's just too dangerous, right? And so, they're walking, and then they end up in this area, and oh my god, and I mean, oh my god, folks, and by just the sheerest of hilarity, alright? The sheerest of hilarity, alright? We see, that they've ended up, Belle realizes that, he's ended up with Ween, in this area, in Daedalus Street, that's exactly similar, or that's exactly alike to the area where he was with Hestia when he was running away from the giant Goliath gorilla thing in Season 1 Monsterphilia. And I'm like, dude, how ironic that is. How unironically great is that? As if you don't know, I mean, I'm pretty sure you do know, because, we were just reading the manga 30, 40 minutes ago. But currently in Liari's book club, we're on our way to seeing Monsterphilia. Monsterphilia is starting. And I mean, basically, we're close to it, We're close to it. We're close to seeing it for, the 9th time. But for the first time in the manga. And so I'm like, man, how coincidental is it that... how coincidental it is for us to not only be reading the first volume of the first volume of Is It Wonders to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, and at the same time review the ending of Season 3 of the anime, right? And both of them end up having something to do with Monsterphilia in the sense of that area. So I just think that's cool. Maybe seeing this, maybe I'll have an extra long session of Liari's book club. Just because I like to get Monsterphilia over with. In that, but who knows, man? Who knows? Anyway, so Belle and Ween come across the street, or come upon this street, and Belle gets a flashback from when he locked Hestia behind the iron gate in that area. And Ween's like, why are you so surprised? And then Belle's like, right, from back then, I was still weak, man. He was still weak. But, before he says that, he's like,
like, hey, Hestia, hey, goddess, if I'm right, there's a secret passage near here, right? And Hestia's like, yeah. But it's gonna be a long route. But yeah, you can go through there. And so, as Hestia is gonna start telling the route, Belle does the move. Belle does the move to Ween. And puts her behind the same iron door. So she can be safe. And oh my god, yeah, so he closes the iron door and she's behind it. And she's like, Belle. And Belle hands her the FaceTime ball thing, and he's like, take this and head down this path. And then she's like, but she's like, what about you? And then Belle's like, I'll stay here. Me and Eyes are gonna have a conversation, but you just go ahead, run along, I'll catch up with you later, right? And I'm like, oh, tell me Belle's gonna die. Please don't tell me, Ween will possibly die. Like, I'm getting terrified, right? And so, Belle's reassuring Ween, and he's like, alright, I'll come to you soon, as long as you listen to Hestia, you'll be fine, Don't worry, don't worry about me. And so Ween's sort of uncertain, I'm gonna lower the music for a bit, because I want to. So, Ween's uncertain, and Belle's like, you gotta go, alright, you gotta go. So Ween starts backing away, and starts running off. So, Belle then, calms down for a second that he has, looking at Ween running away, saying that he hasn't changed at all. He's still weak. And then that's when Eyes jumps down behind him. And, dude, this scene, alright? This scene is another pivotal scene of the episode, alright? And as you can tell, if you haven't already been able to tell, this episode is just full of pivotal scenes, right? This one, folks, and I mean this one, is probably the most pivotal of them all. And why is that? Why is that, you might ask? Well, why don't I go ahead and tell you? So, Eyes lands down in back of Belle. Belle gets up. They're staring at each other. And Eyes is like, move, dude. I need to go kill that. And I still don't know how to say the race, Ween's race. Which is a Voide? A Voir? I still don't know how to say that, but I'm assuming it means dragon. I think, but I'm not sure. Anyway, so Eyes is like, move. I need to kill him. I need to kill her. And Belle's solid in his belief, alright? Man's always never faltered in his belief, right? And he's like, I am not going to stand, alright? I'm gonna stand. I am not gonna move aside. And so Eyes is like, alrighty then. You leave me no choice. It's time to battle. And so both of them get their weapons at the ready once again. And it's just like, in a split second, they're just back at it. And Ween, hears the first clash. She's stopping. And Hestia is like, what's wrong, Ween? Take a right. And so Ween, and dude, this scene makes me love Ween so, so, so much. Because, and you gotta understand, she is, Ween is so brave, alright? Ween is so brave. Legit, Do I see myself in Ween? Do I see myself in Ween? When it comes to her bravery. Yeah, I can see it. I can see I can see at least a smidgen of it. I can see myself kind of headed down her path in the sense of, not having an endless nightmare about her demolishing and destroying a million people's souls, but in the sense of her strength. Oh, dude, I love this scene so much. So, Ween straight out says it. Hestia, goddess, I don't want this. I don't want to leave Belle. I want to help Belle. She doesn't want to say goodbye like this. She tells Hestia that, oh yeah, Belle said that he'd come later, but he was lying. Mans was lying. He's not coming later. And she said, Belle saved me, so I want to save him. I want to save him. I want to save him. I don't want Belle to get hurt. I don't want him to cry, I haven't done anything for Belle. And funny thing that I forgot to mention in this whole sprawl of things that she's saying is she says it's wrong. And I'm like, I'm starting to break the incredible part that this episode has to offer. But dude, she says it's wrong. And I'm like, wait, are you saying it's wrong to save... Wait, are you saying it's wrong to save a girl that comes from the dungeon? Wait, are you saying it's wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? And I'm like... I just thought of that right now, but that doesn't really matter. Anyway, so she's like, I haven't done anything for Belle. I want to save him, And she basically screams it. She's crying. And then Hestia's like, I was the same way. And then Ween's like, what? And so while this conversation is going on, we see Belle and Eyes just fighting like crazy. All right, something straight out of an action anime. I mean, it is an action anime, but still, So Hestia's like, Belle doesn't play fair, He never plays fair. He pushes himself too hard and tries to look good. And says, that boy, when a girl is in trouble, no, when family is in trouble, he can't abandon them. And I'm like, oh, so true, Hestia. No wiser words have been spoken. Oh my god, you're just so smart. And so Ween's like, family. And this is when Hestia just says such nice words to Ween and says, yeah, family. Belle thinks of you as part of his family, his precious family. And I'm like, aww, this is so adorable. And so Ween's like, Ween wipes her tears and she's like, goddess, I want to go to Belle. And I'm like, oh, and I'm turning off the music because I gotta for this. So Hestia's like, are you prepared to face the consequences that you might have to say goodbye to Belle forever? That you might die? And then I'm like, no, surely not. She just got revived. They can't kill off Ween. They can't kill her off. She legit already had one canonical death. She can't have another. Sure, Fell's spell worked once, but it can't work again. It could, but it's like a 50-50 chance, you know what I mean? And so I'm like, no way. She can't die. I would be so sad. Also, I'm pretty sure you can hear me chewing, which I'm very, very sorry. I'm going to raise the music again. So, Hestie's like, are you prepared to die? And I'm like, oh my god, this is crazy. And so, Ween's like, yes, and I'm like, oh my god, this is so terrifying. What's gonna happen, man? And she says, I want to save Belle. And Hestie's like, alright, go here. And Ween just starts running. And Hestie's like, you've grown so strong. I'm so proud of you. And then that's when we, once again, go back to Eyes and Belle. Even though I said during that whole conversation, they were talking, not really. Or they were fighting, not really. And so we go back to the battle between Eyes and Bell. And, freaking Ishikumaru, the first blade that Wilf crafted or smithed for Bell is then, wiped out of his hand, right? And Bell's like, uh-oh, and Eyes is like, haha, I've got the best of you. But Bell still blocks her as usual. And he's starting to cry, and Eyes sees this, but takes this advantage mid-air, kind of mid-time, mid-strike, I should say, and kicks his chin, and he just flings back. He's like, God damn it, that actually hurt. I might need a healing potion after this one, boys. And so, he's like, he's really hurting after that kick. And Eyes is like, why the hell are you going this far? Alright, like, seriously, why? She isn't a person. She's a monster. And then Bell's like, she can speak. And then Eyes is like, no, wait. Bell's like, she can speak. She can smile. She has the same emotions as we do. And Eyes is like, they're not the same. Monsters kill people, and that's when Bell makes, that's when Bell makes this retort that I'm pretty sure I mentioned at one point, or he mentioned, or whatever. And Bell says, that's the same. All of that. We're just the same. And he doesn't say it directly. He doesn't say it exactly like I'm about to say it. But basically, he's implying that, dude, we as humans kill humans, alright? Monsters kill monsters, humans kill monsters, and monsters kill humans, alright? It's just what everybody does, alright? We're just the same. And, basically references that, our swords are the same as monsters. Our swords and knives. And so Eyes points her sword once again at Bell, and she's like, I've had enough. I will cut you. And I'm like, dude, I wonder how cut Bell looks like. And I'm like, what the fuck did I just think that? I'm like, legit, I wonder how cut Bell looked like. And I didn't say it like, and look, I'm being honest, alright? I'm watching the episode, I see this scene, she says that line, and I'm like, huh, I wonder how a cut up Bell would look like, and I'm like, why the fuck did I just think that? Why did I just ask that in my mind? What the hell is wrong with me? Anyway! Okay. I was just like, it's gonna hurt a lot. So please. And Bell's trying to defend himself, and Eyes is like, I'm gonna kill you right now. When the start of the greatest scene occurs, or begins, Ween interjects, sort of outspringing her left wing, or right wing, if you're her, and she's like, no, get away, and says, don't bully Bell, and then Bell's like, Ween? Like, dude, I thought I locked you behind the gate. Why are you here? And I'm also like that. Like, how is she here? I mean, I know that she has one wing, but did she legit just, like, fly on one wing to over here? Like, dude, that's gotta take some skill, man. And so, Eyes backs off. And, Wayne's like, please don't hurt Bell. And Eyes is like, stop that. Don't speak. And I gotta lower the music down for this, because this is a crazy scene. And so, Ween's like, huh? And Eyes is like, why does someone like you exist? Why? What is your objective? And Ween just clearly states it. I want to stay with Bell. And Eyes is like, I will not allow that. And in the mind, because I feel like I just have so many minds, right? I felt like in a universe just not too far away, if you were really just remove all the action and the death and the drama, right? this really feels like a declaration of war, in a sense, but not of like war, I mean like love war. And to see Eyes and Ween in a war for Belle, in a love war for Belle. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Anyway, so Eyes is like, I will not allow that. And I'm like, holy shit. And so, Eyes remarks that your claws hurt people. You know? And your wings terrify people. Your red stone will end up killing so many people. And says, letting you have your way on the surface like those other monsters. I will never allow it. I cannot let you go. And this is when the craziest thing happens. So another thing you have to know. Yeah, so the other thing you have to know, alright, is that, you know, what was I gonna say? Because the recording just ended up stopping out of nowhere. What, the other thing that you need to know, is... was it all that pivotal? No, it wasn't all that pivotal. But one thing you have to remember, right, is that Loki Familia are always solidified in their fact. It was made apparent earlier this season that no matter what, they will never surrender to the fact of not killing monsters, right? Even if they can talk. And Aes, a part of Loki Familia, also makes this apparent. Alright? Yet, at the beginning of this episode, Tiona spares Ween, a monster, right? In their eyes, you know? And so, I'm over here thinking, alright, Tiona did it, alright? So why can't everybody else, right? And again, like I said earlier in the episode, you could argue, oh yeah, Tiona's the dumb one, right? But dude, this is the craziest part of the episode. So after Eyes is like, oh yeah, so your claws, they kill people, you know? Your wing, it scares people, you know? And your redstone, it's gonna end up kill a lot of people, you know what I mean? And dude, one thing I just gotta mention, alright? One thing you gotta know is that Eyes is legit scared by nothing. Eyes, I feel, is that person that will never be scared of anything unless it's like, you know, death. You know, like her comrade just getting, you know, basically killed, straight up murdered, right? But besides that, I don't think many things surprise her, right? She's a very kind of person, like a very one face kind of person, you know, like neutral face. But dude, holy Lord. And oh, that was the other thing I was going to mention. I gotta mention this also. From the start, alright? From the start of Eyes and Belle's battle, right? My mouth is just gaping, alright? It's open. It's like, I can't close my mouth, alright? And so my mouth is still like that. And you know, my mouth is still like that. And eyes widen massively. And she starts becoming so terrified and just so surprised than we have ever seen her before. When Ween literally pulls out her fingernails and throws them on the floor with her bare hands in front of Eyes. And you should see Eyes' face. She is just, what the fuck? She is mortally traumatized by it. Blood is on the floor. Belle's like, Ween, don't do this. And Ween is bleeding. And Eyes is just terrified, mortified. And just when you think it couldn't get worse, Ween legit takes her hand, puts it on her left wing, her only remaining wing, and straight up tears it off her body, and it dissipates, and she's crying, she's screaming, and I'm out here being like, what the fuck? And she's screaming, Belle's terrified, Eyes is mortally terrified, and blood is just all over. And she no longer has long fingernails. She just looks like a normal person now with, dyed hair, right? And so she then falls down, and we see Eyes still traumatized, still holding her position from before. And, as Ween falls, Belle catches her. And he's like, Ween, are you okay? And Eyes just is standing there, sword still aiming at Belle and Ween. And she's doing nothing. And Ween says, if I ever stop being myself again, next time I'll disappear like I'm supposed to. And I'm like, damn. And then she tells Eyes that she was all alone in a dark, cold place since before I became me for so long. And says it was scary. I was so lonely until Belle came to the rescue. And she's crying and says, Belle saved me. And she's still crying. And by sheer luck, sheer miracle, by the power of Ween, a monster, a Xenos, someone that is hated by millions, trillions, quadrillions of adventurers, is then mercied, is given mercy by Tenki, by the Sword Princess her goddamn self. Eyes lays down her sword, or retracts her sword, and says, I can no longer kill you. And I'm like, that's when my eyes just start, blowing up, what the fuck did you just say? And she continues to, she looks really, I mean, she has that face, similar to Ryu's, when Ryu saw, the death of you-know-who. And, Eyes was just mortally terrified and says, none of you are wrong. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we are not wrong. The judge is in our favor. And so she says, that is what I have come to believe, so run away. Go. And she gives them a healing potion. I'm like, Eyes, you're so great. And I'm like, in this moment, I'm like, oh my god. Eyes is officially, I know she's another main character. I know that she's, the love interest of Belle, alright? I know that she is this and that, right? And I know that I don't really,
in the overall scheme of things, she isn't my favorite of favorite characters. She is up there, but she, she's not the best of the best, right? Others might disagree, all right? But here's the thing, right? I now am like, wow. Like, this season, it hasn't looked too hot for AS in my eyes until this scene. Dude, Eyes literally surrenders to not killing and gives Belle a potion to heal Ween's wounds. And I'm like, Eyes, you're actually a homie. You're actually a homegirl. Can we get can we get some Pog Champs? Can we get some Pog Champs, boys? Oh my god. I love her, man. I love her. She's great. I can't And so, Bella's surprised by this. And Eyes is like, go, run. And Hestia is like really happy about this. And, because she's listening to all this. And then Eyes is just left there in front of the pool of blood that Ween left behind. Left in this huge area. And Eyes sort of just looks at the sky and says nothing. And then we go back to Ween and Belle, Ween getting healed by the potion. And I'm over here thinking, dude, this is crazy. Ween doesn't have a wing. She doesn't have wings. And she doesn't have, long fingernails. I mean, I know that Haruhime, clipped them earlier in the season, and so technically they can grow back. But still, dude, this is crazy. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking, wait, can my homie G actually stay up on the surface with my homies? Hey, that'd be pretty PogChamp, wouldn't you think? But unfortunately, that's not what happens. Because you'll see that very, very soon. And so, that's when Hestia, while Ween's getting healed by the potion, that's when Hestia's like, alright, I managed to contact Haruhime, and, I managed to contact Haruhime, and that she's confirmed that Lily's safe. And I'm going to be honest, I low-key kind of forgot about Lily this episode, but whatever. So Lily's safe, Haruhime is safe, and says one more piece of good news. And while she says this one more piece of good news, we see Lily with Let and Fear, Haruhime and Arls running through the streets. And, Hestia's like, oh yeah, so Haruhime has found some of the Xenos that got separated, and it seems they have the key to Kenosos too. And I'm like, okay, this is perfect. This is great. And it's because, so the reason why they have a key to Kenosos is because Astrius, the Black Minotaur boy, entrusted it to them. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's very poggers, right? And Hestia reiterates that it's probably the one Wallen What's-It fought before. So Belle's like, a Black Minotaur, and I'm like, yeah, a Black Minotaur, and I'm like, wait. A Black Minotaur. And then I remember this thing. Ooh, what? Ooh. Wait, what is that? Okay, I'm not going to care about that. And then I see this thing. I remember this final war. I hope I can. I'm gonna skip that. I'm skipping that. I've been skipping that. Skip it. Oh no. Oh, I accidentally clicked that. Oh, and we can't even battle it. Oh no. Anyway, what is this? What? There's a new event? The Steamy Scheme. Okay, we're not going to care about this. We're not going to care about that. No, wait, what? Uh-oh. Wait, what did I just trigger? Oh, I triggered a... Okay, we're not going to care about that either. Sorry. We probably just missed a lot of stuff. Oh, no. Okay, whatever. Oh, yeah, by the way, did I mention that I'm recording this the day of episode 972? Anyway, continuing. Anyway, so Belle's like a Black Minotaur, and it reminded me of that
that final rivalry thing, right? And I'm like, wait, are they going to end up fighting in the final episode? I'm like, surely not. Surely not, right? I mean, if they fought in the final episode, that would mean... that would repeat it, right? That would repeat the age-old tale. I'll get back to that in a bit, right? So, Belle doesn't really think about this, and Hestia doesn't really extend upon this, and says, they're coming to pick you up. And so, Belle, with Ween, still waiting, Hestia's like, head for the door when they pick you up, and he's like, understood. So then we see a door closed, we see that Welf and Makoto are behind this door, and they basically say that we're safe, and they're safe, and Fells is safe, and it's great stuff, And they're headed towards the secret passage. So we see all the Xenos headed towards the western door soon, and so I'm excited about this. We see Finn looking out into the sunset, and then we see Belle, Welf, or not Belle, Welf. We see Belle and Ween and Fear, basically Belle and Ween with Haruhime and Lily's group joining forces. And Belle's like, all right, is there really a door that goes down here? And it's like, yeah, it's the person who entrusted us told us so. So I mean, yeah. And so farewells begin, and I'm like, aw, man, this is so sad, Like, I legit keep on thinking every time that, Bella's gonna say goodbye to Son of the Xenos, I always think, oh yeah, Ween's gonna stay with him, but no. I'm like, aw, this is so sad. And so they start saying their goodbyes, and then Ween's like, well, before Ween says anything, Fear's like, oh, thank you so much, and let's like, hey, if you're ever in trouble, we'll be the ones to help you, and I thought that was pretty cool. And so then Ween's like, hey, Belle, and he's like, yeah? And she said, I cried when I was separated from you guys. Like, I cried the whole time, and, yeah, I cried the whole time, but then she realizes, but if I do that, you and the others will worry about me, right? And then she's like, you know what, so I'm not gonna cry anymore. And I'm like, I mean, logically, that makes sense. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, don't cry. And then Belle's like, all right, we'll meet again. We'll meet again. And we'll be able to live together at some point and someday. And Belle's like, I'll make you a promise. One day I'll make a place where we can all live together. And Haruhime is like, then shall we pinky swear? And basically she explains what a pinky swear is. And basically has Belle and Ween pinky swear. And it's cute. It's cute. It's a cute little scene, So they look at each other, they're smiling, and then goodbye, right? We then are brought to the top of one of the towers, and one of the many towers with the lights on, and I'm assuming it's the tower with Hestia, right? And so I didn't understand this before, right? I didn't understand this scene before. I legit had to watch this 2 times, and now I'm watching it a 3rd time, where we see his notes. His notes specifically being, oh, dude, this is crazy. This is gonna be, okay, legit. I'll be right back, because this is... Okay, I'll be right back. And so, remember at the beginning of this episode, remember at the beginning of this review, I should say, when I said, I only have 3 words to describe this episode, alright? And that's surprised, shocked, and shattered. Now, the surprise bit was, at the beginning of the episode, seeing either Haruhime, Ween, and Belle sort of team up and try to make their way to the gate
And then also surprised by the defeat of Ryu and Aisha. Or the failure, or whatever. And then the shocked part was, well, you know, the whole battle between Ayaz and Belle. And of course, Ween basically just ripping off her one wing and ripping off her claws, right? So that was the surprise part. I mean, that was the shocked part. But see, folks, we haven't gotten to the shattered part yet. And you might be wondering, well, where's the shattered part? And the funny thing is that we got 3 minutes left of the episode, right? And 1:30 or 1 minute and 30 seconds of those 3 minutes is dedicated to the outro. And so you might be thinking, what else could happen? What is the shattered? What is that shattered word supposed to mean in the context of what happens in the rest of the episode? There's 3 minutes left, you know? And if you exclude the minute and a half of an outro, you only have a minute and 30. What crazy thing could happen within a minute and 30? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't you love to know? So, we see Hestia accidentally drop Desperdice's notes on the monsters. And, well, not on the monsters, but on Daedalus's notes for Knossos. And so she drops the book. And I didn't understand it, but now I understand it. I understand that when she dropped the book, all of the ink that's written in the book starts spilling out. And she's like, oh, no, the 1,000-year-old book, this is so bad. And so she picks it up, freaking out. And then she realizes that, this black ink is coming off of the pages. And it's revealing other pages. And her eyes open up and she's like, it can't be. Are these notes? And I'm thinking, alright, as the outro plays, I'm thinking, she can't say fake, right? She can't say fake. Surely not, right? Surely not. The notes cannot be fake, right? Well, here's the thing. Because I'm thinking, that's what everybody expects us to think. That's what the show wants us to think. That she's going to say, oh yeah, it's fake. But in reality, it's not fake. It's, oh, are these notes, written by Fells? Or are these notes this? Or, like, the whole, I felt like it was intentional to be like, oh yeah, it's fake. But I didn't take that it was going to be fake, because this show throws so many curveballs and so many twists and so many this and that. Not for a second would I believe that it's fake. No way in Eisenhower, right? No way in Hotune. You know what I mean? No way in this wacky wide world that we call 2020, right? No way. And I mean no way are those fake, because that's way too, predictable for her to say. In that moment, right? So it must mean, wait, are these notes the wrong notes? Oh, are these accidentally my class notes? Are these notes gonna lead, or are these notes secretly another map to another world? That's what I'm thinking, right? It's gonna be so much bigger and so much more interesting than just saying fake. But then I'm proved wrong. See, folks, I'm over here thinking, alright, well, that's a cliffhanger. We're not gonna know what happens in the next episode. And then the outro ends. And then we get an after credit scene. And this after credit scene is what shatters my poor little heart. This after credit scene is what shatters my poor little heart. So I'm over here thinking, as the outro is about to end, we're going to see the title of the next episode, and it's going to be pretty PogChamp. It's probably going to be like, yo, epic finale battle with Astrius. It's gonna, that's what I'm assuming. Like, it's probably gonna be called, I don't know. It's probably gonna be called, like, yo, epic finale, boys. Get ready for season 4 in 2022. Let's get it, homies. Like, that's what I'm thinking, right? That's what I'm thinking. That's... But no, they didn't do that. You know what they decided to do? We see the Xenos standing in front of the supposed east slash west entrance to Knossos. And we see them standing in front of it. And they're like, what is this? Like, what is this? Is this a dead end? And I'm like, surely not. It can't be. And it's like, the fact that there was a door here was written in the dataless notes. And then that's when it's revealed. That's when he starts walking out from the shadows. That's when he starts walking out from the shadows with his beautiful Andromeda. The blonde, feather hat, red scarf, blue, maybe even green, robed man, sly deity, walks out and says, that was a fake. And they're surprised. Fells is surprised. Everyone's surprised. And he says, with his hat tipped down, pleased to meet you, ladies and gentlemen of the Xenos. My name is Hermes. And he tips his hat and says, I'm just a simple god. And Fells is like, Lord Hermes, what is the meaning of this? And Hermes says, nothing much. I just have a little request of you. And over here I'm thinking, no, a little request, you're gonna help us fight in a war or something, homie? You want us to join your army or something? Like, I'm over here thinking, right? This man finna about to, like, get all of these Xenos to join his Familia, right? Because he really seemed interested in all these Xenos. At the beginning of the season, I genuinely thought, like, I didn't think, but, like, here I'm thinking, oh, yeah, he wants them a part of his team. Like, that's what's going to happen, right? But here's another thing, right? At the beginning of the season, it was kind of weird, Hermes. He was kind of sus. He was kind of weird. And how he was kind of weird is that he had gotten some information. I'm not sure. Okay, so here's the thing. He had gotten some information, or he was researching the Xenos. But the thing is that Hermes didn't know about the Xenos in the sense of Uranos. Because if you remember back to a few episodes ago, Uranos specifically told Hestia that the only ones that know about the Xenos are me, Ganesha, you, your Familia, and a few of my associates. And though you could argue that Hermes might be one of his associates, I digress. Alright? And I don't think Hermes truly knew what the Xenos were at the time, right? And so, I thought this was interesting. Alright? I thought it was interesting back then, because I didn't know, at the end of that first episode, I didn't know if he was sending his family out to, find the camps of the Xenos and destroy them, or if he was, like Bell, trying to rescue them, right? Or trying to help them, right? And so I didn't know that, right? I didn't know which side he was picking. Presumably, I thought Hermes is going to help him, right? Hermes was going to help him. And so here's the other thing, right? Throughout the season, all right? We have, Hermes sort of helping Belle in the sense of like, oh yeah,
we have Akelos, coming up on Bell, and Hermes is like, hey, Akelos, get the hell out of here, I need to have a talk with you, right? And so, and so he basically tells Akelos, back off of Bell, right? And they have a whole talk about Evolus, right? And then also in this season, we see that Hermes, right? We see that Hermes just last episode ran into Aina and gave Aina a bracelet, all right? But we didn't know what this bracelet was going to do. Aina was supposed to give the bracelet to Belle, but we didn't know what it would do, right? But here's the thing, all right? And here's the thing, all right? I was so entranced by... and I forget his name. I forget what his name was before he became what he became. But I remember Erebius before he was Erebius. And I remember how that guy, kind of fooled everyone. Right? He kind of fooled everyone into thinking, oh yeah, I'm just a decent god, a pleasant god, a peaceful god, right? I just roam around the streets. I forget what his name was. I'm so sorry, but he was a peaceful god, right? And then obviously he fooled everyone because then he turned into Erebius, god of the underworld, right, if you will, god of Evolus, leader of Evolus, the absolute malevolence, right? And I knew that it would eventually come. I knew that history would eventually repeat itself in some sort of way. I didn't know what he was thinking. I didn't know which path Hermes Familia had been taking this whole time, because throughout the season, we even saw Aisha and S.S.S., a part of Hermes Familia, helping Belle. And that's the thing. That's the thing. Helping Belle. So, most of the people this season in that were either, Hermes Familia or allied with Hermes Familia were A, investigating, or B, helping out Belle, right? And so I thought by some sheer circumstance that helping Belle also meant helping the Xenos. But the thing is that I forgot one key thing. That didn't happen. That didn't exactly happen. Because S.S.S. told Aisha that it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna protect the Xenos, it's a part, we gotta stand by Belle. But I think S.S.S. gave him the slip. I think Miss Andromeda gave him the slip. And just basically threw Aisha as a decoy. Nothing much. I just have a little request of you, says Hermes. And he tips his hat. We see his eye, his evil, evil eye. And then he says something that clears everything up. That really makes everything make sense now. Everything makes sense. And it doesn't show here, but in the poster of season 3, we saw Belle holding Haruhime. Or holding Ween, sorry. We saw Eyes, just really frustrated kind of thing in the poster. And then we saw this black minotaur, but we didn't really notice that it was a minotaur until, a few episodes ago. And then, the other person in that poster, besides Hestia, was Hermes. And Hermes sort of looked down, he had his hat tipped down. But I was only assuming that was because, he was pissed off, or that he was disappointed in Belle. But no. No. Because with that same reaction, with that same face, he tips his hat upward. We see his eyes, and he says, "Won't you die? Please? You heretical monsters?" And I'm like, heart shattered. Heart shattered. Hermes, one of my favorite characters. The character that I was literally just playing the side story of, or an interact of, a few episodes ago. The person that has just been so funny and so incredibly, cheerful and everything. The person that I deemed one of my favorite characters in the whole show, with a single tip of his hat and glance and line, becomes even more favorite character of mine. Because he fooled everyone. He fooled everyone. I thought, right? And I thought genuinely, alright? Last episode it was kind of rocky, if or a few episodes ago it was kind of rocky if, Mayak Familia and Hephaestus Familia and Take, if they were all going to help, I didn't know if they were going to help, right? Nobody really knew if they were going to help. But they ended up helping. I don't know about Take, but, most of them helped, right? And so I thought, oh my god, with Mayak helping and Hephaestus Familia helping and, Hermes Familia helping, because that's a given, and Ganesha Familia helping, I'm sure everything's going to go alright. But the thing is that I added Hermes Familia because it's I thought it was obvious. I thought Hermes Familia, definitely 100% in the bag, 100%, 100% world record speedrun, they were totally good friends, with the buddy, with the white rabbit. But no, I was wrong. We were all fooled. Hermes tricked us. And when I saw that scene, and I saw the title, which for the next episode, for the finale, which I'll say in a second. When I saw the end of that episode, I got up from my chair, and like I said, I grabbed my phone, I started up Merrimia Freesmas, started up Mobizen, I went to the bathroom, and I'm thinking, and and I kid you not, I'm thinking about this whole situation, and then I start recording, and then I start freaking out, and in the middle of freaking out about this whole thing, about this ending, I'm the words, it was never meant to be, run in my head. And then I realized something absolutely incredible. Absolutely hilarious. And I didn't want to say it at the beginning of this episode, but now I'm saying it. Hermes is legit the Eret of the Dream SMB. Oh my god! Because if you don't know, Eret, was a part of L'Manberg, right? Was with Tommy and Wilbur and Fundy and Tubbo, right? And basically, right? I don't think Fundy was there back then, but basically, Eret was with them, right? And then Eret led them to the final control room and then killed all of them because secretly he was on the Dream Team's side. It was a betrayal. It was the Eret betrayal. And when you really think about it, obviously there's differences between worlds and there's differences in between art styles and all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, Hermes basically led, like when you think about it, he had a part in leading the Xenos and Fells to a dead end, aka a final control room, in a sense. And basically said, die, why won't you? But at the same time, it was like, it was never meant to be. And yeah, sure, he didn't press a button that, blew all of them up. But still. And I'm like, dude. And so I freaked out. When I saw that. I was so surprised. And y'all are going to be even more surprised when I tell you the title of the finale. The title of the finale of Season 3 is quite literally the most surprising title ever. It's Argonaut. You heard me right. Argonaut, Heroes Return. And I'm like, huh? Argonaut? I haven't heard that name in a long time. I mean, of course we heard it from Tiona, but still, like, dude, what is that title? Argonaut, Heroes Return? Dude, and I'm like, it's all making sense. It's all coming together now. Next episode. I might miss the mark on a lot of theories, but one thing's for sure. Alright, I'm not going to theorize, but I might not be able to predict everything that happens next episode, but I'm sure of one thing, and that one thing is that Argonaut is going to fight General Minos. And just like how he fought General Minos, Bell will fight against Astrius, the Black Minotaur. Oh, this is gonna be so cool. I'm so excited, dude. When you have the title Argonaut Heroes Return and the title of another episode of Merrimia Freesmas, your boy gonna be going balls the walls crazy. Dude, what is that title? It's like, oh, wow, that's pretty poggers. And folks, you know what's so great? You actually get to see what's about to happen. What'll happen in the finale in this episode, but we not yet. Also, what's this Grand War stuff, dude? This is cool. We got Aisha we got the homies. That's pretty poggers. Also, this is pretty cool that we got this steamy scheme thing. I'm sure I'm gonna mention it in a previous episode. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna mention it. I'm pretty sure I've already mentioned it in in like, I don't know, episode 973. But dude, that looks interesting. That's gonna be fun to play. I'm excited for that. Oh, surely. I'm really excited for that. I was thinking about things of what to do after this grand freaking episode. And I think I'm gonna start off with the steamy scheme. I think that'll be a good start to the new year, because it looks interesting. It seems, I don't know, something about the steamy scheme title
seems kind of, what do you call it? It seems reminiscent to, god damn it, what's that event called? The, what is it called? Freaking Secret Game. So, yeah. Anyway, let's check out Side Story 11, so then we can end this off and y'all can see, you know, Liari's book club, and then, yeah. So what's this about? Right before the Xenos rescue operation, Hestia family members were getting their statuses updated. Oh, cool. Very cool. Wow. What's up? What's Belle's? Belle Cornell, level 3, strength 577. Wait, to 812? Okay. Everything just went up 300, basically. The hell? The hell is that, dude? He had a real upgrade this season. Yeah, man's going insane. Man's going insane. Oh, yeah, he did. Oh, is that why? I mean, that's how much he updates after one season. Yep. Huh. That's unfortunate. Did you want to see him rank up? Oh, it will. It already has. I wonder how much he's grown after the end of the season. All right. Alright. I mean, you've done it already, man. So now what are we gonna see? Is that it? No, we're gonna see more conversation, maybe? The goddess didn't know at this point. The boy was about to confront the Sword Princess for protecting Ween, and he was just about to experience a limit break just in one night? Wait, what? Dude, did that actually happen? Dude, that's really poggers. That's very poggers. Ah, dude, this is so cool. Dude, this review is insane. All right, well, next up, we got Liari's book club, session 5. I'm pretty sure, the final session, I think, for the book, or for the first volume, and for this grand episode. And I'll see y'all there, and then of course after that is the review for episode 12, Argonaut Heroes Return, which is shaping up to be which I'm theorizing is gonna have an ending similar to season 1 and 2, or season 1 really, where it's sort of kind of maybe not really gonna be rushed, in the sense of like he's probably gonna fight Astraeus, and then he defeats him, and then we see like an ending scene where it's like, oh yeah, then everybody headed back to the surface and everyone's great. Like, that's the ending I'm expecting. There's also a possibility of a cliffhanger, or just for the episode to have no opening or ending. Because that's usually what finales do. They usually don't have an opening or ending. To fill out more space for the episode, to see, to have more space to show what's going to happen. But who knows? I mean, what do I know? What do I know? I've only watched like 112 anime. But yeah, this is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be a crazy finale. I'll see y'all in the next segment. I'll see you guys in the hopeful animated transition that I make, which I'm actually planning on making tonight. Just because I feel like I should. So yeah. So yeah, I'll see y'all in the transition, and then after the transition, we'll go into Larry's Book Club Session 5, which is going to be slightly longer than the previous few in this large episode. So yeah, anyway, I'll see y'all there. And of course, after that, finale time. So yeah, see you guys in a hot second. Man. It's good. Oh, folks, welcome to part 6 of whatever the hell this video is called. I'm tired. I just woke up. Today is the day. Well, this is being recorded on the day of episode 973, aka the day before this whole thing is being uploaded. Dude, I got animations upon animations. I still got lyrics, and I got this to finish, and then the other review to finish. Dude, there is so goddamn much that I have left, and I want to throw up. Oh. But I also want to sleep. Oh, look, this is all I'm saying. If you're seeing this right now, just know that, well, I mean, look, and I never say this. I barely ever say this, but please drop a like, because this episode has taken so much struggle, so much pain, and so much fucking long times to do. Dudes, I literally just kinda just woke up. Anyway, we're here to maybe finish off this thing. I'm not necessarily sure. We only have a few pages left, but I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. We will see. But for right now, let's continue reading. Oh my god. I'll be so tired. Okay. Okay, I'm assuming that we started here. Alright. Or I'm assuming that we're gonna start here. So. It's been 3 days since Goddess left, but she's still out. That's okay, though. I'll surprise her when she gets back. I'll work hard today, too, and bring home lots of money. Meow! Wait up, wait here. Huh? One of the waitresses in the bar. Oh, sorry if y'all can see. Oh, no. Sorry for the, I can't change that. That's lighting, man. I can't change lighting. I'll do my best to cover it up. But anyway, right up here. Good morning. Are you talking to me? Good meowing. Sorry for carrying you out like that, meow. Here. Coin purse. Coin purse. Give this to that scatterbrain, okay? Oh, Anya? Wait, this is spelled different. Wait. Over here it's spelled A-H-N-Y-A. Interesting. Anya. That's not enough information. Cornell is confused. Cornell-san is confused. Ah, she remembered my name. I'm kind of touched. You're so silly, Liu? 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 Not Ryu? Ryu? Oh, I guess both of them... Whatever. Whatever. She went to Monsterphilia and forgot her wallet. So I want Belle to take it to her, meow. She knows that much without saying it. That's how it is. Ah, now I got it. Oh. I gotta love the light. I gotta love broad daylight. You know what I mean, folks? Y'all gotta love that natural light peeking in. Okay. Anyway. Okay. This light is really gonna be a problem. Will you accept our request? We are busy. Wait. Will you accept our request? We are busy with preparations and are unable to go ourselves. That's okay. I don't really mind. But what's Monsterphilia? Wouldn't you like to know? Do you not know? Everyone in the city should know. Actually, I just came to Auraria recently. Well then, Meow. God. Well then, Meow explain it to you, Meow. Meow. That. Anyway, we're here. Monsterphilia is a massive event held once a year. Adventurers tame monsters taken from the dungeon at the stadium. Meow. What tame? Yeah, tame, man. What's so strange about that? You should have seen it yourself by now, Whitehead. That moment when a defeated monster wants to become your friend. Not even once, man. Taming has become recognized as a skill. It depends heavily on the strength of the user, however. So Monsterphilia is basically a show where even adventurers, where adventurers get monsters to behave. That's right, Meow. That's right, Meow. God. Doing these voices at okay. Kind of like a circus, Meow. Oh. that's actually funny. I didn't think of it like that before. Seer said she would buy some souvenirs, but she forgot her money. Careless kitty. Was that not your request? In any case, please help us. Well, we'll leave her wallet with you. Seer just left, so you can still catch her. Leave it to me. Leave it to good old Belle, man. Leave it to the Mr. Arogonato-kun himself. Arogonato-kun, nice. Okay. East Main Street, Monsterphilia. Oh, look at this, folks. This is so cool. Also, the bell doesn't look... Is that the bell? Oh, no, that's a stadium. That's a stadium. I'm about to say, the bell ain't looking too hot in that photo, but whatever. Here you go. These are great. How about one? Oh, I forgot about this scene, guys. Look. It's her. It's her. Yo, Freya. You been waiting? Not at all. I just sat down. I heard you slept well after the celebration. Alone in bed, crawling inside a bottle after bottle. Oh wait, no, that's okay, I'm assuming, yeah, okay, I'm assuming that Freya says that, sorry, okay. I heard that you slept well after the celebration, alone in bed, crawling inside a bottle after bottle. Hey, hey, boobs for brains, where'd you hear that? Your children seemed happy to talk about it. Also, when are you going to introduce me to your friend? That's right. Right. Wait. That's right. Your first meeting. This is Loki Familias Eyes Wallenstein. Nice to meet you. Kenki. Such a cute one. Yeah, because that's always what I say when I meet a new person. Such a cute one. What is Freya? Being monster feely and all, I thought I'd take eyes down out on the town. Don't have much chance, mind ya. Don't have much chance, mind ya. The princess here is always going to the dungeon every day, every chance she gets. She just got back from another expedition. If someone didn't make her take it easy, she never would. That is true. Also, did I just, read this completely wrong? Oh, no. I didn't. For a second, I forgot how to read manga, and then I remembered. Well, then, why don't you explain why you've called me out here? Huh? Just been a long time since we had a good chat. Stop lying. Damn. Freya's be setting the vibe, though. I'll ask you straight. What you planning? Just what are you suggesting, Loki? Think I'm dull? Wait. Think I'm dull, moron? Suddenly showing up at the celebration like that. From what? You just said, oh. Wait, I keep on forgetting who's saying what. Okay, no, okay, that is Loki, sorry. I'm sorry, folks. I just woke up. At least showing up at the celebration like that from what you just said. You're collecting information like a sponge. What's your scheme this time? Scheme makes it sound bad. Then spill. Yeah, spill, Freya. Spill. Because I still don't know what it is. But maybe you already know? Whatever. A man, huh? That was the only line on this page. Okay. So you got your eyes on some poor familiar's child. I take it. You have a bad habit like that with men. Really? Really? That's just where it ends. Gods. Actual deities from another phase of existence residing in this one. If they were to use their arcanum, they could easily raise the world to the ground. Their world, Tenkai, has been peaceful for billions of years. They became bored. They watched and guided their children on the lower world, Gakkai. I knew I was right. Until some gods couldn't stand the boredom any longer and went to live among them. They now reside on Gakkai, looking to entertain. Or looking for entertainment, sorry. What a rating today. I like these sections the most because I don't have to do any voice acting, man. I don't have to do any voice acting. Anyway, Ah, you armorous... Wait. You armorous bent. Loki. You friskier every year. You even got standards? Outrageous. I know the good from the West. Freya. Give him up. You already got those idiot gods wrapped around your finger. They have their uses. Step 7. If y'all can see that. The fair, the date, the search. Oh god, that's all gonna happen in this. Oh, that's so many things. Oh, that's so many things. Alright, then hold on a second. I'll be right back. Wait. There you go. Okay, cool. Now that we're back, let's maybe finish this up. So, who's the guy that got you all flattered? All flutter. You strung me along this far. I've got a right to ask. Well, he's not that strong. As of now, he's not dependable, is easily hurt, and cries at the smallest of things. That boy, however. He was gorgeous, he was clear. He's a color that my eyes have never seen before. I found him completely by accident. I just happened to look out the window. Look at the window, you say, huh? Look at the window. Man looked at the window and it's like, hey, my next victim. I legit just looked out the window while saying that. Wait, what did I miss? Oh, and then Freya catches... Alright, Freya sees him again. And then it's like, huh? Hey, what's... My apologies, something urgent has come up. Huh? What's with her dashing out like that? Yo, eyes. Eyes? Something up? I guess we won't know. Finished. Here. Ooh. Ooh, it's finished, boys. It's finished. Oh! Does it meet your expectations? Yes, it's great. No complaints at all. Oh, yes, this weapon needs a name. I've got it. It was born from the love that Belle and I share. Love Dagger. Please no, that makes it sound like a piece of junk. It really does. But this can't be described as anything but a divine weapon. Hestia knife. How does that sound? Do not go back on this loan. Oh, I love it. I mean, that's a great name. Hestia knife? I mean, wow. I would have never thought of that name. Thank you, Hephaestus. Leaving already? Yeah, sorry. Hey, wait, Hestia. It was a long night. You should rest. Hestia does not rest. Hephaestus looks slightly cooler in the manga. Or looks slightly cooler in the manga. I think it's interesting because where her hair is sort of just covering one of her eyes. Whereas here her hair is covering one of her eyes. You know, in the other, you know, in the show and the manga and just everything. Or not in the manga, but you get my point. She has an eye patch, and I think it's interesting differences. Anyway. Oh, I want to give this to Belle right now. Thank you so much, goddess. It'd go something like that. It'd go something like that. Of course it would. Of course it would. I mean, I'm not... Why wouldn't it, right? That's right. Today's the annual of Monsterphilia. Belle is still new here, so it'll be his first time. Hey, taxi! To East Main Street, please. Knowing Belle,
That's where he'll be. Monsterphilia it is. I'll get you there. Aw, man. We're going, folks. We speed running. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with that goddamn song, man. Like, man's like, okay, I'm gonna shut up. My goodness, I do apologize, Honorable Goddess, but this is as far as I can take you. This is close enough. This is close enough, Mr. Driver. I'll walk from here. Sorry for the trouble. If you follow that back street there, you'll end up on East Main. Thanks! How much do I owe you? It's 80 Valis. The old man's so cool, man. Old man driver's pretty PogChamp. I didn't think we saw him in the anime. Oh, whatever. Keep the change. That's your tip. Nope. This is the exact fare. Damn. That's, okay. That's unfortunate. And then she's finna run in. Oh, and she runs in with Freya. I don't think I remember this. Or do I? I don't know. I don't think I remember running into... I don't think I remember Hestia running into Freya. No, I don't think I do. But, okay. Wait, aren't you Freya? Hestia? Going to Monsterphilia too? If you're using back alleys, you must be in a hurry. Yes. I can't walk around openly in such crowded spaces. Must be tough. Must be tough being the goddess of beauty. Oh yes, have you seen the boy in my Familia? He's got white hair, red eyes, looks a bit like a rabbit. Now that you mention it, I believe I have. Just down this path on East Main. Thank you! Then Freya's like, interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't know what I'm saying like that. Also, I'm just checking every 5 seconds to see if anyone comes home, because the thing is that, like I said, I'm recording this very kind of early, and usually in the mornings my parents go out to exercise at the gym. That's how it's been, at least. I think this is like their final day, but they're exercising. They go for a bit, and I'm just here alone, and so I can read this without, like, I don't know, because I feel like if I read this when they're home, let's just say that there's some things I wish that I don't record and say while they're home, but yet here we are. Anyway, here we are. Hey! Sorry. Hey, Belle! Belle! What are you doing here? Wait, Goddess? What are you doing here? Hey now, isn't it obvious? I came here to see you. I wanted to see you too, but that's not what I meant. Yeah, seriously. Where have you been? And to think we actually happened to meet. Looks like we're connected by a very special bond. She's not listening. Yeah, she doesn't most of the time. You're in a very good mood. What happened? Wanna know? Well, yeah. And Hessie's like, I don't feel like telling right now. Look forward to it. You're going to keep me in suspense? Yeah, she is. Let's go on a date, Belle. Date? I'm looking for someone right now. Then we'll look for them while on our date. Let's go, Belle. Oh, wait. I forgot to add the hee. The hee. Ah, dude, this is so funny to see. This is so great. Okay, anyway. Thanks a bunch. Say ah. Say ah. Not I said ah, not ah. What the fuck? So they're eating. They're having a fun time. Are they sitting in the same place, kind of? I can't tell. But anyway, let's get to the action. Monsterphilia Stadium. Wait, there's an actual fucking name for this stadium? What the hell? Wait, besides the Monster Field. The Amphitheater. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is maybe a real word, but I just haven't learned it. Amphitheaterium. Amphitheaterum. Amphitheaterum, I think. Yeah, amphitheaterium. Or theaterum. Or theaterum. Amphitheaterum. Something like that. Amphitheater. So it's like an amphitheater, but it's combined with a stadium. So it's an amphitheater. Okay, cool. At least I got something. Anyway, so they're fighting. I mean, they're taming.
Wow, what a beautiful dodge! Here comes an attack. Will the monster fall? Will it resist?
Guild members are stationed outside the stadium. There they go. It's Monsterphilia. Not a whim of the gods, but an event put on by the guild. I realize that, but putting people in that much danger for the sake of entertainment should come to an end soon. I hope nothing bad happens.
Eh? You say something?
Nothing at all. Not here either. Should we check the stadium?
I wanna go inside.
Oh, is this one they meet up? I forgot they even meet up. Oh my god, I just forget so many things. Belle. Oh, Aina? Who is this half-elf? Pleased to meet you, Goddess Hestia. I'm Belle's dungeon advisor, and guild secretary Aina Tule. Ah, thanks for looking after Belle. My pleasure. Why are you out here, Aina? I'm helping people get around. Did you come to see the show too, Belle? Not quite. I'm looking for someone named Seer. Have you seen any girls that look like they need money? That's, okay. I mean, that's not... okay. Can't say I have. Well then, I'm going to head back towards East Main. Sure, if I happen to see this girl, I'll let her know. A word. You wouldn't use your position to do anything immoral with Belle, would you? And then she's like, huh? And then she's like, she's serious. She's serious. I like to keep my personal life separate from work. Good for you, Aina. Good for you. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Wait a second. What was that? Was that a warning? Back to work.
The hell they doing over there? Cut the chatter and get moving.
Oh? Excuse me. Something happened. Yeah, looks like everyone stationed around the west gate, has collapsed. Just piles on the ground, like they don't have a bone in their bodies. Wait, what? We need to keep the monsters in there under control. The guards can't do anything like that, so we're going over there to ourselves. West gate! Monsters are there. I've got a bad feeling about this. I just hope I'm overthinking it. Oh, you're not overthinking it, Aina. You're not overthinking it. Westgate, lower floor. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Volume 1 end. Dude! Okay, also dungeon. The only one like it in the world. It sits beneath the Mario and extends for miles around. Not much is known about it, only that nothing else compares. 40 or more layers deep, monsters are born from its walls. It's the source of all monsters. Is that it? That's it? Look at this! Aw, dude, that's so cool! We gotta look at all the characters. Aw, dude, I love that. Aw, dude. Look at that. We got Belle, we got Hestia. Is that Seer or Ryu? One of them. Aina. Hephaestus, Freya. I'm gonna assume that's Tiona, and that's Tione, that's Finn, that's Eyes, Loki, Bet, Reveria. Oh, dude, that's so cool. Oh, and it says something. Thank you for buying Volume 1 of the manga. I'm very happy if I've helped expand the world of Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, even by a little. And most of all, if you've enjoyed it, I hope to see you again in Volume 2. Thank you, Kunieda. Kunieda. Or, I can't say names properly. Oh, boy, we got the second volume, boys. Whoo! Oh, and we learned things. It's the translation notes. It's the translation notes. Look at this, folks. Oh, wait. The common honorifics. Oh, dude, I actually learned honorifics for like the first time in 152 years. I've been interested in Japanese honorifics for ages. So no honorific indicates familiarity or closeness. If used without permission or reason, addressing someone in this manner would constitute an insult. San, the Japanese equivalent of Mr., Mrs., and Miss. If a situation calls for politeness, this is the failsafe and honorific. Okay, gotcha. She, not unlike San, the equivalent of Mr., Miss, Mrs., Mr., Mrs., Miss, but conveying a more official or bureaucratic mood. Sama conveys great respect, may also indicate that the social status of the speaker is lower than that of the addressee. Kun, used most often when referring to boys. Okay, yeah, I think I knew that one. This indicates affection or familiarity, occasionally used by older men among their peers, but it may also be used by anyone referring to a person of lower standing. Chan, an affectionate honorific, indicating familiarity and used mostly in reference to girls, also used in reference to cute persons or animals of either gender. Huh. And then, yeah, Kenki is Sword Princess. Alright, and then Senki is Battle Princess. Gotcha. So, Sword Princess, the name Ayaz Wallenstein feats have earned her, and Battle Princess, the nickname Ayaz would prefer, one earned through feats of bravery rather than skill with a blade. Huh. Gekai, literally the lower world. Okay, I was right about that. I said the overworld, I think, but still, same thing. This refers to the Earth, including the city of Arario and the dungeon. I mean, that legit confirms that. I mean, this refers to the Earth. I mean, folks, I mean, what can I say? It's true. Memoria Freesmas takes place on Earth, alright? Boys, let's go ahead and go to Arario tomorrow. I mean, let's storm Arario, you know, it apparently exists, so, I mean, why wouldn't we go? Dogaza, the deepest bow. Oh, right. I didn't know what that was. Dogaza, the deepest bow possible in Japanese culture. Performing Dogaza involves kneeling down and touching one's forehead to the ground. Oh, right. What Hestia was doing. And then Tenkai, which is literally the heavenly world. Okay, so it was heaven. This refers to the heavens, the realm from which the gods descended. Damn! Fujino Omori, Kunieda, Suzuhito Yasuda. I'm sorry if I'm saying any of your names right or wrong. That's it, folks! That's all she wrote. I mean, that's not all she wrote, but, you know, that's all she wrote for now. Oh, dude, we did it! We finished the first volume. It only took 5 sessions to finish 1 volume, but we did it, boys. We did it. We did it. We did it. That means with this finished, man, that means I only have 1 recording left to do. And that's the review. Oh, God. That's the review for the finale of Season 3, man. Dude, this is gonna be crazy. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see what happens in the finale. I hope no one dies. Because with the whole Hermes betrayal, I really hope that none of the Xenos die. And I also hope that if the Xenos do die, I hope it's not to the hands of Ryu, Aisha, or SV. I really hope not. The same goes for Eyes and Tiona. Maybe even Teod, but we'll see. In any case, I really hope everything ends up alright in the finale of it. And on top of that, I also hope we get a possible teaser for the next season. If it is going to happen, because I think we're coming up on the 4th season. I mean, not on the 4th season. I think the anime is sort of how can I say this? The anime is reaching closer to the latest manga. I think. I'm not sure. Because what I'm assuming, right? I'm assuming that it takes, like, maybe 5 for manga. I mean, I wouldn't know, but I'm assuming it takes 4 to 5 manga, for there to be a season. And so, if that's the case, I wonder what manga Season 3 ends at. Because I can't imagine it's the most recent one, since, the anime was written, before the manga. No, wait, that doesn't make my point. But I wonder if Season 4 will actually happen soon, I mean, it seems pretty obvious that, the show will continue. I mean, with all the popularity and with all the this and the that, that this show is getting, with this game getting, over, basically, a 250 million players, I'd say, I'm pretty sure, it's going to have more people. I'm pretty sure, there's going to be enough, want and need and demand for another season. And the same goes for the manga. I don't know if the manga's ended. I don't think the manga is ended because, of course, we heard a few weeks ago, months ago, maybe, in the whole notification bar, and it's like, oh yeah, manga 17 released or whatever, you know what I mean? And so I don't know what's been up. I don't know stuff that much. And I also don't know how long it takes for people to release manga. To create, draw, ink, do all that stuff. I don't know how long it takes. But look, all I'm saying is that if we don't see a Season 4 for, I don't know. If we don't see a Season 4 in 2021, I'm not gonna be mad, because I know that this stuff takes a long time. I know that it takes just such a long time to make, and a lot of dedication of, heart, you know what I mean? And so, because this season was absolutely fucking astounding, dude. I haven't seen, of course I haven't seen the finale. We're about to give you the review of the finale, after this, but Dude, this season so far has been absolutely fucking astounding. And the fact that they did it within a year is, like, insane. Like, the thing was is that they said that they'd release it this year in July, but they didn't. They didn't release it in July. They had to move it over to October, and that's completely fine. And sure, it was probably because of the whole COVID thing, but I have, you know, other thoughts that it's like, oh yeah, they wanted more time to finish this, brush it up, you know. And that's great, man. I mean, that's just, I love this show so much, man. I think it'd be really cool if one day, you know, I could sort of just chat with Fujino Omori. Like, even though I don't know Japanese, I think it'd be pretty cool to just talk with the guy, to hear how he sort of formulated this whole series. Because it's quite fascinating. It's quite the thing. I'd really, man, I'd really like to have a conversation with this guy, man. I'd really like that. I think it'd be, I don't know. I think it'd be really, really interesting because I have a lot of questions for the guy, and it's not so much as, you know, what's gonna happen next, or this or that, but it's more of I guess it's just more smaller things. Because I really enjoyed the small parts of this series. Anyway, we're gonna end this off here because people have now arrived. So yeah, folks, I will see you in the transition, and then, you know, basically one of the final transitions, animated transitions of the episode, and then I'll see y'all for the review. For the review of the finale of Season 3. I visit Rondo to pick up girls in a dungeon, where we're gonna see Argonaut make his return. So yeah, see you then. Welcome to the final part of this grand episode. The review of Season 3. The review of Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon Season 3 finale. Episode 12. Argonaut, Hero's Return. Now, I really, really like this series, and I keep on saying that every episode, but I mean, every episode, I've said that like a million times in this one episode, but I really do, because it really, like, besides, how can I explain this? It really knows, man. It really just... Damn. Damn, oh damn, oh damn. Folks, this is gonna be... And I'm being honest. I'm gonna be honest, folks. This is gonna be a stupidly long review. Oh my god. This episode, man. This episode, I was pleasantly surprised. And I feel like every episode has surprised me this season. And I've told y'all that, like, every episode after the other just keeps on stepping it up, right? And this episode reached just so far. And it just, wow. This episode, man. Honestly, no joke, no lie, one of the best season finales of the show so far, regarding, you know, that it only has, you know, 3 seasons. But honestly, out of the first and second season endings, this you know, out of all 3, sorry, this has got to be the best. I couldn't have asked for a better one. In fact, I couldn't have asked for a better season. Because here's the thing, I really like slice of life, alright? And I mean, I really like slice of life, but I also like my action, right? And, you know, I've always seen Merrimia Freesmas, I've always seen Izuran try to pick up girls in a dungeon as a slice of life and action kind of thing, right? And it's funny. It's really, really funny, because this show, man, I mean, this series, the anime, it's really interesting, because in the first season, I feel like there was a lot of slice of life, but there was also, you know, like action and monsterphilia, and indie adventure, and this and all that. There was a lot of action in season 1, but it was mostly a blend of slice of life and action. Now in season 2, there was multiple arcs, which is something that season 1 didn't really have, unless you count, like, oh yeah, Belle meeting Lily and Belle meeting Welf, and then what? And then Belle's adventure, and then the whole ending bit. If you call all of those arcs, then, I mean, technically there's arcs, but if you don't count those as arcs, then season 2 is where, like, the first arc really happens. And in season 2, you know, we get a few arcs. You know, we got the Apollo Familia arc, then we got some slice of life, and then after that, we got the Ishtar / Killingstone arc, right? And of course, after that, we got just a slice of life, ending arc, right? And I thought that was interesting. I thought that was interesting, to say the least, right? And so when it comes to this series, right? When it comes to, and I feel weird saying series, because when I usually say series, I talk about, you know, my series, but on this game. But anyway, my point is that what's interesting about the show, the anime, is that you never really know where it's gonna go. You never really know how they're gonna format it. And that's what I really come to like about the show now, is that they don't have a pattern. They don't have a pattern. I mean, in the sense of like, oh yeah, how many arcs do we want to have a season? You know, 1 arc a season, 5 arcs a season. Like, they don't have that. You know, they don't have a at least I don't think they do. They don't. You never know what's gonna happen. Who knows if like for example, right? For example, the 4th season, you know, sure, it may have a few slice of life episodes, and maybe it won't. Sure, it may have an arc or 2, but maybe it won't. Maybe it'll just maybe it'll be a full arc. Maybe it'll be all slice of life. Maybe it won't be all slice of life, and maybe it'll be a blend of slice of life and action, and, you know, maybe this and maybe that. You never really know with the show, and I really like that, because it's very unpredictable. Despite things, I don't know. It's really interesting, and that's what I found this episode out to be. Interesting.
it was interesting, and it was... I don't really... I really don't know how to really call this episode. Also, I'm just gonna turn on my watch to see how many steps I do. Maybe I'll get to 10,000 unintentionally. But yeah, this episode was really just interesting. And all of them have been interesting, right? But this one especially. Because, you know, in the previous episodes, right? In the previous episodes, there weren't what? You know, in the previous episodes, you know, there have been some twists, you know, there's been some of this and some of that. You know, this episode had some twists. But it was just a really good episode. I couldn't have asked for a better finale. You know, I was really, really, you know, really confused on how they make this finale work, especially with the Hermes betrayal. But that's something else that I want to talk about. And let me say, let me just say, man, like, I have so much to talk about with the review of this episode, because certain theories that I had are confirmed, or a theory that I had is confirmed, or was confirmed. Just so much interesting stuff. And the other thing is that I realized something. And I realized something, because like I said, there's a lot of twists, right? And another one of these, not really twists, but, you know, in this episode, after everything that's going to end up happening, that I'm going to tell you about, the show sort of reminds us that at the end of the day, it's just, okay, I don't want to spoil anything, but I need to, okay. I really need to get on track with this review, man, because this is going to take ages, dude. If y'all thought the previous one, which was 2 hours, by the way, was the longest, oh boy, this one's gonna end up being a 3. All right, this is gonna end up being a 3-er, folks, because, whoo boy, this is. Yeah, I'm gonna have a field day with telling y'all about this. I mean, and you know what? I'm not even gonna look through the episode. I'm legit just going to figure this out and tell you this off of my head, and it's gonna, oh my lord. Okay. So I suppose let's start off with this. Actually, no, before I start reviewing everything, before I start giving you like the full synopsis, or not synopsis, but you know, stuff. I'm gonna give you 3 words. I'm gonna give you all 3 words that describe this episode, just like the last episode. I'm gonna give you 3 words. All right, and the 3 words are intrigued, surprised. No, wait. Intrigued. Intrigued. Curious. No, wait. Intrigued. No, yeah, it has to be surprised. Intrigued, surprised, and just really really happy. I think. Yeah. Okay, so let's start with the beginning of the episode, right? So the beginning of the episode, unlike the beginning of the previous episode, which, you know, sort of followed off of like, oh yeah, Ween was trapped in the grate, or she like climbed out of the grate, and then she found Tiona, and then the next episode, or the last episode, started off with Tiona chasing her. Unlike, you know, that thing, you know, Hermes' little thing didn't continue before the intro. And instead what we see is Otarl and Astrius walking beside each other, or walking, or like passing each other in Daedalus Street. And they exchange some words, which is, I think Otarl says, the place I think you're wanting to head over is to this place. And then Astrius is like, alright. And so apparently, alright, I was right. Like, right off the bat, I was right. So Astrius starts telling the audience that he had this vision, he had this dream of fighting this boy. And wouldn't you know it, this boy is exactly our boy, Beru Cranelu. Or Belcran, you get my point. Sir Aragonalt, you know what I mean? So he had a vision of fighting him, right? But the vision that he had of fighting Bel wasn't like, oh yeah, how Astrius is now, and how Bel is now. He had a vision from season 1. From season 1. So dudes, Folkarinos, I was right. This Minotaur, right? This Minotaur was the same Minotaur Bel killed in season 1. And then he was revived. Now, I thought this is awesome that I was sort of right about this, or that I was right about this. But there's more to it. There's more to it, but we'll get to that later. So, basically, all you need to know, Astrius is on his way to somewhere, presumably to fight Bel, and Tarl just goes the other way, and then the intro plays. So here's something really interesting about this episode. I forget about gods. So remember that whole planning episode at the beginning of this grand episode? I think it was episode 9. Where like the whole Familia, like where it's just basically a preparations episode. And like Mayak and Hephaestus and Take are all talking about whether they want to do this or whether they want to do that. Remember that? Well, I forgot, alright? I forgot that that Freya had also been a part of this whole thing and asked Otarl to intervene. And I completely forgot about that. And so that's going to come into part later. But just remember that. Remember Freya and intervene. That's all you got to remember. But not really. You also got to remember that red bracelet that Hermes gave to Aina. So you got to remember that. All right? Because it's going to also come up later. And you also got to remember... What else you got to remember? I'm sure you got to remember a lot of things that I'm just not... I'm just not going to say it at this point. I mean, it's just so much stuff. Okay, so... Just know that this episode... I'm probably going to go ahead and have to watch through everything that happens again. And go, like, section by section. Because legit, that's the kind of review this is going to have to be. And so, I'm going to tell you what exactly happens right after the intro in just a moment. So, what happens after the intro? Well, ladies and gents, why don't I tell you? So, like I said, this episode has a lot of twists. All right. Actually, I said it had a few twists, but it has a lot more than it really should. Or no, it has. No. The amount of twists is fine, but it's just. Anyway. Okay. So. Last time, Hermes. I say Hermes betrayed everyone, or it was the Hermes betrayal, but it kind of wasn't, and that's the first thing we learn. And that's why that's what makes this episode really interesting. Is that Hermes isn't actually betraying anyone. I think. No. He isn't actually betraying anyone. But instead, he's trying to tell a story. So, the episode starts off, after the intro, with Hermes, with his fee, talking with Fels and the Xenos, and Fels is like, what the hell is your problem, mate? Like, what is the meaning of this, Hermes? Like, what you doing? Why? And so Hermes says, it's a trade. No. I suppose it's a request. And he says, at this rate, you'll eventually you'll be found by the Loki Familia. But there is another way out. And so I'm thinking, okay, the other way out is death, right? No. It's a request. So he said at the end of last episode, he was basically like, all right, I have one request. Would all of you just die, right? Would all of the Xenos just die? Or would you just die? I think the phrasing matters. So, when he said that, you, and, me and probably you and many other people may have thought that he meant every Xenos. But here's the thing. He didn't. So let's explain. So he says, so this is his request. All right? And if they fulfill his request, they'll I don't get to hear what they're gonna get, but we are interrupted by Hestia. Hestia is like, Fels, this is bad, this is no bueno, this is a really bad situation, and basically Hestia tells Fels about the notes being fake, and saying that the notes were submerged in water, and I'm like, oh, they were just submerged in water. Oh. And so, yeah, I thought that was interesting. And just says they're fake. And then Hermes for most of this episode is, his facial expressions are just on peak, all right? It's just top-notch expressions this episode with him. And so he's super, he feels like he's won the whole thing. And then Hestia's still talking, and she's like, Uranus it must have been Hermes. And it's like, yeah, and you kind of got that right, Hestia. You kind of got that right. And so Hestia keeps on talking through the freaking magic ball. Fels doesn't care. It's not that he doesn't care, but it's like, there's no time for this. And so he literally crushes the ball. I'm like, no! And then just lets it fall to the floor. And Fells says, what is your objective, Lord Hermes? And I'm like, I wonder. And so here's the objective, alright? I'm gonna explain it now, and I'm gonna explain it later. I'm gonna explain it when it gets to the part. But for right now, now Hestia, for like the third time, is reiterating that Daedalus's notes were fake. But now this time, to Belle and Lily and Haruhime, and they're like super surprised by this. They're like, fake? What does this mean? Why? And then Hestia's like, I got no clue, man. I don't have a clue, but I got a bad feeling. And I'm like, really? I wonder why you have a bad feeling, now that you know that the notes were fake. But in any case, now they're worried, especially Haruhime. She's worried, like, oh, has something happened to all the Xenos? And Hestia's like, Hermes is plotting something. There's no mistake about that, but we don't know what it is, man. We don't know what it is. And she doesn't say that because in monologue, in talking, in conversation mode, they're all distracted by a screech, a scream. I don't really have the volume up, so I can't tell. But I'm assuming it's a scream or a screech. And they look up, the camera pans up, and it shows this purple moon. Which is funny because, I don't know why that's funny. Well, it is actually funny because, technically in the row of colors for this series, purple is going to be, if not the final color of every thumbnail. But anyway, just thought I should mention that. Just a little bit of a spoiler. But yeah, so they look up to the purple moon, and they see 4 Xenos flying. One of them I'm pretty sure being like a falcon Xenos, one of them being like a wasp or a bee, one of them being, I don't know, a unicorn, and then the other one clearly being Gross. And I'm like, wait, what? Okay, so sorry, it's a hornet, an eagle, Owlboy? and Gross. And they're all flying, and I'm like, they're all flying for everyone to see, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? What is going on, right? And so we're then brought to this scene, or brought to this area where there's a bunch of citizens and adventurers, just packed in this huge arena of sorts, or huge area. I'm assuming in Daedalus Street, to be safe. And they see those monsters as well. They see Gross, they see some of the Xenos, and they're like, wait, what's going on? And in this crowd of people, you'll see them later. I'll mention them later. But in this crowd of people, we see Mord, Goulet, Scott. We see Hitachi Chigusa. We see Oka, but of course we see both of them later. But for right now, we're looking at Mord, Goulet, and Scott, and I'm like, oh, dude, it's always so good to see side characters in the anime. It's so cool. And so Mord's like, where the hell are y'all talking about? And so Scott's like, look up there, and he's like, huh? And they're all seeing the 4 Xenos, the 4 flying Xenos. And it's like, what the hell is going on? Like, why? And so we get a bit of a close-up, but like we get a closer look at the Xenos that are flying, and we see that their eyes are red, and I'm like, for a second, I'm like, wait. The only time that's ever happened is when Dis Perdis used his magic, his Daedalus, what was it called? Daedalus something? Daedalus filibuster. I don't know. Whatever the hell that power was called. For a second, I'm like, wait, is Hermes secretly Dees per Dees, or is he secretly the part of the Daedalus like bloodline? And I'm like, surely not. But I just forgot that. I guess the Xenos can just change their eye color. Just they can act if they're monsters, and so yeah, they're just flying, and then they, Gross starts leading the charge down into this huge crowd of people, and he pounces down along with the other Xenos following him, and they just start clawing, they just start screaming, and people start running away. The manager guy at the guild that we've seen like thrice this season is protecting Aina and this other guild member, and he's like, stay right here, this isn't looking like a hot situation here. And then we're seeing Gross fighting off like a lot of adventurers, some of them having swords and axes and whatnot, and he's just absolutely clobbering them. And everyone's asking for the adventurers to subdue these monsters, but Gross is just not having it, and neither is this Falcon fella, who just rams straight into Oka's battle axe, and yeah, this is where we see Oka, into Oka's battle axe, and we see Oka, fighting against this guy, and he, during this sort of like match of strength, because Oka's basically trying to defend people by just not fighting. So in the midst of defending, he's like, Chigusa, get the kids out of here, and there's some kids that she's trying to protect, and so she leaves, and that's kind of like the only little scene we see of them, but still, it's cool to see them, dude. It's cool to see them. And so after that, after she runs away, we got an overhead shot of the crowd once again. But this time it's through the perspective of Hestia, Belle, Lily, and Haruhime, who are now on a building around this area. And they're like, are those Gross and other Xenos? And it's like, what the hell is going on? Like, even I'm like, what is going on, folks? I really do not know what is going on. And so Belle's like, it can't be. And I'm like, what can it be? What's going on? And so Belle then runs off, and everyone's like, stop. And then Hestia turns around, and she's like, what is happening? Why? Why force the Xenos to do something like this? Why is it necessary? And I'm like, yeah, why? And then she asked the question that, we're really just all asking here, folks. What are you after, Hermes? And dude. In what seems like the coolest shot Hermes will ever be in. Honestly, just the peak of his performance. The peak as a stageman. The peak of a showman. Stands on top of one of the towers in Daedalus Street. Just lanterns surrounding him, looking out into the crowd, and he's standing in such a he's standing almost like Erebius, in the sense of like, how can I explain it? Like he's standing like all high and mighty kind of thing. Like he's got everything under his thumb. You know what I mean? Like he's got everything playing accordingly. And so he says, as he's tipping his hat, I'll have them put on an act. The square is the theater. The residents are the audience. The monsters and adventurers are the actors with their parts to play. The stage awaits. And as he continues to say this, we see like overhead shots of the adventurers and the audience and everything, right? And after he says the stage awaits, Belle starts running down the roofs around the area, and Hermes continues, In their time of crisis, he races to their aid. Enter the gallant hero. And I'm like, huh. Interesting. So, what happens next? Well, what happens next is we get to learn what Hermes' plan is. Let me tell you, man. It is one hell of a doozy. It is one hell of a doozy, alright? And I'll explain why in just a moment, alright? In just a moment, alright? So, oh my god. Dude, I gotta explain this. We're only 5 minutes, alright? 5 minutes into the episode, alright? And I think this review has been going on for like 32 minutes or something, so, yeah, I mean, I told y'all that, this would be a long one. Anyway, I'll see you guys in a hot second. So, gods, they came to the lower world, to the overworld, to Earth, for entertainment. To be entertained, to be a part of the entertainment, to influence entertainment, to begin entertainment, to be entertained. How many times do I have to say entertainment? They came to the lower world because they were bored of heaven. They were bored of heaven. So they came down, they wanted to be entertained. Now, most gods and goddesses, most deities, if you will, they don't necessarily care about entertainment. And I can name a few, like Mayak. Mayak, at least to my knowledge, isn't a fan for entertainment, right? Demeter, I guess if you include Secret Games, she is one for entertainment. But besides her, Mayak, I guess you could also put, what's his name? The ascot, the pink ascot dude, I forgot his name. You know who I'm talking about, the guy from Turbulent Shore Rondo, the head of the fishing familia in Milan. Him. I mean, I don't think he's a god or a deity that really wants entertainment, that really wants to be entertained. And neither was Astraea. Neither was Artemis. Neither was Take? Dianket, yeah. Maybe Dianket. But see, most of them, besides those very few, and even though I can't 100% say that all of them were or weren't for entertainment, but I'm pretty sure they weren't, there are a lot of deities that enjoy entertainment, that cause entertainment. And one of them is our good buddy, Hermes. Now, Hermes, Freya, and Ishtar really like entertainment. Really like to entertain. And while you could say Loki is also a bit of an entertainer, she doesn't actively try in the sense of... How can I say it? She doesn't actively dabble in everyone else's business too much. If she ever does it, it's for a little bit of fun, just a little bit of fun, but not enough fun to
to cause trouble for the entirety of Arario, or an entire group of people. And so, Freya, to my knowledge, Freya, Ishtar, and Hermes are the only 3 deities. If you exclude, Hermes, Ishtar, Freya, Erebius, and let me think, who else? Erebius and Rika. Ares, and Ares. Again, there may be more, but Ares. All 5 of them strive to entertain in some way, shape, or form. And although Ishtar's gone, and although Erebius is gone, Hermes, Freya, and also Ganesha. Freya, Ganesha, why do I forget the other Familia? Come on. Freya, Ganesha, and then I forget who else I mentioned. Freya, Ganesha, and Hermes are the only ones left. So. As we've seen throughout the series, a recurring element, if you might, is Freya, or not just Freya, but goddesses or deities playing with Bel, in the sense of really just testing him, right? Trying to see if he really is the new hero of the new age. To see if Bel is a true return, a true modern day Argonaut. If he is a true Zeus, if you will. And so, since, now that you know all this, I'm pretty sure you can deduce what Hermes' plan is. But also not really, because here's the thing. At the beginning of this review, I said that, I said Hermes betrayed everyone, but not really. And so this, like I've said countless times, is where it gets interesting. So Hermes says, or Hermes implies that he wants a few Xenos to die. Not all of them, but a few of them to die for Bel's sake. And the reason for this is because Hermes, like Freya, want to see Bel grow. They want to be entertained by what Bel does. And they want to have possession of his story and how it is controlled. And so in order to do that, in order to basically shift the tides, or in order to really impact Bel's life or help Bel's story, their view of Bel Crenel, Hermes wants to start. Hermes obviously wants Bel to get back, to regain Bel's honor. Because obviously Bell right now, he ain't looking too hot in the eyes of adventurers. He ain't looking too hot because he saved a monster. He protected a monster, right? He acted selfish, and he was foolish, and in the process of chasing Wayne, just basically destroyed half of Daedalus Street, basically, right? Don't worry, folks. He might have destroyed half of Daedalus Street, but oh boy, is he gonna destroy a hell of a lot more this time. But anyway, we'll get to that later. My point is that Hermes wants to regain Belle's honor. He wants Belle to be looked upon and, looked up at again by other adventurers. In order to do that, he wants the Xenos to come at Belle and basically beg Belle to kill them in front of that crowd of people. So then they know, so then they can see Belle as a hero, as an unbecoming hero of the modern age. Possibly the next sword princess, battle princess. So that's what Hermes wants. And the Xenos, understand this very, very quickly. And Hermes is, very, very happy about this. And, of course, this is when Hermes is like, oh yeah, I'm not saying that all of you need to die. Just 3 or 4 will do. And, still, it's pretty dark. It's still pretty dark that, Hermes wants to basically sacrifice the Xenos, or some of the Xenos, for Belle's sake. But here's the thing. And here's the really interesting thing. And we'll get into it in a minute. There's a lot of interesting things. But before we get to that, since Hermes wants this plan, to go off without a hitch, or without a plan, or whatever, or without a, fail, Gross says that he's gonna go. And I'm like, dude, I know they already see him flying, but still, like, aw, not Gross. I don't want Gross to die. So Lid's really surprised by this. But Gross is like, we have no choice, we have to do this. Everything lies in the hands of this god. And so we go back to the huge, square where people are being just thwarted by Gross and other Xenos. And Gross basically sees Aina. And specifically, not just Aina, but specifically a bracelet that she's wearing. And so now, now this is where things are gonna get a bit messy, folks. In the review. So Gross notices the bracelet and goes to attack her. And I don't know why this is. I don't know why Gross is attracted by that bracelet. But we're gonna learn that in a second. And it's like a what kind of play? Dude, what the hell? Anyway, so, Gross is coming straight at Aina as Aina's, telling everybody to evacuate. Like, this is a huge thing. Like, don't panic. Gross is coming at her. She thinks she's gonna die. And then good old Beru Cranelu freaking saves her with his Hestia knife. She's like, oh my god, it's Belle. Thank you so much, Belle. And so he's like, Aina, like, get the hell out of here, mate. And so he starts fighting Gross. And he's like, has he lost control? And so then we go back to a flashback to where Hermes is, basically telling them his whole plan and this and that. And Hermes is basically like, brave gargoyle, I would like to hear your name. And Gross, of course, says Gross. And then he says, thank you, Gross.
You may be a monster, but I will call you by name. And so then he gives Gross this amulet of sorts, a gem, a purple gem. The same purple gem on the bracelet that Aina is wearing. So Gross is like, what the hell is this? And Hermes is like, this item will react to someone important to him. And I'm like, ah. And then tells Gross to target her first for me. And I'm like, wait, what? And so you're telling me that out of pure like luck, or not even luck, but out of just nowhere really, Hermes, walking with a Sphi, ends up meeting Aina, at random on the street, asks Aina, hey, can you keep this, or can you give this to Belle? And then she proceeds, to not end up giving it to Belle, which you'd think would fail Hermes' plan, but it doesn't. It doesn't. And so, that's what I find interesting, is that it seems like somehow he knew that this bracelet would end up going on Aina. But what I'm wondering here is that why would Hermes ask Aina to give the bracelet to Belle? Because, and here's the thing, why would he do that, right? Because if he did that, I feel like this would be a very different situation. But also not. I don't exactly know. Maybe what Hermes' plan was, it was to sort of like, oh yeah, Belle has the bracelet on him, and then, of course, this whole thing, like, oh yeah, this gem will react to, the person that's closest to him, which, I guess would just be Belle, so it would be, it reacts to Belle, and so you attack Belle, or I don't know, it's very interesting, but anyway, Gross understands this whole, like, what he's supposed to do, and then we exit the flashback, I think. Yeah, we do. So Gross now standing, face to face with Belle, out and about, in front of a lot of people. Gross is like, so this is how I'm gonna repay his kindness, by letting him kill me. He doesn't actually say letting him kill me, but still, he does say, "Don't falter, boy," and I'm like, oh my god, is Belle gonna falter? Because here's the thing, folks, Belle doesn't falter in his beliefs. But will he falter today? Well, let's see. So Belle's continuing to protect Aina, and while Gross is like, I'm gonna kill Aina. Like, I'm gonna kill that woman no matter what. Because he's convinced that he has to sacrifice his life in order for Belle to have a better future, right? And so he starts attacking, and then we see Hestia Familia, specifically Hestia, Lily, and Haruhime running down a pathway along with Welf and Makoto, who just joined them instantly. And they're like, hey, what the hell is going on? Is it really the Xenos? They don't have any reason to run wild. And then Hestia, like, as they're running, looking like this is a quick meeting, and just a speed. They're just speed running a meeting, and she's like, it's all at Hermes' instigation. It's all a part of Hermes' plan, and they're like, let's hurry. We gotta get to this. So then we're brought back to Hermes in the present, standing on just like the peak stage, and he's saying, sorry, Uranos, But this is how things turned out. So Hermes really looks like he's looking sly this episode. You know, his facial reactions, like I said, are just on peak, are just on point. And especially at this scene at 7 minutes and 40 seconds, man looks like he's about to, like, commit so many murders. Like, I mean, I'm not even joking. Like, he genuinely terrified me. And so Hermes then gives this monologue on this whole Xenos situation. As, you know, we see Oka and other adventurers in the square fight. And he says, coexistence with monsters? Don't be stupid. What would come of overturning thousands of years of hate and fated bonds? And I'm like, and then he says, a heretical hero? No one wants that. And then he says, this is a return to the origins of the hero Bell. And I'm like, and then he says, let's defeat those monsters. Defeat them and save the people. And bloom once more into a hero. And, you know, Hestia and the rest of, you know, her gang, you know, ends up in the square, and she's like, Bell! And then we go to Lid and the other Xenos, and they're like, are we going to really leave things like this? It's like, we can't, like, if we think of Bell, then this might be the right thing to do, Fells says. But still, like, abandoning Gross, like, they're having second doubts. They're just having second doubts. And so Fells basically says, you're wrong, Lid. I have faith. I'm like, oh? And he says, that foolish boy, he will surpass the will of the gods. Now, here's something really interesting. For the longest time, I really didn't know what that meant until this episode. See, when I heard the line in this series, because I'm sure it's been said many, many times, surpass the will of the gods, I didn't really think about it. It was just kind of a line that kept on repeating every so often, and I didn't really take into account what that meant. But now I have. And even though y'all probably obviously know what it means, I'm gonna expand upon it. He will surpass the will of the gods, meaning Bell will basically break expectations, or Bell will basically break the future intended, or an intended future. He will divert from the plot. He will divert from the story, from his true story, which is what the gods really want. He's diverting. He is fighting the inevitable and will surpass the inevitable. And that's something that's very, very interesting to me. And that's something that makes me, I feel more surprised, or like now, not more surprised, but now, like, I'm interested in Bell as a character 10 times more. Because obviously we know, like, oh yeah, he's super strong, and, you know, he's probably gonna eventually become, like, the strongest adventurer, like, ever, or something. But, and, like, we always hear that he's gonna be a hero. But to surpass the will of a god is like, it is literally insane. To surpass something, to surpass a fate to the point where you turn the tide that's set in stone by a god or by gods, is something beautiful, is something insanely poetic. And believe it or not, folks, that's exactly what's about to happen. And it's gonna be so good, but I'll tell y'all what happens in the next. But first, let me take another little break. I'm just trying to take as many little breaks as I can between this, because this is gonna be, since this is like such a long review. I'm kind of just splitting it up for me, so I don't have to really like, lose my breath every 35 seconds. So I'm kind of just trying to do like 16-minute, 24, 25-minute bits. Of it, so yeah. Also, I'm recording this, and I feel like I should have mentioned this like a while ago, but I'm recording this on the very, very early morning of the 31st. Yeah. That's how tight this is, folks. This is how tight it is. And here's the thing. Here's the really funny thing that I should mention before I continue reviewing. Dudes, this episode, after I finish this bit, I need to record the intro song and the intro of this video. I shit you not. I have to do the intro and the intro song, and then I have to do the finale of this episode, which I don't think there will be a... Well, actually, no, there is a finale to this episode. This is it, but like there's an after the fact, but I think the after the fact is gonna basically say I'll talk about everything that I want to talk about in the epilogue episode, which is gonna be recorded tomorrow, which is early today, which is when this episode is released. It's very confusing, but dude, anyway, I'll see you in a hot second. So, we got Belle fighting Gross still, right? Belle's like, why is this happening? Why, like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to kill you. And I agree. I don't want Gross to die, right? And so, I don't know who's saying it, but somebody says it might not be possible now. But if they're... probably Ween. It's not possible now, but if there are other people like Belle and the others, then maybe our dreams will come true. And as that's being said, it shows the flashback to when Belle first met the Xenos and how they were all happy to see him or whatnot and meet him. And then it goes back to Belle fighting Gross with Hestia knife, and that's when all the adventurers' attention that's when the attention of all the adventurers in that square are diverted away from the battle and onto Loki Familia, who have appeared just not out of nowhere, but here. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're here. And so then Gross is like, all right, this is as far as we go. I have to kill Belle Crenel. I'll be the one who kills Belle Crenel. Or he'll be the one who killed whatever. And it must be you. And Gross basically goes in for a full-fledged attack, right? A full-fledged attack. And then Belle, with all of his strength, is about to block. Like, Belle, with all his strength, you think he's about to block. You think he's about to plunge his knife straight into Gross. But then, we're given a flashback. In wheat fields, as the wheat field withers in the wind, if you will, writhles in the wind. We see a man with a farmer hat and a hoe walking down and saying, "Do not yield your wheel to others." And we see a young Belle following him. And he looks super adorable. This is your path. And we exit out of the flashback, and I'm assuming that was his grandpa, which is cool. We don't get to see him. We didn't see his face, but we saw him. And then we go back to the present,
And Bell takes a deep breath. And he puts away his knife. And he raises his hands like he was protecting Ween. But in this case, protects Aina. And Gross is really surprised by this. Everybody's surprised by this. Urano, Loki, and Hermes especially is, again, with his expressions just on peak, is like, what the fuck are you doing? And Bell stays like that. Like the fool he is, he says he stays like that. Protecting Aina, not deciding not to fight, nor kill, nor block Gross. And because of this, Gross retreats. And then we return to Hermes, and he says, "Oh, Bell, you truly are a fool. S.S.S., make him run wild." And I'm like, uh-oh, what's about to happen? And so we go back to the crowd, and from Bell's perspective, we see an invisible S.S.S. hiding behind the crowd. And she takes off her invisible mask. She has these 3 red, things, and I don't know what they're gonna do, but she says, "I will not ask for your forgiveness." And I don't know who she's talking to, and I don't know who she gives it to, but we'll see. Hesse's like, "Belle, I can't believe this." And then, that's when we see him. That's when we see the one and only Astrius jumping in the air, basically in the middle of the moon, coming down with one arm torn off, and, well, really with half of his body just absolutely torn off, or cut off, and with the other hand, with the other part of his body holding a giant axe ready to strike you, roaring like none before, like none monster before, starts running towards Bell and just shatters the stage. And Bell pushes Aina, and then with just the greatest, with the most insane amount of power, Astrius rushes towards Bell with all of his might, to the point where this show looking like those points in anime where it's the attack is so powerful that the screen is literally going white, kind of thing. You're seeing a lot more lines and seeing a lot more wind and everything. That's how powerful this attack is. And it's to the point where it's intense, and we see Astrius ram towards straight into Bell, and he punts him through hundreds of thousands of walls in Daedalus Street. Millions of, well, not millions, but hundreds of miles, I would say, away from the area, and pushes him all the way to there. And I'm like, holy shit. So the dust clears, and we see Bell absolutely defeated. Or not defeated, but, really hurt. Because, man's got bruises from that, So, Bell's trying to get up. And here comes good old Astrius. The shadow of him. And Bell opens his eyes. And Astrius keeps on coming at Bell. And Bell's like, what the hell? And then that is the midpoint of the episode. But guess what, folks? Contradictory to what we usually do, we're not stopping. So, we're brought overhead to this whole shot where they are. And Bell's looking at this, and it's Bell's looking at Astrius, and he's like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. But Astrius keeps on walking. And we see Astrius' face clearly for the first time. And I'm gonna be honest, he kind of looks a bit derpy. But that's not what matters. What matters is that he's walking towards Bell. And he says the following. All this time I kept having this dream. And Bell's like, huh? and says, "A dream where a lone human and I do battle. Amidst the blood and flesh flying as we try to kill each other, I know we had an exchange of wills as the most worthy of adversaries." And as he's saying this, they legit show the battle between Bel and the Minotaur, which is now Astrius. From season 1, they're showing it. They're showing their battle from back then, and he continues to say, "Now, to meet that person from my dream, I stand here." And dude, I get chills. Bel's getting up, and Astrius says, "My name is Astrius. I wish to hear your name." And Bel gets up and says, "Bel, I'm Bel Crenell." And I'm like, hell yeah, you are. So he gets up, they're facing each other. And Astrius says, "Bel, if you would, grant me a rematch." And I'm like, dude, what the hell is going on? Wait, what? And so Bel gets out his Hestia knife once again and gets out, Ushikamaru, whatever you call it, the knife that, Wealth smithed for him. He pulls them out, starts guarding, and Ash, with a gigantic, enormous roar and a full-fledged amount of speed, rushes towards Bel with his battle axe. And then they clash, and the clash is so loud, is so powerful, that it shakes Arario to its core. And everyone's hearing this, especially Makoto. And, we see Makoto. We see Makoto just standing there, kind of just standing guard, and behind her, we see Wealth, Lily, Hestia, right? Wealth, Lily, Hestia, Gross, the Hornet, Xenos, and the Eagle Xenos, all the Xenos that were flying, that were gonna sacrifice their lives for Bel. They're all under an invisible cloak, or under multiple invisible cloaks. Also under here is Haruhime. And so they're all like, dude, this is crazy. But Hestia's like, right now, we need to get out of here first. And she asks Haruhime, like, "Oh yeah, you gave Ween the Oculus." And I'm like, oh, so that's what it's called. It's called an Oculus. So we just learned that. So apparently the little, ball thingies, they're called Oculus. So thanks for telling us that in the finale. And so Haruhime says, "Yes, when we parted, I gave her my own." And then Hestia's like, "All right, that's awesome. Right now we should be able to all meet up in Knossos." And I'm like, yeah, you could. That's actually possible, because now with everybody distracted and in a frenzy and Bel fighting and all this insanity going on, you could actually do that. And so then we return to the battle between Bel and Astrius, which, by the way, let's talk about for a second. Before we continue it, I want to say something, dude. This battle, the battle between these two, is the greatest battle in the entirety of this, of the anime, I should say. Of the anime. It's the best battle of the anime. In terms of, the whole history of Arario, it's not the best battle, because obviously there's other contenders like Grand Day, or the 7 Years War or whatever. That whole thing, the whole Estrella record battle, especially that battle where, the Justice Girls were with with a bit of Loki Familia Folklorinos. That was a cool battle. The battle up top, just all the battles in Estrella record are amazing, right? But when we're talking about the anime, right? This battle, the battle between Bel and Astrius,
is the single most incredible, intense, like heart, not heart throbbing, but like just adrenaline pumping battle in the entirety of the series thus far. And it's incredible, and it's so powerful, and it's such a good battle. It's such a good battle. It's such a good battle, and I can't wait to continue to talk about it. But dude, it's like, it's funny because they start fighting at 13 minutes 25, and the episode's only 25 minutes, and so you're like, well, how is that gonna end up lasting? Like how are they gonna wrap that battle up and the season within the next like 10 minutes? You know what I mean? But dudes, you're gonna see, and oh my god, this is so cool. Dude, this is so cool. All right. I'm gonna stop dilly-dallying, and I'm gonna get into continuing to talk about this thing because, dude, I'm just gonna, dude, this is gonna be so much fun. This is gonna be so much fun to talk about. Before we talk about this, no, we're gonna talk about this. All right, there's a lot of more stuff talking about. We might only have 10 minutes left of the episode, but believe me, there's just so much more we have to talk. There's just so much more. Anyway, is there anything else I really want to like say before I end this clip and then take like a 5-minute break or something and then return? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't think I do. Except, I'm actually getting quite a few steps by doing this whole thing. So that's pretty poggers. That's pretty poggers. Hey, pretty poggers. So that's good. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I'm going to continue the review in like 20 seconds. Do I have anything else to say? No, I really don't. Get ready, folks. Get ready, because this battle, it's a doozy. It's a doozy and a half. And you're going to see, and along with this battle, oh my god, Hermes' expressions. The twists. Oh, you will see. Okay. See you in a second. So, we see Belle and Astrius continuing to fight, and they're exchanging, like, insane blows. Like, Astrius is really going at it, Belle's really going at it, using their full strength, and after exchanging a few blows, Astrius just, he either kicks or slaps Belle straight through the atmosphere, alright, straight into the atmosphere, and basically just flings them all the way back to the square where everybody is. And everyone's like, uh-oh, like, Belle, are you alright? And then they see Astrius return. They see Astrius, and he roars. And Belle just goes straight at him, and they're exchanging blows once again. And then this, ladies and gentlemen, is what we gotta talk about. So the next scene we see, while Belle is fighting Astrius, we see Tiona and Tione, or Tiona and Tione, trying to get to Argonaut, trying to get to Belle. But guess who's standing in their way? It's none other than Alan Fromell. And I'm like, huh? Like, first of all, it's pretty cool that he's here, but, like, wait, what? And then Alan proceeds to say, the kid's putting his honor on the line here. You're the ones who need to stay out of the way. And I'm like, damn. And then we go up to these mages on top of a building, who are near Bet and Eyes. And Bet and Eyes are just looking at this, and they're surprised. And then we go down to see Otarl facing the one and only Braver. And Braver says, "You really got us, Otarl. The reason Eyes and the other adventurers can't step in is because of you and yours, isn't it?" And Otarl says, "Everything is as my mistress wishes." And then in the coolest move I feel Otarl has ever done, period, he lowers one of his blades, right? He lowers one of his giant blades and then launches it straight into the air, and then it just starts flying around, right? And then after this, you'll see where it lands later, but after this, we see Hestia, and for a second, I'm low-key thinking that the blade is just going to fall right behind Hestia, and she'll be like, how did that get here? Oh, that's so terrifying. I legit thought that was going to happen. But yeah, we see Hestia, but I'll extend on that in a minute. So what just happened, the whole, Alan and Otarl are blocking Hestia Familia. Loki Familia from intruding on Belle's fight. I thought this was interesting. I thought this was pretty poggers. Because here's the thing. What suddenly becomes apparent is that Freya becomes the good guy, the good woman, the good deity, the good storyteller. And just basically beats Hermes. And I find this really interesting, because they have a little quip later, but I find this really interesting because Freya is basically preventing change, is preventing Hermes' plan to succeed. So, the whole Astrius, going to fight Belle kind of thing, it was on his own accord. But Otarl, like Freya said, instigated and interfered and basically said, hey, the person you're looking for is over here. That happened literally at the beginning of the episode. So, Freya, in this episode, in this story, has somewhat become of a good character. A hero, a heroine of sorts. Or more of a guard, so Belle can regain his honor in his own way. And so we'll talk about this later, but I think it's very interesting, because before the last time we saw Freya Familia, they were facing Ishtar Familia, and of course they won against Ishtar Familia. And then the last time, that was really the last time we saw him. But here's the thing, I've always thought of Freya Familia as a very scary Familia, and as the Familia that, it's like, oh yeah, Freya, she's out for Belle, and she wants, I don't know what from him, right? I guess, she wants to see him grow, she's interested in him, as we've come to realize, or, relearn, by reading the manga. Especially in the previous part of this episode. And so, I don't know, I just think that it's interesting. So anyway, we see Hestia, and when we see Hestia, she's staring out, and then Makoto's like, alright, we gotta move. We gotta move to Knossos. And so everybody gets their invisible cloaks on, and then they start walking, and then we see Hermes on his beautiful beaming stage, and he says, and he's terrified, he's mortified, and he's like, what is this? What is all of this? And Asfi is standing behind him and says, In the confusion, the Xenos have escaped. And Hermes says... Oh, and, well, she continues to say, it seems likely that under the goddess Hestia's direction, they have headed for Knossos. And Hermes is just ticked off. He's very ticked off, and he says, because of a single monster, everything's gone to waste. And then he starts laughing. And then he says, very well, I will admit it. I've lost. How could I have imagined the scene? And then we see Belle and Astrius continue to fight as he says, in my plan, things would not have gone this fevered. He continues to say, a scene in which this battle was surpassed. And before I continue to say anything, dude, the most tragic thing happens in the battle between Astrius and Belle. Dude, the most tragic thing. Belle's knife, alright? Belle's knife that was made from the horn. Actually, now that I think about it, the knife that Belle, or no, that Welf made for Belle, or that smith for Belle, was made from the horn of the Minotaur that he dropped, from the Minotaur that he fought in Season 1. And so, that's interesting. Anyway, so, that blade, in midst attack with Astrius, is destroyed, and I'm like, my heart was shattered, because it's like, that's a signature blade for Belle, you know, besides the Hestia knife, you know, that's one of his signature knives, you know, he's lost one of his knives, and I'm like, no, not Ushkimaru, whatever it's called. Oh, it was so cool. Anyway, I mean, we're not gonna have a whole funeral for a knife right now, but you know, we will continue to review. So Hermes says, a scene in which this battle was surpassed. It shouldn't have been possible to bring such a thing into being. And I mean, Belle just continues to fight and all that says, and he says, and Hermes says, did you know Zeus? And I'm like, he said Zeus, oh my god, he said Zeus. Continues to say that those who defy the will of the gods shine brightest. And I'm like, yo. And you know, as Belle continues to fight Astrius, we have people in the crowd, especially this one guy with looking almost like Link. Yet kind of. And he says, like, you can do it, you know, combate, you know what I mean? And so Mord, you know, is there, and he says, go, little rookie, and I'm like, oh, Mord, you're so cool. This is so cool that Mord is here. But it's funny, right? It's funny. Because you remember a few episodes ago, and we're going to go a lot off track, you know, like we've been doing. Remember a few episodes ago, right? You know, before this, in one of the episodes, you know, in one of the prior episodes of Merrimia Freesmas. So, remember the, you know, is it wrong to interact with it, or was it wrong to interact with adventurers outside the dungeon? Well, remember in that, we basically followed Belle, Hermes, and Mord, you know, trying to, you know, live up the nightlife. And of course it didn't happen, but, you know, they were together. And so it's funny to see that all three of these people are in the finale of the season. It's like we saw them just a few episodes ago in a freaking, you know, interact. And they were all buddies. And now Hermes is like, I'm ticked off. Mord's like, you can do this, Belle. And Belle is just, you know, in the battle, you know, for his life. Trying to regain his honor. Man, how time changes so quickly. I mean, obviously there was a huge time gap between, you know, the interact and this, but still, the changes in people. Oh, so terrifying. Anyway, so Mord's like, go, little rookie, you can do it, man. And then that's when we see just, oh, dude, this is such a cool part. So you remember that blade that Otaro threw up in the air? Well, it suddenly lands behind Astrius, and it lands, and then Belle notices it, runs behind Astrius, gets the blade, and then holds it up to Astrius. And then they stare at each other for a second, And then Belle goes in with the blade. And this is no normal blade. This is like a gigantic, ginormous blade, alright? Man's looking like, what's his name? Freaking... I already forgot that time-traveling, time-shifting son of a villain from that one series. But... that guy. Yeah, that guy. But I mean, yeah, Belle's fighting like crazy. It's a proper battle now, folks. And, you know, Hermes continues to say, honestly, the real court jester here is me. And I'm like, yeah, you kind of are. A sage's wisdom, a hero's plans. But the thing that crushed a god's calculations was pure strength. And then this is the whole like thing where this is the whole quip between him and Freya, and we see a close up of or like we see the camera pan up to the top of a bell, and as it's panning up, Hermes is like, "You got me. I wonder what the look on your face is right now." And we see Freya's face, and he says Freya, and she says, I should do her voice, hold on. I'm so sorry, Hermes. I've taken over your show. And I'm like, holy shit, this is terrifying. And then she says, you have my gratitude too. And I'm like, oh my god, she's truly terrifying. And continues to say, looking over Arario, come this way. The place for you to settle this is right here. And I'm like, oh, dude, Freya, you're so cool. You're so cool. And we're going to learn more about Freya. Not in this episode, but we're going to learn more about Freya in a future episode. Not in the anime, but in the series. More on that next year. Anyway, continuing. Belle and Astrius continue their fight, and Belle's like, I want to win. I want to win. I'm like, yeah, you better win. You better win. And so Belle's pushed back by Astrius. Astrius goes in for another full-fledged, insane rush attack. And he pushes Belle back into the center of Arario. Man's headed straight for Babel. They're straight up in Central Park. And we see these two guards that are like, uh-oh, this is a problem. We have to inform Ganesha. And Ganesha, the boy he is, comes out and he's like, in a battle between men, one must not be ill-mannered. And as I say that, I have the sudden urge to say, Sun Tzu, the art of war. In a battle between men, one must not be ill-mannered. Sun Tzu, the art of war. Love that. The safety of the citizens is our very top priority. And then we go back to the battle between Belle and Astrius. How many times am I going to say that? And so they're just fighting, and they're saying, don't stop, keep going, keep moving forward, young man. Ganesha says. So they keep on fighting. It's crazy. Astrius destroys some of Belle's armor. You know, Belle's getting some scratches on Astrius, and it's insane. You know, Astrius gets Belle's huge blade that was given by Otaro out of his hand, and then they just keep on exchanging blows, and it's crazy. Astrius's eyes just go crazy a bit, and then Belle straight up is like, firebolt. And my man's... And for a second, I'm thinking that Astrius is finna be dead. And that's something that I was really afraid of this episode. I was afraid that either of them were gonna die. And believe me, someone dies. But it's not a person. Anyway, it's not a person or a monster. And so they continue to exchange blows. You know, Belle now has the giant blade again. And now is just constantly slashing at Astrius' stomach, and like it's crazy, but then Astrius in one single hit just flings Belle all the way back once again, but Belle's landing on his feet like he's got 99 lives. The sun begins to rise. The dawn approaches. And as the dawn approaches, its light beams over the center of Arario, where Belle and Astrius stare at each other, beaten and bruised, weapons still held in hand. And Belle continues to grip onto his giant blade. And then that white aura appears around him, and he says, I want to be stronger so that I never have to lose anything ever again. And in the background, we're seeing a lot of people gather around this fight. Like, everyone in Arario is watching this, all right? This might as well be like the Super Bowl, finna like World Cup type shit. Everyone's seeing this, all right? Like, this isn't your usual neighborhood, T-ball game with children. Like, this is this is like Logan. No. I don't even want to. This is like Floyd versus Mayweather. Are they both the same person? You get my point. This is like a pro wrestling boxing match over here, and the entire world is here to see it. This is like Mr. Beast $250 challenges, all right? This is like insanity, all right? And so they're fighting. And Belle's about to release just the greatest form of Aragonot. And people are watching this, including Aisha and Ryu, who have just joined up, and they're battered and bruised. Naza and Mayak are there, Taka and Hephaestus are there, and Tsubaki is also there. And then Astrius drops his axe and begins to run towards, gets in stance ready to ram into Belle, right? And Belle powers up his blade with Aragonot, and he says, I want to be a hero. And then both of their eyes go crazy, and then they just leap straight into each other, and Belle swings, and it's anyone's game. And then for a second we don't know what's happening. We don't know what happens, but because we're brought, and Ween's walking down a hallway with Let and everyone. She looks behind, and then the next second we see Belle and Astrius clash like never before, and the ground shakes. The ground basically is levitating. Debris is basically levitating, and it is insane. And you'd think that Belle would be able to kill Astrius in that moment, defeat Astrius and win, but then is flung straight up into the air once again, and his blade breaks. And it's like, dude, this is crazy. And also, it's even crazier that that we just got new thing here. What is going on? We just got a news alert. Whoa. We legit just got a news alert. That's how long this episode is. That's how long it's taking. That I literally have to do another daily already. Sorry. Anyway, like I was saying, Belle then just is up in the air. His blade breaks. Of course not Hestia knife, but the giant blade. And he's still up in the air. And then Astrius just gives out a mighty roar and runs towards Belle. And the two guards from before start running away, and he continues to ram. He continues to just ram towards it. And I don't remember when I saw it, but apparently, I don't remember seeing it, but apparently Astrius, after Belle fell from like 1,000,000 meters, he caught Belle, right? And now he's currently holding Belle. He's ramming through Belle. He jumps straight down into the dungeon depths and punches Belle straight through the floor and just hammers him. And Belle just starts... Belle just dies. Belle legit dies. This man has like 1,000,000 debris on him. He's got blood coming out of his mouth. He's coughing literal blood. And just when you think he's about to die, just when you think as Astrius stands beside him, just when you think he's about to die, staring at Astrius says two things, and two things only. Now, we're at 1 win, 1 loss. And I'm like, damn. And he stares him down, and Belle's just terrified. And Astrius says, Belle, next time we settle this. And just walks away. And I'm like, holy shit. Dude, that was amazing. But unfortunately, there's that sound again. Is that a sprinkler? And unfortunately, Belle lost. As Astrius said, 1-0. Or like 1 win, 1 loss. So Belle says, as he lies in shambles, I lost. But this was for the best. And for a second I agree with him. As he lays lifeless with broken armor and coughing blood. And he says, there was meaning to this fight. And he continues to say, before he continues what he was going to say, he retracts and says, that's a lie. And he starts shaking his head and says, being glad I lost? That's a lie. I wanted to win. And I'm like, aw, poor Belle, poor Belle. And so he's laying in shambles at the bottom of the staircase to the dungeon. And Aina looks at him and she says, Belle. And then the outro starts. And as the outro starts to the season, we're brought back to the cave, we're brought back to a cave in the dungeon, and where we see the Xenos talking with Fells, and the Xenos are like, dude, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that you had to heal every one of us with magic, since, we were all stupid. Some of us were stupid, and gave our lives to help good old Bella Cronellu. And Fells is like, homies, it's alright. It's fine. And says, ever since I decided to tie my fate to yours, I have been prepared for this. And I'm like, aw, Fells, you're too fun. You're too cool. And so Lid legit is like, I feel like Lid was about to start crying. But, he stopped and he's like, thanks. And then puts his arm around Gross and he's like, still, you really have the craziest dumb luck, huh, Gross? And I'm like, well, let's actually talk about this. Dude, legit, Gross has the craziest dumb luck. Dude, the fact, alright? The fact that this man, alright? The fact that Gross, alright? Was, oh my god. The fact that he volunteered, right? To follow along with Hermes' scheme and basically sacrifice his life so Belle's reputation could be put back into place is like, dude, that's psychotic. But the fact that, he didn't have to give his life in the end was just the greatest thing ever. I mean, that's so cool. And so Gross is like, I nearly died, and I'm like, Ray is like, honestly, what are we gonna do? I mean, honestly. And then Ween says, I'm so happy for you, Gross. And I'm like, aw, Ween's so adorable. And then Fel says, by the way, Lid, what about him? And this is where we learn something. And I don't know if we were supposed to, I don't know if I realized this or if I, I don't know if I realized this earlier or not. But Fel's is like, oh yeah, so how is he?
And who he means by he is Astrius. Because after Lid says, oh yeah, he's already headed down to the lower floors because he wants to keep on training again, we see Astrius going to the lower floors after Lid says he wants to get stronger. And I'm like, oh, so that was the new recruit. And I'm like, dude, that makes so much sense, because you know what, the whole thing of like, oh yeah, Bell killed, previous life Astrius, and then Astrius was reborn. Of course it would be a new recruit. And of course, he would have memory. I just think that's so cool. That's so cool. So we see Astrius walking down in the lower depths of the dungeon, getting ready to train, and probably never hear from him ever again until like the final season or something. And then we see the people of Horario talking about things that they heard. One of them being, I heard that in the end, Loki Familia wiped out all the monsters. That's incredible, someone says. But I guess we can rest easy now. And so everything's fine, dude. Everybody thinks that Loki Familia low-key just got rid of every one of the monsters. And I'm like, nope, that's not what happened. All of them are saved. And now everyone's at peace. Now everyone's chill. Now everyone's hopefully not mad at Belle. And Aina is hearing all of this, and she's just really happy. And then we go to the Hestia Familia mansion, the Hearth Fire Mansion. And Welf is reading a news headline that says, "The little rookie miraculously survives." And I'm like, miraculously, huh? Miraculously. And then Welf just throws it away, and he's like, honestly, they just write whatever they want, don't they? And we see that Lily, Makoto, Haruhime, and Hestia are there. And Makoto's like, it's fine. This clears all the misunderstandings away, which was really like the whole point of this episode, which was to get rid of all the misunderstandings around Belle and around everything, and basically just brought back everything to order, all because of a single battle. And of course, Hestia Familia, just in the midst of all this insanity, were able to, run off to Knossos with the Xenos and all this kind of stuff. And so that's really the whole point of this episode, the underlying factor, or the underlying result. And, dude, I'm so happy. And so, Lily reiterates that and continues to say, now everything goes back to the way it was, and it's great. But then Makoto's like, not exactly. And we see Haruhime a bit down because, Ween's not really with them now, and it kind of just sucks. But, Haruhime is like, you know what, we'll meet again. We made a promise. It's fine. So Hestia then says, all that's left is Belle. It's like, yeah, Belle. They're like, is Belle okay? And then she's like, yeah. Once again today and then they hear a knock at the door, and dude, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I couldn't have asked for a better ending, because here's the thing that I wanted to talk about at the beginning of this review, which we're gonna get into in a minute. But basically, Hestia goes to open the door, and we see Hermes just smiling nonchalantly with his fee behind him, and he's like, hi! Like nothing happened, and Hestia's super ticked off and just kicks him straight in the face. And he's like, ah! And then, in the greatest turn, so we have that to talk about, right? And then after this, another great part to this ending, the camera pans up to one of the walls of Horario, and we see Belle staring out, and he looks a lot slimmer, looks a lot stronger. I feel like a lot more has changed in him. And as he stares into the dawn, or now I guess into the sunset, Eyes appears behind him. Eyes is walking to him, And he's like, eyes? And Eyes is like, Eyes, oh, well, he says, why are you here? And she's like, I wonder. If I came here, I had a feeling I would see you, so... And he said, really? She's like, yeah. They both stand next to each other looking at the sunrise, and he says, eyes. And she says, yes. And then in the greatest play on words, Belle says, will you teach me how to fight again? Well, it's after this. And then she says, even though after all that happened? Yes. And then he says, in the greatest reprise of them all, well, after Eyes says you don't play fair, in the greatest reprise of all, finally, he says, Eyes, I want to be stronger. As the camera pans up all the way through a bell that pierces heaven's sky. And with that, the season ends. So. Let's talk. The first thing about this, what a great ending. Honestly, what a great ending. I loved the ending. Because this show really knows how to end things on a lighthearted note. Like the ending of season 1 was kind of rushed in the sense of, oh yeah, we defeated the monster, now let's just show that everyone's happy on the surface. Like, that was sort of quick. But with season 2, chill ending, you know? Despite all the insanity that happened in the season, it was a chill ending, right? And the same was for this season. But this season's ending, you could say it's a cliffhanger, and, you know, it is. But it's not really at the same time. I like that most seasons, and all of the seasons so far, have ended on a wholeheartedly beautiful note. And not on the note of, oh my god, this is terrible, this is insane, what am I gonna do? Oh no, it's the end of the world. Like, I'm really, really, truly happy about this. And so that's one thing. And then the other thing is this. I said that last episode, Hermes... I said that in the last review of this episode. Sorry, I've recorded so much. I said that, you know, Hermes is still my favorite character, despite the fact of his quote-unquote betrayal. Because he really fooled us, right? And the same is now. Because here's the funny thing. Here's what I've noticed, alright? The deities, when they want to be, are absolute dickheads. Alright? And other times they're really nice. And other times they're really funny. And other times they're this and that. And Hermes is the epitome of that. He is that. And Arebius is also. And I really think it's funny, because for the entirety of Estrella Record, Arebius is this, you know, evil, you know, absolute malevolence, just cutthroat, really bad guy, you know? And at the very end, you know, revealing his plans, he seems like the most chill god ever. He's super chill. He's super nice. He's having a laugh, despite all the terrible things he's done. And that's sort of like a really, like, funny yet dark thing. Because, you know, obviously Hermes didn't do the same as Arebius. But Hermes, I feel like, you know, as a chaotic neutral, it really shined this season, and it shined especially in this final episode as that chaotic neutral. And I
I really like that. I really like that it's like, oh yeah, he can be super evil and be like, and go slightly insane, but then kind of revert back to being the playful, you know, like, oh yeah, let's enjoy the nightlife, Hermes. You know what I mean? And that shows really well in that finale, when 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 Hesty opens the door for him and he's like, hi, with like a smiley face and everything. Despite everything that despite all the trouble that he caused them. And then I just love how Hesty just kicks him, like, I love it because it's beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, there's something about this. There's something about that scene that's like, man, it makes it feel like a real. It makes it feel like role play for them. You know what I mean? It almost. How can I make sense of this? And I feel, and it feels really weird to be saying this, but Dream SMP, right? Dream SMP. I mean, I already made a reference to the freaking, Eric betrayal being similar to the Hermes betrayal, but, whatever. Like, in the Dream SMP, most of it is roleplay, right? The whole thing is roleplay. But like, let's say, for instance, when Tommy was manipulated by Dream, or, when Tommy was sort of had that suicidal arc during the beginning of his exile, that wasn't like, that was just acting, right? That was just acting. When Dream was being really mean to Tommy, and Tommy hated it, it's not like Tommy really hates Dream for that. It's all just acting, right? And then you see like a stream of Tommy's, I don't know. You see a stream of Tommy and Dream in exile, or like Tommy in exile and Dream's with him, and you see them talking and they're laughing, they're having a good time, and the same things with Techno, Tommy and Techno sometimes, they have a bit of an argument here or there, but then they have fun times, right? Then they have like their fun moments, and the same things with really anyone on the SMP, right? And so I feel the same thing here. I'm getting the same vibe here, that it's like, we just, Hermes just finished, role-playing with everybody, you know what I mean? And now he's like, now he's out of roleplay mode, and now he's like, hey, how you guys doing? Like, that kind of thing. And then, like, there's some people that take it seriously, because obviously it's real life. He caused real damage, or he could have caused even more damage than what was intended. He could, Gross could have died and all that, but some people take it literal, and some people don't take it literal. I don't know. It's a very complicated thing that I'm introducing. I feel like it's complicated. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that Hermes is sort of like Tommy in it, but in the sense of, so like how like Tommy in it like always is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this and do that, and well, like the old Tommy in it, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna rob people or like steal from them. I don't know if he does that right now. I mean, I haven't watched the Room SMP in like 2 weeks because I've been working on this insanity of an episode. But yeah, I remember Tommy used to like start robbing people and all this kind of stuff, and start like calling them names, and swore at Bad Boy Halo, and Bad Boy Halo would be like, Tommy, stop, language, all that kind of stuff. And it's funny because then like he's like that to everybody, but like the next stream, everyone's like, hey Tommy, how you doing? He's like, hey guys, how you doing? How's it vibing? How's it going? How's your Pepsi drinks? How's your Coca-Cola brands? Who's getting more subs these days? How are the Twitch primes? You got my point? And so I think that it's cool because I get that sort of vibe from this, because basically what I'm getting at is that this show knows when it gets serious or when it doesn't get serious. It knows when to get serious and not to get serious. And it knows how to dial down seriousness and to, dial down, like intensity of a person and then bring them back to earth at the snap of a finger. And so I think it's very, very, very interesting. And I really admire, Fujino Omori for doing that, and anyone else who, like Kunieda or Yasuda, I forgot, or Yasuda? I don't have the book with me, so I don't remember. But you get my point. I really admire that. I really admire the fact of having an intense, insane character at the beginning of an episode, and then dialing them down back to their back to earth state. And so I don't know. I'm just a huge fan of that. Now let's talk about the other thing. So this other thing, right? The whole Eyes and Belle, talk at the end. I didn't really expect it. I thought it was really cool. And, the conversation that, the conversation I'm about to, say, this whole rant with them real quickly isn't going to be too long. It's not going to be as long as the whole Hermes thing that we just talked about, but I am going to talk a little bit about this. So, I find it really cool that the season ended off with basically saying Belle and Eyes are still friends despite everything that happened. And that Belle still wants Eyes to train him. And I find that cool because it's like they had their differences, but obviously in the end, Eyes couldn't bring herself to kill Ween. And so I wonder how the relationship is sort of going to grow from here, because obviously it's a thing, oh yeah, Belle likes Eyes, and Eyes trains Belle. Eyes is probably oblivious to the fact of Belle liking her, and it's a whole thing, right? Obviously it's apparent to see, but I think it's interesting because we're seeing them more as friends now. We're seeing them together more in, especially in this season. Because last season, we didn't really see them together as much. I feel like the only time we really saw them was training for War Game. Or actually, no, we did see them a few times last season. So, we saw them for a few episodes together. That one village episode. So, yeah, we actually have seen them together a few times recently. But in the first season, not as much. I don't know. They're growing closer. It's cool because they're a real good pair of friendos. And then on top of that, I hope. I'm curious. I don't hope, but I'm curious to see what Loki Familia is to do now. Now that, the Xenos have now escaped and all this kind of thing. And now that, I don't know if they know that, Eyes and Tiona basically, mercied. How many steps have I done? Oh my god, I've done 3,000 steps, the fuck. Basically mercied Ween. So I wonder where they're gonna go from there. I also wonder how Belle's really gonna get stronger. Besides, the whole Liari's freeze thing, I wonder if we're gonna see him get a rank up in the next season. I don't know, man. This is... in the previous side story, it did say that, what Hestia didn't know is that he was gonna, have a limit break or something. Like, Mans was about to level up like crazy, or I don't know. And obviously, I wouldn't be surprised after this, after his battle with Astria. So, dude, what a crazy episode! What a crazy episode! And the other thing that I really want to mention is that I just find it sweet. I find it a sweet ending that Belle sort of reprises the line, "I want to get stronger," from the first season, basically first episode. And, he even says it, I think, earlier in... Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry, my nail was caught on to something. How earlier in the manga, the manga that we were reading in this episode, how he said to Hestia in the first season, first manga, like, "I want to get stronger." And now he's saying it to Aiz that he wants to get stronger. And so, despite how many arcs, despite how many people he saved, he still wants to get stronger. And dude, it's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. I also find it really cool that it's totally not obvious that Ween is hiding under Belle's invisible cloak. It's totally not obvious. I find it really funny. I wonder, hold on. I wonder if we go to interact. We go to Belle. Where's Belle? Okay, wait, hold on. I wanna check this out. Party. This is legit how Belle looked in that battle. Oh my god, he's so cool. Yeah, that was the sword that he used. Oh, dude. I want to look at him. Dude, he's so cool. Man, so poggers. Man. Yoshisugi. Man, or Matsuoka. You're acting this season. You're voice acting this season. Like, everyone's voice acting in this season was just on peak. Like, hats off to you, man. Hats off to the writers, everyone. Oh, man. Such a good season. Damn. I guess the only other thing I really want to say about the ending, is... No, that's it. I think we've really just tied everything together, I feel like. Yeah. Okay, well now it's time, folks. It's time for the final side story. Side story 12. He was born to starve. Ooh, it's Astrius. The first thing he was to do as soon as he stepped onto the ground was kill. Ooh, alright, backstory, love it. He was surrounded by countless numbers of his own kind. They attacked him without mercy. He did the same back at them. Damn. And he won, huh? He beat them to death with his fist and foot, and crushed them. He was involved in countless battles as he traveled without destination. Damn. Oh, and then he reached the floor. He was starving, but he wasn't sure what he was craving for. He kept fighting while his skin got torn, bones got broken, and flesh decayed. Huh? Oh, is that Lid? Did Lid find him? Ah, the Xenos found him. Unconscious.
Ah, cool. So that's how it happened when he was on his knees, about to take his last breath before collapsing onto the ground. Oh, so they saved him. Damn. Those appeared in front of him wasn't his own kind, but his allies. They took him home and took care of him. They managed to introduce him to emotions other than starvation. Also, these wise beings taught him where his starvation came from. Huh. It came from strong desires within his heart. Dude, this is cool. So the Xenos basically raised him. He didn't really understand what the definition of desire was, yet he knew that he had a wish. He saw the same dream every time, and it had no sound nor smell. There was only light. Yeah, dude. The battle. A strong willpower that made him shiver in satisfaction, that filled up his emptiness, made him realize what exists within his body. Ooh. He realized that the starvation within himself was a sign that he was longing to see what existed in his dream. He learned a lot from his allies. He was bestowed with wisdom, strength, and a weapon. He returned to the dark labyrinth where he was born. Ooh. That's where he trained? That's a cool part of the labyrinth. Damn. Not enough. Really, not enough? I think he realized he was no longer able to earn satisfaction. He was unable to acquire the dream, no matter how many he killed. He was annoyed and frustrated. Starvation was getting intense every moment. Ooh. Seeking for his dream, he kept wandering. And then... then he found... Oh, Taro! Oh, wow. That's my boy. He found a clue to his dream. He learned a lesson from a fighter. Oh, yeah, because both of them fought as well. Damn. He took off as if he was taught where he was supposed to be headed to. Forgetting the intensity of his existence, repelling the hunters, he let his impulse dominate. He found himself on top of an establishment. Yep, this is the battle. We're seeing the battle between them. That's where he found the male. Yep. Ooh, are we going to see this play out here? A gleam of light was found within his heart. It was a white light that brought back every scene he once saw. Ooh. Dude. It rises again. It revives. And it shakes. Oh, yes. That's it. Oh, he's saying it. Damn. He finally found it. He looked at everything that surrounded it. There were tons of hunters and a single ally confronting them. No, I won't let it. I just won't. I won't let anyone have it. He's mine to fight with. Rematch. It was fated. The body was found existing in this world. The blood is boiling and the flesh is intensing. Starvation is stronger than ever, and it was absorbing great power, bursting with joy and fighting will. He screamed. So that's how. Dude, that's awesome. To encounter the dream, reach for the desire, and grab a chance for a rematch. The hero returns, the beast roars, and the two were to fulfill the promise. The promise lies here. Seeing this. Now the final battle begins, and the adventure continues. Damn. Damn. And that's where we were supposed to play Final Rivalry, but then we weren't able to because we were too late. Oh, man. That would have been so cool to have played this, man. Man. I'm sure it was really cool. Well, that's it, folks. That's all she wrote. Damn. It's nearly 4 in the morning. I'm really tired. I'll see you guys in the outro, which is gonna be really short. But yeah. Anyway, this is awesome, dude. The ending of the season was awesome. I really hoped you enjoyed this review. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the finale of this episode, and then after that we're gonna have an epilogue to this whole thing, which we'll be releasing shortly after this video has been released, hopefully. So yeah, see you guys in the finale. Wow. You know, it's funny to say this, but I just finished recording the intro to this video. And now I'm recording the outro. Damn. This episode, man. Look, I'm going to have a whole epilogue that's coming out right after this episode, hopefully. That's really going to give you all the behind the scenes makings of this thing. And oh my god, it's gonna be spectacular. This thing is gonna be spectacular, man. This was spectacular. Oh. It really was a spin-off Spectrum Spectacular and an event extravaganza, man. Oh. Thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this whole thing. This was a super long video. This was a lot of recordings, a lot of effort put into the transitions and everything. I was thinking about doing an outro for this, you know, like a outro to the outro, and an intro to the intro, but I didn't have enough time for it, and I'm very tired, and it's 5 in the morning, and I should really get some sleep. Because I still have the difficulties of, you know, actually merging all this shit together with a phone that barely has any fucking space, because I decided to have like 15 hours of footage of this goddamn video like on my phone. Oh, dude, the crazy thing is that I think this video is much longer than the certain Gods and Familia Love Songs event extravaganza. And I'm probably going to be able to merge the whole thing on my phone, which is absolutely hilarious. Dude, thank y'all for watching. This has been Merrimia Freesmas, Polar Nights, Familias and Xenos, Spin-off Spectrum Spectacular 2, Event Extravaganza 10, episode 974, even though the true 974 is next episode. Or is the epilogue to this episode. Oh.
Man, my back hurts. Dude, I'm legit so tired. I'm gonna record the epilogue tomorrow. Cause I genuinely need sleep. Man, thank y'all so much for watching. I'm gonna get some sleep, and I'll see you guys in the epilogue where I'm gonna explain all the intricate details and whatnot. But yeah, like I said, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much for watching. Not just this episode, but really the entirety of the series. This is really my gift to all of you, because I know I was really slow on the whole reviews and, you know, Liari's book club, and so I just decided, hey, let's merge them together into one huge video, and so, yeah. Anyway, arigato gozaimasu for watching, and sayo fucking nare, you sons of bitches. Love you guys.